Bangladesh, we are doing only the living donor kidney transplantation. Deceased donor organ transplantation is still not, we cannot start it. We are very recently, we are doing a lot to start deceased donor transplantation. And we hope that we can start deceased donor transplantation as soon as possible with the help of everybody. Bangladesh government has passed a beautiful law which favors for deceased donor transplantation, and a high-powered central body has been formed that is last two to 3 days back there was a meeting. In that meeting, that was a very fruitful program will be launched, and we hope that we will start this program very soon. I especially thank to our friends from Korea. They are very nice. They want to help us in this respect. I especially welcome our special guest, Professor Ann Curry, Secretary Asian Society of Transplantation, and our guest of honor, His Excellency, Ambassador of Republic of Korea, Mr. Kang Yoo-hoo. Lastly, this program will be successful, and dear participant, will stay all that day and will be immensely benefited from this program. Thank you all. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, Professor Mohammad Hamdullah, sir. Now I would like to request Professor Moon Insan to just come to the stage for give some speech for us.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Assalamu alaikum. About 2 weeks ago, when a discussion about this meeting in Korea, we don't have any viral pneumonia. But for these days, a couple of days ago, WHO declared it is emergent condition now. So 2 guys are not here. Korea never have a permission to 2 surgeons go up abroad. So I have to take 2 more lectures. And anyway, this is my 3rd time here in Bangladesh, Dhaka, and I hope we can provide you our experience of deceased donor kidney and liver transplantation altogether, and hope in the near future, 10 years later or 20 years later, we'll be the same colleagues in the Asian nations. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Moon, for his nice speech. Now I would like to request our very special guest, Professor Ann Curry, Secretary, Asian Society of Transplantation, to please come to the stage for his speech.
It's very exciting to come back here and meet all of you again. And I really appreciate your hard work and effort to make deceased organ transplantation work for last 1 year. We are very sorry that we couldn't bring our troop to develop disease organ donation discovery and management, but I hope we can do it later after this bad virus gone. And also I'm very much thankful for Dr. Harun and their team to to develop this very, very difficult but up-to-date medical project. And I do hope this can open more opportunities for Korean Medical Society to communicate with you and become your good supporters as well as friends. Especially, I'm very thankful to our ambassador and his presence here also promise us a lot of good things will be happen in future. Best wishes for 2020, and I hope I can see many of you in coming TTS 2020, which will be held in Seoul, Korea. See you.
Thank you very much, Professor Korean. Now, I would like to request our guest of honor, Mr. Kang Il-hoo, His Excellency, Ambassador of the Republic of Korea, to please come to the stage and for his valuable speech.
Everybody speaks without any prepared text, but I have prepared a short one. So let me use my glasses. Professor Harun Ur Rashid, President of Kidney Foundation of Bangladesh, Professor Angyuri, Professor Moon In-sung, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Assalamu alaikum, and a very good morning to all of you. It is a great pleasure and honor for me to be here at the second conference of Bangladesh-Korea Kidney Transplantation Seminar. First of all, I would like to thank Professor Harun and Professor Angyuri for inviting me to this very important seminar. At the same time, I would like to take this opportunity to express my special thanks to Professor Angyuri and Professor Moon In-sung for traveling a long distance from Seoul despite novel coronavirus that is threatening to spread throughout the world. Ladies and gentlemen, with the advancement of surgical procedures, the need for kidney donation is ever more increasing. As transplantation continues to offer patients with better outcomes, more patients are waiting for a kidney that matches their needs. According to a local news media, in Bangladesh, the annual demand for kidney transplants now stands at around 5,000 patients, but only 120 on average get kidney transplants from their relatives. Without an increase in organ donations, patients in Bangladesh will continue to suffer. In this regard, it is highly commendable that Kidney Foundation of Bangladesh has made strenuous efforts to promote the organ transplant in Bangladesh. Ladies and gentlemen, since the establishment of diplomatic relations in 1973, Bangladesh and Korea we have enjoyed excellent bilateral cooperative relations. I am happy to note that our cooperation is now expanding beyond trade and investment into the arena of social and cultural cooperation. It is my sincere hope that today's seminar will not only contribute to helping Bangladesh build capacity in organ transplantation, but also serve as an important opportunity to promote the friendly relations between our two countries even further. In concluding my very brief remarks, I would like to express my deep gratitude to all of you who are present here for your devotion, dedication, and commitment to caring for patients with kidney problems. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much to our guest of honor, Mr. Kang Il-hu, Ambassador of the Republic of Korea. Now, I would like to request Professor Harun Rashid sir, the President and Founder President of the Kidney Foundation Bangladesh and the President of Society of Organ Transplantation of Bangladesh for his speech.
The second Bangladesh-Korea Friendship Conference. First, I like to welcome all of you to join this important scientific seminar. The Professor Kuri Ohon, the Asian Society of Transplantation, she is the Secretary General, the special guest, and also Professor In Sung Moon, the most important person and very highly specialized surgeon in kidney and liver transplantation, the Excellency, Mr. Kang Il-hu, the Ambassador of Republic of Korea, distinguished professors, specialists, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum. It is a great honor for us that our friends from Korea and the Honorable Ambassador of Republic of Korea has come over here and honored us to hold this seminar in a higher level. We have now about more than 160 million people, and you know that non-communicable disease, as in other parts of the world, is increasing day by day. We have surprisingly more than 20 million people has been suffering from chronic kidney disease, and we have more than 1 crore people now suffer from diabetes, and 2 crore people has been suffering from hypertension. And you know that the kidney disease is very much correlated with diabetes and hypertension, the two very much etiology of chronic kidney disease. The first important of chronic kidney disease nowadays is diabetes, the second is hypertension, and third is nephritis. And as a result of this, there are about 40,000 people has been suffering from kidney failure. And Bangladesh is a low middle income countries of the world, and only 20% of the people with kidney failure has access for dialysis treatment, and the rest simply dies without any treatment. In these circumstances, if we can start live-related kidney transplants or increase the number of live-related transplants and start a deceased donor transplant, then perhaps from pre-end-stage kidney failure patients and those who are not able to go for dialysis can be transplanted. As a result, some more patients can have chance to live. We do not have any awareness among the common people to start this transplantation because they are frightened about the definition of death. It is very difficult to make understand to the common people that the brain death is a date which has been declared by the WHO in 2014. Now it is our time to make awareness among the common people, among the doctors, among the citizens, to say that brain death is a date and you can donate your organ starting from the kidney, liver, heart, and lungs. That is why our friends from Korea and the Kidney Foundation with Society of Organ Transplantation started this program for last 3 years before. And the Anna University Hospital, the Seoul University, Society of Organ Transplantation in Korea, the Vital Link, the Raphael Foundation, all come together and they love Bangladesh. They love to contribute. And we must welcome them to accept this love and respect. We know that the Koyoka, which is also a very important, who are contributing to the medical science in Bangladesh. I can only request that in addition to your great field in giving the medical part, I request you to come forward to contribute to chronic kidney disease, to patients with kidney failure, to save their life, either by dialysis or by kidney transplantation. Kidney Foundation is a non-profit hospital who has 60-bedded dialysis unit. We do one kidney transplant in a week, and we do home dialysis. We do not take any money in the outpatient department to kidney transplant patient. The specialist fees are minimum. So this hospital can be an example to contribute to the poor and needy patient of the kidney failure. We also have a great increased expansion of the awareness program to detect, screen the rural population in the community clinics. And the community clinics can greatly contribute to prevent chronic kidney disease by simply estimating the blood sugar level, to check their blood pressure, and to examine the urine for albumin and sugar. And this costs less than $10 US. But this $10 US to collect is very difficult. So if you can award the community clinics, which is about 14,000, whole Bangladesh, and treat 600 people every day. And if after the age of 40, if we can sting diabetes, hypertension, and chronic kidney disease at this point, 50% of the chronic kidney disease can be prevented at the initial stage. What we doctor call stage 1 and stage 2 kidney disease. But when there is a rise of serum creatinine, kidney function deteriorate, that we cannot prevent chronic kidney disease. We can only delay the progress. But once it stays to the stage 5, that is a kidney failure, and that is not possible to couple, that is not possible to control in low and middle income countries of the world, not the question of Bangladesh. Even the highest, richest people cannot cope with the kidney failure because of the huge budget expenditure. So we have to give our stress to the prevention and produce more and more transplant patients which give a new lease of life after death. So let us come forward, let us help together, and let us see how much we can do for the kidney failure patient. I once again thanks our ambassador, the Professor Kuri Ahn, In Sung Mun, who are coming every year, and they will continue to come and become a good friend, and they will be always good friend, and I hope that Bangladesh will be their second home. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Dr. Harun Rashid sir. Now I would like to request Professor Harun sir to just give the crest of honor to our guest of honor, to Mr. Kang Ho-il, His Excellency Ambassador of the Republic of Korea. Thank you very much, sir. Now I'd like to request Professor Kurian, our special guest, the Secretary of the Transplant Society of Asia, to just take her crest from the chairperson. So now I would like to give the vote of thanks to all the participants, our respected teachers, honorable professors, and our special guests, and for their kind presence here today and giving some time for us. And a special thanks to Mr. Kang Ho-il, our guest of honor, the Ambassador of Republic of Korea, and our Korean friends, Professor Dr. Moon and Professor Dr. Kurian, who come here in Bangladesh to share their knowledge with us. And thank you very much, you all. And you know, this conference, the Bangladesh-Korea Conference on Deceased Donor Organ Transplantation, this program has been organized by the Society of Organ Transplantation, Bangladesh Kidney Foundation, and the Korea University of Annam Hospital, collaborated with the Vitalink Korea and the Korean Society of Transplantation. I would like to give special thanks to Vitalink and the Korean Society of Transplantation for the help to arrange this program. And especially, I would like to give thanks to our Scientifice partner, Radiant Pharmaceuticals, here to arrange this program. So at last, I would like to thank you again for your kind presence to make this program successful. Thank you very much. We would like to start our scientific seminar within a very short period. Please keep patience. Take care. চশমা খাপ কোনটা দেখেন তো এটা কোনটা প্রেজেন্টেশনগুলোর মধ্যে রাখছেন না এটা আমার হচ্ছে এটা আচ্ছা না এটা পরে বলি আলোচনা করবেন হ্যাঁ স্যার আসলে আমরা শুরু করি So dear audience, we would like to start our first session of this scientific seminar today. The first session will have 3 lectures, and this session will be chaired by Professor Dr. Ehtishamul Haq sir and Dr. Muhammad Nabiul Hussain Rana sir. I would like to request the chairpersons to come to the stage and to just take their respective seats and please conduct this session.
Good morning. Welcome to the first scientific session. I would like to invite the first speaker, Dr. A.S.M. Tani Manwar, who will be speaking about the practical barriers in the process of disease donor kidney transplantation. Dr. Tani Manwar.
So thank you very much, sir. Honorable guests, respected teachers and dear colleagues, Assalamu alaikum. I am Dr. Tani Manwar, Assistant Professor, Department of Nephrology, Dhaka Medical College Hospital. I am welcoming all to my today's presentation. And today my presentation is the practical barriers in the process of cadaveric transplantation in perspective of Bangladesh. Organ transplantation is considered as the treatment of choice in case of life-threatening organ failure. Kidney transplantation regarded as the preferred therapy for the ESRD population relative to maintenance dialysis and compared with long-term dialysis. But where are we? In Bangladesh, around 2 million people currently suffer from some kind of kidney disease, among which 80,000 require dialysis, yet only about 30,000 of them are able to receive dialysis due to financial constraints. The annual demand for the kidney transplantation is estimated to be 5,000, but on average, only around 120 people can manage kidneys from their relatives to undergo transplant. Here, the history of the renal transplantation in Bangladesh. The first kidney transplant performed in October 1982. From 1982 to 86, only 6 patients were transplanted. From 1982 to 2003, only 1 center was there. From 2004 to 2016, there are 10 centers, of them 4 are active now. Number of transplantation from 1988 to 2018 is 1,978. So what is the current situation of the ESRD care in Bangladesh? Total number of the patients with the kidney failure per year is 40,000. In 2018, about 10,421 new patients were on renal replacement therapy. Of them, 10,000 on hemodialysis, 234 on CAPD, and 187 transplanted. So more than 80% had no access to dialysis or transplant because of the lack of facilities. So hopefully the cadaveric renal transplantation may be the only way to meet this huge demand. So what about the situation of cadaveric transplantation in different countries? Cadaveric renal transplantation comprises 10% of the total kidney transplantation in Asia. In India, about 2,500 to 3,000 cases of renal transplantation are performed in each year, of which only 2% are provided from the deceased donors. In Korea, this ratio is 5%. In Middle East countries, 15% of the total kidney transplantation are constituted from the cadaveric renal transplantation. Developed countries comprises the highest rates of cadaveric transplant. Cadaveric kidney donation rate in the US, England, Australia, and Spain are 26.5, 25, 23.1, and 49.2% respectively. But what about the cadaveric transplantation in Bangladesh? While in Asia, many countries have been performing cadaveric renal transplantation successfully, in Bangladesh, we could not have started it yet. And until today, there is no deceased donor organ transplantation performed in Bangladesh. So we tried to just find out the reasons and obstacles why we could not start it yet, and we found some barriers, and we can discuss it under some three major headlines. Number one is the clinical barriers, number two, administrative barriers, and number three is the patient-related barriers. The first clinical barriers is the problem regarding the concept of the brain death and the lack of brain death donor management protocol. As all we know, a potential organ donor is defined by the presence of either brain death or a catastrophic and irreversible brain injury that leads to fulfilling the brain death criteria. Brain death is defined as the irreversible loss of all brain functions, including the brainstem. Although the knowledge surrounding legal terminologies and information about the organ donation is higher among medical professionals than general people, however, medical professionals still lack sufficient knowledge about the organ donation, the concept of brain death, and the criteria and legal aspects of organ donation. A survey was done in 2019 to assess levels of knowledge and attitude towards the organ donation among the doctors, nurses, medical students, patients, and their relatives at Dhaka Medical College Hospital. It was a cross-section study from March to May 2019. Altogether, 500 participants were there. 100 were doctors, 100 nurses, 100 fifth-year medical students, 100 patients, and their relatives. And we found that only 55% doctors, 18% nurses, and 30% medical students had the idea about the criteria need to be fulfilled to diagnose and declare the brain death. So it is clearly indicated that even the medical professionals and students, we still have the lack of knowledge about the concept of the brain death. So interestingly, a roundtable discussion was held on 19th January 2020 at BSMMU on declaration of the brain death in deceased donor transplantation, and the brainstem death has been accepted as death by the roundtable discussion by all the delegates, participants, and experts of the roundtable discussion. It has been decided that WHO guideline will be followed for declaration of the brain death, which is supported by the current legislation of Organ Transplantation Act in Bangladesh. The second clinical barrier is the lack of brain death donor management protocol. Early identification of a potential donor is crucial in starting early medical management for successful organ transplantation, but there is no proper guidelines on the identification and the management of potential donors currently in Bangladesh. The second one is the administrative barriers. There is lack of infrastructure and workforce, and the lack of government initiative. You know, in Bangladesh, it is difficult to start cadaveric renal transplant because of inferior infrastructure and an insufficient trained workforce. Like, there is lack of any national organ procurement organization, limited number of transplant centers, lack of properly equipped ICU setup, lack of prompt investigation facilities, lack of trained workforce like well-trained doctors, nurses, technicians, and staffs. So there is some lack of government initiatives as well. In contrast to developed countries, Bangladesh do not have any organized cadaveric transplantation program. Although government recently has settled laws for transplant, proper initiative for cadaveric transplant has not been taken yet. So at last, we found that there are some patient-related barriers. There are lack of awareness and negative attitude towards organ donation. There are some false social and cultural belief, and there are some religious barriers as well. So we found that the major barrier is the lack of awareness and the negative attitude towards the organ donation. So here is a study to see the awareness about organ donation among the rural population in Bangladesh. Only 220 people were surveyed in a village called Jakulia within 6 months duration, and it was found that 61% population know about the organ donation. Only 14% like to donate during their life, and 25% agreed to donate after their death. There's another study was done in the ICU in a tertiary care hospital to assess the awareness about the deceased organ donation. Total number of patients studied 356 in between November 2007 to December 2008. Suitable donor 82. Number of family approached 77. And number of family given consent was 24.7%. Causes of refusal to death, the religious bar was identified 62.7% cases, lack of awareness was 25% cases, and familial reasons 12% cases. The last study in Dhaka Medical College, which held on 2019, here interestingly we found that 20 to 30% of the total participants, including the doctors, nurses, medical students, patients, and their attendants, only between 20 to 30% patients agreed for the organ donation. And their causes of refusal was the 80%, that is 80 participants, that is 16% believed that their family would be upset if they knew that they had donated organs. 8.6% wished their bodies to be buried as a whole, and 63%, that is 12.6%, reported that it was against their religion. Actually, there is some social and cultural belief that dead bodies should be buried whole, and people concerned about being cut up after death in cadaveric donation, and in some culture, people don't like the idea of one's kidneys being inside another person. Of the organ donation and the concept of the brainstem death, and to raise awareness and improve attitude towards the organ donation among the general people, lectures, campaigns, advertisements, and exhibitions should be arranged in regular intervals. Thank you very much for your patient sharing. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Anwar, for your nice presentation. Hopefully, we'll overcome the barrier gradually. Now, the speaker is Professor Kuri An. He is the Secretary of Asian Transplant. Professor Kuri, please.
Mouse is not working.
No.
Okay. And I would like to this mouse.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. I would like to talk about how to increase public awareness, because it seems very important for your society, as Dr. Tanim has been presented. Currently, everybody knows if we have one deceased donor, we can save the lives of 8 people or 9 people. And many of us now here understand sharing of life can be happen by sharing their organ when they fall into brain death. And you sometimes see this kind of, photos which shows one father is listening the heartbeat of his deceased son in other person's heart. And this mother is hearing her husband's lung sound from other person's chest. So life sharing is very possible. But usually when you have your family get a sudden stroke and go to the emergency unit and you see their heart is still beating, then the doctor says brain death, then they're going to hesitate to donate. And sometimes you may have your family members get the traffic accident and go to the emergency unit. And as you see here, they really look like sleeping. And when doctor told you that this person has fallen into brain death, it will be very complicated to make a decision for donation. I think all of us know the brain death, like here, is different from a vegetative state, which can survive later. So whole brain death is a real death, even though we are aware of it. In Korea, lots of Korean drama with the handsome-looking Korean person, movie stars, survive from brain death in the movie, so they think they can survive. So if someone falls into brain death, it's not the brain death. She doesn't have any respirator, but usually a grandma from countryside come and stop us to talk about brain death because they believe their family member can survive. So in Korea, more than 90% has been heard about brain death, but lots of them think they can still survive. They're confused with vegetative state, so they refuse to donate when brain death happens. So educating the community about brain death is not a simple task. The society should understand the value of life sharing, as well as they have to have the because the family member can easily reject for donation. So for the successful organ transplantation, as you see here, you have to have the good legislation, and you have to have operational requirements like a healthcare infrastructure and organ procurement organization. Also, you also have a very good public education system. There have been two modalities to establish the organ donation education structure. One is the Spain model. This is driven by the government. The other one is we are, like us, activate the NGO so that they can activate disease organ donation. This government-driven system is very systematic and reliable, but sometimes it gets very slow and easily fall into mannerism. But if you activate the private organ donation program, then it's self-starting, so it has lots of promptness. So, like United States, Korea, medical doctors in Transplantation Society made our own NGO to educate the public, so we call it VitalLink, as you see here. And we made this NGO so that we can educate other religious NGOs with good ethical standard, like Buddhist, Catholic, and others. to make it work, we had a workshop, and then we set up an order of priority, which team we should educate first. Then we set up health professional and family members of donors and school and the general public. In this order, we made a program and we developed a teaching aid, and then we set up the coordination and we evaluate the program every year and make a new planning. So previously we had event-oriented public awareness program, but we changed it to public education. We used to educate individuals, but we move it to the family, and we don't say promotion, we just say changing the culture to get efficient environment for life sharing. So we changed our concept from public relation to education, and I presented before medical staffs, donor families, students, and social leaders were in order for our target. Medical professionals, including medical students, were very important because in general population, only 1% fall into brain death, but in ICU, in patient with the respirator, 55% usually fall into a brain death, and among those, 20% can donate their organs, become a suitable brain death donor. So, but when we evaluate, we did the study, only 15% of ICU and neurosurgery doctors are willing team made an evaluation team to visit each hospital and do the medical review, and if they didn't report properly, they reinforced the education program. So probably you made organ donation coordinator team in some kind of OPO of your city, and we made a nationwide organ procurement organization. The second target will be the donor family. Unfortunately, you don't have one. But as Professor Tanin presented, in Korea, most of the rejection comes from the family. Lots of family members think they are to fall into, vegetative status. So, how can we get the family understand better? That is, so far, we have been using organ donation coordinators, but the best person to persuade the family is the donor families. So, many countries are using the donor families group to support for education for other donor families because they are in the same ship, so that they can make them understand better. Now they are making a club for a senior club, and we generate a program to support them to come out of their grief. So they make a nice community for organ donation, and they can join with you to persuade the families and show the value of life sharing. And the third party that you will concentrate is the students. Lots of data showed the positive turn of their attitude after getting education, proper education at the campaign. Not only that, if you educate the student, it has a huge impact to the society through parents and through culture, sometimes religious concept, and also teaching. Some countries are using, primary school education system like action. Middle school they use some kind of, explaining anatomy together. But Korea decided to introduce this education program for high school students, because in Korea after graduating high school they usually get driver's license, and we can add driver's license program can also introduce once more what this is organ sharing. So we made up, we just built our team with the school teachers, and we made a program for life sharing for high school, and we made a book for teachers, and we just finished, first line education pilot studies, and then to improve the social quality of life. Also, lots of students presented their feelings about life sharing. So second thing, you may need NGO like Vitalink who can promote other NGOs as well as start education program. That was quite successful for us. How to educate the community leaders is a big challenge. As you know, the religious leaders are important, and the community leaders are also important, and I don't know that person is very important or not. Anyway, you have to communicate with your leaders. In media and the previous donor family and the donor card holders, as Dr. Tang mentioned, the religious leaders' attitude is very, very important. Even though they agree superficially, but you have to understand their heart about the feeling. So to do so, we made a network. Under the base of Vital League, we made a network so that we can invite all kind of leadership so that we can work together. So we have a Buddhist and Catholic and others. And run the campaign together to promote the life sharing idea. And this team can go to the Congress and explain the importance of life sharing. And because the Congressperson is a vote, so we use the religious leaders to invite the Congressperson to this workshop. And also, this team goes to many hospitals and many places to do the donation campaign. Sometimes music concert. And one of the very nice things is we can open a transplantation game and we tape it and send it to the media. Then people can see how the second life can be after transplantation. They can do lots of difficult sports. So hopefully Bangladesh, Korea transplantation game can happen in future. And now the World Transplantation Game is another category that you can use. With all of those efforts, Korean government start to show interest to make organ donation week so that all of us can work together. In USA, they have a very nice program like Rose Parade and also beautiful, week so that people can appreciate the value of life. And some countries already have this kind of memorial hall that we are building right now because we changed the law. So probably to make good education for our people, you may need a nursing team or organ donation coordinators based on organ procurement organization. And you have to build up some life sharing education program. And in Korea, no one was interested in it. So our Korean Society of Transplantation developed this program and we made a nice networking. We could coordinate with other NGOs so that we can work together. After that, the government started to show lots of interest. It's 10 years of communication, and they developed a policy to make life sharing week and lots of other issues. We call this as a hope of seed. Teaching is very important, and we have to develop, upgrade it every time, because in Myanmar everybody is watching hands up. So developing media, YouTube ideas is very important. Sometimes I hope Dr. Harun should present yourself for the TV to explain it. And you also have to monitor how many people really hold this hold the donor card for their determination. Everything needs cooperation and understanding of the others. That's how our Vital League has been working in many fields with many experts in this field. And I would like to thank Bangladeshi Society to to make it possible. So start all kind of organ donation program. Even I know it's not easy. And the last year we visited several hospitals of yours, and we thought great potential for life sharing. Thank you very much for this opportunity.
Thank you very much, Professor Purihan, for his very encouraging talks on how to increase the awareness of assist organ donation. The question answer, I think there will be many questions, but it will be the last part. So may I request the next speaker, Professor Muhammad Muzaffar Hussain. He will be talking on declaration of the brain day. Professor Muzaffar Hussain. Professor Hussain is absent, and on his behalf, Dr. Tariq, Soyad Tariq Rizal, he will be talking about the same declaration of the brain day. The Assistant Professor of Critical Care Medicine, Department of Pediatrician and Research of Dhaka Medical College.
Thank you very much. Dear audience, Assalamu alaikum. My professor, Professor Muzaffar Hussain, he is now a little bit busy because it is the time for examinations. So he is involved in the post-graduation examinations. So on behalf of my professor, Dr. Soyad Tariq Rizal, Assistant Professor, Critical Care Medicine, Dhaka Medical College Hospital, will present to this topic, the declaration of brain death. My two previous speakers elaborately discussed that two important things, how to make a successful program by kidney transplant or organ transplant by brain death patients. And for this reason, the declaration of brain death is very much important because this is the main source of organ for transplant in the near future. So the most important thing is what is there. So it is from the beginning of our student life, our teacher described what is there. That is the irreversible stoppage of all the vital functions, and we all know that this is the death. And I think even now, most of the medical students know what is death. He or she will tell that a complete and irreversible stoppage of circulation, respiration, brain function is called death. But this is not true. Professor Harun Rashid sir previously told that the WHO declared that brain death is death. So we should know the difference between the death and brain death. And due to the use of mechanical ventilation, this term comes in front of us, that is brain death. So what is brain death? It is the irreversible loss of function of brain, including the brain stem. And it may be a total absence of all cortical function or brain stem function, or maybe only the brain stem function. That is the brain death can be declared by two ways. And we must aware that some spinal reflexes may remain. There are some conditions that can limit brain death. These are the coma, persistent vegetative state, and lock-in syndrome. So one of the causes of brain death, definitely the lack of oxygen in the brain, that is the cerebral anosmia, is the main cause of brain death. And it may occur in different situations like stroke, intracerebral hemorrhage, or cerebral trauma. And what's happened when the brain becomes injured? The neural injury causes the neural swelling. And we know that brain is within a rigid structure, that is skull, and so the intracranial pressure increases. And terms causes the decreased intracranial blood flow. Due to lack of blood flow, brain tissue compromise and the brain become dead. The criteria of the serious determination of brain death, definitely there must be an irreversible coma, absence of cortical functions, brainstem functions, and not the least the apnea. The irreversible coma must be ruled out. So the etiology and the cause of this trauma we must know, and we should exclude hypothermia, muscle relaxant, shock, and other cause of reversible coma. This should be ruled out. Then we can examine the pain. We should know that in case of brain dead patient, there may be some spinal reflexes. So patient can move, but this may occur in brain dead patient. Then pupil size is not important because pupil may be constricted, may be dilated, but the important thing is the reflex, that is the pupillary reaction, whether the pupil responds with light or not. There are some conditions where the pupil may be constricted, may be dilated, but these are the pathological conditions that may hamper our diagnosis of brain death, but we should keep in mind. Then some eye movement. There is two important eye movement. Number one is the oculocephalic reflexes, and another is the oculovestibular reflexes or Calvin test. And in oculocephalic reflexes, we turn the head 90 degrees on both sides, and in normal cases there is deviation of the eyes to the opposite side of head turning. But in brain dead patient, it lost. So it is the graphical picture representation of oculocephalic reflexes and Calvin test. And in case of Calvin tests, we irrigate some ice cold water in the tympanic membrane, and we should see the response, that is the deviation of the eye or the nystagma. Another important test is the corneal reflexes, and we are very much familiar about these reflexes. It's very easy and it is very important in the declaration of brain dead patient. Then gag reflexes, cough reflexes. Gag reflexes is little bit hard in case of intubated patient because we already put a tube within the mouth. So, cough reflexes we can introduce a catheter within the endotracheal tube and easily perform the cough reflexes in this patient. And then when all the brainstem reflexes are absent, then we can perform the apnea test. And apnea test definitely there is some prerequisite, and if all the prerequisites are met, as I previously mentioned, then we pre-oxygenate this patient in 100% oxygen, and then put a nasal put the oxygen through a nasal cannula up to the carina, and disconnect the patient from the mechanical ventilator, and then we see whether there is any respiratory movement or not, and we can do the serial ABT to see the partial pressure of carbon dioxide. When the partial pressure of carbon dioxide rises at a certain limit, then and in that case there is no respiratory movement, that we can declare that the apnea test is positive. But we should keep in mind that in that case patient saturation may fall, so we should keep an eye on the monitor so that the saturation, whether it is more than 90% saturation or not, and also see the blood pressure and also the ECG for any arrhythmia. So when we found that the ECO2 is above 60 mm mercury or increases 20% from the baseline, we can diagnose that this patient, the apnea test is positive, and in that case, if the apnea is positive, then we can do some laboratory tests. There are some laboratory tests that can conclude the brain death of this patient, that is CT angiogram, limbal angiogram, and these are the study. Brain death declaration very much important. Our previous speaker already told that a lot of organs can be transplanted by the brain death patient. Not only the kidney, also the liver, heart, lungs, pancreas, and also some tissues. And the previous speaker already told that in developed country and also in our neighbor country, lots of patients are loss of transplant occur by the brain donor. And in our neighbor country, not only the kidney, also heart and lungs are transplanted each year and with great success. In our country, we have a law, and in 1999, the first law, the amendment was passed, and in 1999, the first law was passed, and then 2018, the Transplantation of Human Organ Amendment Bill 2018 passed. And this law clearly define what is brain death and how we can make we can declare the brain death. And in that case, there must be a brain death declaration committee, and at least 3 members from the following discipline. These are the anesthesiology, medicine, neurology, and critical care medicine, and they must be associate professor or professor. These are the prerequisites we already discussed about it, and also incorporated in our Transplantation of Human Organ Bill. And if all the prerequisites are met, then we do the brainstem reflex test. If these above mentioned brainstem reflexes are absent, then we can declare the patient brain dead either by the apnea test or EEG or cerebral angiogram. In our country, we perform the apnea test to declare the brain death of this patient. But in case of children, and in that case, an EEG is mandatory according to law. The Act also declared the close relation, also some how we perform this brain death and also organ transplantation. And so, in our hospital, the Dhaka Medical College Hospital, it is the largest hospital in the country and also the largest ICU in our country. And in our hospital, we have an official brain death declaration committee, and this committee is headed by the 3 departments: anesthesiology, medicine, and neuromedicine. And when this is the official order of brain death declaration committee of Dhaka Medical College Hospital, and in the intensive care unit, when the ICU consultant found a patient or suspected patient a brain death, then they do the routine examination including brainstem reflexes and ensure that all the prerequisites of brain deaths are adequately met. Then we call the brain death committee through our director and head of the department, and a 3-member committee is arranged immediately to examine this patient. When all the examiner of this brain death committee separately convinced that this patient has all the brainstem reflexes are absent and apnea tested positive, then they declare that this patient is brain dead. A checklist is used to ensure to fulfill all the criteria of brain death according to the law. And also apnea test is done in front of all the examiner. Then finally, the brain death committee declared the brain death to the relative of this patient. So from 1st January 2019, we officially declared the brain death from Dhaka Medical College Hospital, and now we regularly declare the brain death through our brain death committee, and this is the first brain death declaration done by the 3 professors, Professor Muzaffar Hussain, Professor India, and Professor Ahmed Hussain Chaudhary. And this is the first brain death card of our patient, and this is the picture how we perform the apnea test and declare the brain death of this patient. Thank you.
So we are not going to give any feedback. So morning snacks will be distributed in your state. Please keep in your state. Thanks, sir. Please continue. Thank you.
So please, the learned audience, you can ask. There are 3 speakers, questions, and they will give you answers.
Any question to the first speaker, Dr. Tanin Anwar? Any question to the second speaker, Professor Uri An? Any question? Professor Anwar.
It appears from the lecture that awareness is very, very important to start disease transplantation. So what do you think about this? Is the religious is the main problem, or it is the awareness of the commitment and the brain death declaration is the main problem?
First of all, the first person we should target as the intensivist and the neurosurgeon and emergency doctors. So to persuade them, we made a law. So obligatory reporting system. And as we declared the law, they were very upset. They don't work together about this. So we have to spend lots of time to educate medical personnel. And then the second, we move it to the students. And the students' education was very important. We started with the medical students first. And then we moved to the society. And the society, we found that the religious leaders were very important. Korea, we have a Confucianism on the backbone. And they don't want to, destroy a dead body, and they respect the dead body so much. So we have to understand most of the religious leaders say, oh, it's very nice to share, but in their deep thinking, they might reject to do it. So you have to discuss a lot with the religious leaders in person or some group. Or invite to the lecture so that you can understand the real vision. Superficially they say everything is so nice, but it's not true.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other question? Any question to the third speaker, Dr. Sai Reza? If there is no question, I would like to conclude this session. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Dear audience, thank you very much for your precious waiting. Now we would like to start our second session of the Scientific Center today. So this session will be chaired by Professor Dr. Jamal Islam Amir, Professor Dr. Shoaibul Islam Salim, Professor Mohammad Niyamuddin Chaudhary, and Professor Brigadier General Professor Retired Professor Mohammad Mustafa sir. So I would like to request our chairperson to come to the dais and take the seats. In this session, we will have 4 lectures. The first one will be given by Dr. Scientifice about the current management of active rejection of the kidney transplantation. And our special guest, Professor Dr. Moon from Korea, will give 3 lectures. The first one will be the personal experience of the kidney transplantation. The second one is the organ recovery from the deceased donor. Then it will show us a movie. I think it will be interesting. And the last one is an introduction of the arteriovenous fistula management and his experience. So now I would like to request our chairpersons to conduct the session.
Good morning, everybody. I would like to invite Professor Dr. Scientifice to deliver on the current management of acute rejection and kidney transplantation. And request everybody to be within time. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Honorable Scientifice, respected audience, Assalamu alaikum. I am Dr. Scientifice presenting my topic, recent management of acute rejection in kidney transplantation. How do we reject a transplant graft? Recognize it as a foreign, any protein that looks from our own can elicit an immune response. And as you know, HLA molecule is very highly polymorphic, and ABO, blood group, antigen, and other proteins are much more highly conserved. So in effect, we found cellular rejection and antibody-mediated rejection. Purpose of this complementary testing, optimize the graft survival. We try to avoid acute and chronic transplant rejection and determine the likelihood of a receiving compatible transplant and determine the immunologic risk of a donor and recipient pair, and in decision making, standardization, induction and maintenance protocol, and aiding diagnosis of an antibody-mediated rejection and determination of treatment efficacy. We know there are 4 groups of blood typing, and in plasma there are in group A anti-B antibodies, and group B anti-A, and group AB none, and group O both anti-A and AB. So why we do measure histocompatibility complex, or what we learn about from that, because mesohistoid complex has cluster of genes and found in all neurons, and it produces a major role in different cells or non-self antigen. And it's active antigen presenting structure, and it's found in chromosome 6. And humans will express 3 types of mesohistoid complex, class 1 and class 2, and it's expressed in all nucleated cells, and major function is to process the antigen to the T cell, and the number of T cell antigen is estimated to be billion, and each of these may potentially peptide a different peptide antigen. So we do 2 types, HLA tissue typing, and now we do by DNA testing using PCR method. And also have minor histocompatibility antigen, and due to normal protein that can be polymorphic and processed and present non-cell-based histocompatibility complex. And a recipient can reject a graft matched at all major histocompatibility loci. A recipient can reject a graft. So what is clinical significance? 12 HLA antigen, but classically we mainly talk about 6 HLA antigen, and perfect match siblings still differ in their minor histocompatibility antigen. So only identical twins do not need immunosuppressive drug, and our current immunosuppressive therapies are not antigen specific. And this HLA molecular structure, what we say antigen region, part of which can elicit an immune response if you look, and epitope is the region where antibody can bind, and serologic equivalent is called HLA molecule that appear the same, and HLA antigen that share same epitopes is called cross-reactive epitope group. And in case of HLA matching, phenotypically and genotypically identical share same HLA alleles, as each individual one haplotype from their parents. And mismatch is an HLA antigen found on the cell of the donor but not in the recipient. And 6 antigen match is called geo match, geo mismatch. So what is the clinical implication of HLA matching? The greater the disparity between the donor and the recipient, the more foreign the allograft appears, and higher likelihood of developing an immune response. And there are several studies done in the world. They have found degree of mismatch had greatest impact on graft survival, and rare mismatch have greatest impact on long-term graft survival, and maybe repeat mismatch increase the risk of rejection, but it may differ in different studies. And screening for anti-HLA antibodies, we have to look in candidate evaluation, we have to do DSA assessment, cross-match testing, and decision to transplant immunosuppressive treatment, and we have to monitor DSA level also. And 30% of patients on US wait list for a kidney transplant have 1 or more anti-HLA antibodies, that is, they are sensitized. And sensitization occurs mainly from sputum, pregnancy, and prior transplant. And high risk of AMR and graft loss in the presence of antibody that is against an HLA antigen expressed by donor. And sometimes it's unacceptable antigen. And provide estimation of likelihood of transplantation, that is CPRA calculated PRA. And this is a simple test, the beginning of adaptive innate immunity, stem cell, myeloid stem cell, and from RBC, platelet, myeloblast, and monocyte, and the other hand is a thymus, bone marrow, natural killer cell, and plasma cell. and how T-cell developed in the thymus, and T-cell acquired their T-cell receptor in the thymus, and T-cell clone with similar T-cell receptor for one specific antigen, and T-cell clone recognize self-antigen get eliminated in the thymus. So how allograft rejection is occurred? First, recognition of the alloantigen. It's due to ischemia, perfusion, major histocompatibility complex, and T-cell receptor. Then T-cell activation, and third, activation of the effector mechanism, that is cytotoxic T-cell, B-cell, and innate immunity. And finally, the resolution of the immune system that will occur memory function, memory formation, sensitization, and regulatory mechanism. And that is the first one step, recognition of the antigen, a receptor on the T cell that recognized the antigen presented by donor antigen presenting cell. And T cell receptor can directly recognize the HLA molecule. How ischemia and antigen presentation occur. Ischemia induces endothelial and renal tubular epithelial cell injury and increased production of chemokine, cytokine, and oxygen free radical, and activates antigen presenting cell and increases major histochondrial complex molecule expression. So need for induction therapy in transplantation to prevent the rejection, because ischemia increases immunogenicity and higher frequency of T cell capable of infiltrating directly with allo-major histocompatible molecule. And choice of induction therapy depends on how long the ischemic time occurs. The same mechanism I have already described. And second step, T cell, how T cell activation occurs. After an injury, kidney response to the injury, antigen presenting cell move to the lymphoid organ, and antigen presenting trigger T cell to the secondary lymphoid organ. And recirculation occurs, and anchor T cell help make antibody and effector T cell home to inflamed sites, that is CD4 and CD8, and tubulitis, arthritis, and interstitial infiltrates occurs. And the three effector mechanisms in a single slide, the direct pathway, alloantigen presentation, CD8, cytotoxic T cell, and cellular rejection occur. And on the other hand, allogenic antigen-presenting cell, T helper cell, of cytokines and B cell activate and antibody-mediated rejection occurs. And on the other hand, macrophages present the cell and react-type hypersensitivity reaction occurs and transplant apoptosis is done. How T cell mediate the active rejection? T cell transport into the allograft after activation in the lymphoid organ, and T cell invading the tubule causing T cell mediated rejection. And presentation often may vary, may be asymptomatic, and can be present with anemia. And the serum creatinine may rise more than 0.4. In protocol biopsy, we will found T cell mediated rejection. And there are two purposes of antibody mediated rejection. Antibody can alone with complement mediated, that is C5a, C3, and C4d deposition, and also by cell mediated. How acute B cell mediated rejection occurs. Donor antibodies such as those directed at major history complex can trigger antibody mediated rejection. It may be with C4d positive and BSA positive, and it may also occur with C4d positive and BSA negative. Some antigen may be expressed in the endothelial cell and not on the lymphocyte, which are typically used for the test, and graft can sometimes absorb huge amount of antibodies from the blood, so antibody may be negative. And in case of C4d negative, negative staining result from non-complementary zinc antibodies and low reactivity antibodies. And what about acutization? It's 15 to 20% occurs in the first year in the transplantation and 75 in the first 3 months. And who are higher risk? Anti-ABO incompatible transplant, increased number of HLA mismatch, younger recipient and older age, high PRA more than 0%, presence of DSA, blood group incompleteness, delayed onset of drug function, and poor ischemia time greater than 24 hours, and that rejection occur after 3 months are associated with a poor prognosis. What else about the histology in case of acute PCL-mediated rejection? There is in type 1A significant interstitial inflammation, that is more than 25% of parenchyma are affected, and moderate tubulitis, that is more than 4 cells per section. And significant interstitial inflammation, more than 25% of parenchyma are affected. And type 2A mild to moderate arthritis, type 2B severe arthritis, that means more than 25% of luminal area, and transmural arthritis or arterial to renoid adhesion and necrosis, that is completely offload the luminal area. So what's the treatment strategy in this case? We may prescribe methyl-prednisolone 3 to 5 milligrams per kg, maximum 500 for 3 days. If no improvement, we may repeat the biopsy and we may increase the dose. And in case of severe cellular rejection, that is grade 2A or higher, we may prescribe thymoglobulin in dose 1.5 milligrams per kg for 3 days, or alemtuzumab we may also use. And post-treatment, acute antibody-mediated rejection. The central feature is endothelial injury within the microvasculature, and risk factor for antibody rejection is elevated PRA, prior transplant, historically positive cross-match, female sex, no correlation with HLA mass, prolonged ischemia time. And how we can diagnose the antibody-mediated rejection. In histology, again, like histology with minimal inflammation and capillary glomerulitis or thrombosis and arterial transmural inflammation. And immunopathology, C4 deposition of the peritubular capillaries can be diffuse or focal, and serologic evidence of donor HLA antibody and donor endothelial antigen. And what is incidence and prognosis of antibody-mediated rejection? It's 3 to 10% of all transplant that have dysfunction after rejection, and it's estimated that 30% rejection have antibody component, and antibody-mediated rejection has always a poor prognosis. And in one study, 50% gap survival with C40 positive with an 4-year, and with C40 negative in 8-year survival of 50% gap. And what is the treatment? Plasmapheresis and IG, and second line treatment is plasmapheresis, IgIg, rituximab and bortezomib will be also prescribed, and third line is anti-complement inhibitor. Initial dose is 200 milligrams. And induction, because shortage of time, I don't want to say. Induction is just to prevent the acute rejection, and this is in short the description of treatment of acute antibody rejection. And the next slide. We may use IG, it's dose, low dose. After if we use plasmapheresis, we have to use low dose, it's 10 to 100 grams, and high dose intake without plasmapheresis. Major mechanism of action is utilize the circulating of antibodies and promotes down regulation of antibody expression production, and what are the adverse events, infusion-related reaction, and sometimes mental state change and renal dysfunction also may occur. And rituximab will be used 375 milligrams per kg body weight, It's acts through anti-CD20 monoclonal antibody that induces B-cell destruction through complement-dependent cytotoxicity and adverse infection-related infection and myelosuppression may occur. We will also use bortezomib. It's 1.3 mg per meter square, day 1, 4, 7 and 10. It's acts through proteasome inhibitor that induces cell cycle arrest and apoptosis of plasma cells. In that case also myelosuppression may occur, and infliximab will be also the complement inhibitor that inhibit the C5 to C5a and C5b that prevent the major attacking complex. And these are the two studies how the graft rejection affect the prognosis of the patient. In using product, you see the graft in the without rejection and with rejection, the upper is without rejection, the lower is with rejection. And also in case of disease donor, how they are defined, and statistically it's also significantly different. So we have to make plan to prevent the rejection. So Mr. Chairman, I'd like to conclude my session. That is despite some major newer option for induction, that is alemtuzumab and maintenance therapy. There have been little improvement in short and long term outcome in renal transplantation last 5 and 10 years. So we need more available immunosuppressive therapy, and it has to be individualized to prevent that acute rejection. Thank you very much.
I would like to invite Professor Cheung John for the presentation. What is the optimal dose of tacrolimus after kidney transplantation? Professor Jack. Organ recovery from deceased donor, a short movie on organ recovery and introduction of ABM management and his experience. Thank you.
Assalamualaikum. Assalamualaikum, right? My name is Moon. I'm Nasser Moon. From Catholic University of South Korea. Since my graduation from the medical school in 1979, I was engaged in the Catholic Medical Center for 40 years. During the 3 years that I had to do for my country army duty, 37 years I served in my university hospital. So this is my great pleasure to have a chance to share my experience with you. I'm a transplant surgeon and also I'm a vascular surgeon too. What is your mission? Saving your kidney over our patient. For the renal replacement therapy, you have 3 options. Which one is the number one? Everybody knows, agree, kidney transplantation is the number one choice for the lifelong and better quality of life. Everybody knows. In Korea, about 5 years ago, patient number who require for the renal replacement therapy in a year, you can see here, around 10,000 cases on the hemodialysis a year, and 2,000 cases maybe on the kidney transplantation, and only less than 500 cases maybe around 800 cases is a peritoneal dialysis in a year. This is what you can see here. This is hemodialysis patient about 10 years after the hemodialysis. It's earlier eye operation money after the transplantation. This is beautiful. This is what the surgeons are doing. When you look at the kidney transplantation number, in 82 kidney transplantation centers in Korea, around 2,300 cases for these days. Among them, 900 cases are deceased donor cases. That means 400 brain death donor a year. You have 2 kidneys, so 1,000 cases of kidney transplantation a year. That means 500 brain death donor. Everybody knows what the basic technique for the transplantation, arterial anastomosis and vein anastomosis, and then ureter anastomosis. What's the most important thing? Is collaboration. Surgeon, nephrologist, urology surgeon, lab doctors, and nurses, coordinators, all together make one mind to make the kidney transplant successful. In the year of 1969, the very first kidney transplantations in Korea was performed by my senior professor, Y.K. Lee, who passed away about 3 years ago, and in my university hospital, Catholic University Hospital. And this is picture was taken on 1,000 cases of kidney transplantation in the year of 1996. At that time, I was the first assistant there. And 2011, we did 2,000 kidney transplantations. This is, at the time I was CT operator there. And in the year of 2015, we did 2,500 cases of kidney transplantation. I'm the operator there too. And last year of 2018, the 3,000 cases of transplantation was performed in my university hospital. When you look at these kidney transplantation numbers, 3,000 cases, we have 20 cases of third kidney transplantations. When you look at the graft patients, patient survival, since after the year of 2010, 1 year patient survival is almost 95%, and 5 years after patient survival over 92%. And also, you can see here, graft survival is over 90% in the 5-year graft survival. And everybody knows kidneys are from living donor, and some kidneys are brain death donor, and also from circulatory death donor. So one brain death donor can give at least 9 organs, kidney, 2, liver, sometimes split liver, left and right, intestine, pancreas, heart, lung, too many. Since the year of 2000, all the leading donor kidney transplantation, donor nephrectomy is 100% laparoscopic donor nephrectomy. No open nephrectomy anymore since the year of 2000. So after the flushing. And then next one is anastomosis for the vein and artery, and then ureter, as you do in Bangladesh now. I have some kind of interesting cases. It's a minimal skin incision for the transplantation. That means bikini incision for a young lady, not this much sized lady, very difficult to it. But a slender university, college girl or something like that, high school girl, we can do it. Just make a, some below the panty line, make an incision here, and then make a vein and arterial anastomosis. You can see here at the final picture. She is very happy about that. No more scars in the belly. And in some kind of transplantation procedure, we can find unexpected situations, such like a hospital during the process for the brain death. Sometimes the patient has some cardiac arrest or something. Then we deliver the patient to the operation room, and that is the one of the cardiac standstill donor. That means warm skin time is very troublesome. And sometimes we can find the whole kidney as a donor, and embryo kidney transplantation from the small baby, and many renal arteries, at least 3 or 4 or 5 renal veins too, and double ureter cases. This is a very unique catheter, double balloon and triple balloon catheter, which is developed in Japan for the cardiac standstill donor for the rapid cooling procedure. I have 3 cases of that kind of cardiac death donor. The problem is, as you see here, warm skin time. So for maybe more days after the transplantation, the urine output is limited, only 300 and 400. After that, maybe 4 or 5 days later, the urine comes out. So very difficult to manage at that time, in my memory. And another one is horseshoe kidney. It's a very interesting cases. We have to divide to right and left to go to another. At the time, it's a Seoul National University team want to go there, and for my university, it's another one. So divided to right way. And embryo kidney transplantation from this small boy. You can see here. Unfortunately, we have some impact on the lower part of kidney here. And sometimes we can find many renal arteries. 3 renal arteries make 1 renal artery, and then make anastomosis. And also, double renal veins is make 1, and make some 1 lumen, and easier way to renal vein anastomosis. And especially for the right side brain death donor kidney, the transplantation, the right side renal vein is very short. So we have to elongation with the IVC, just like this one. Okay, sometimes I use some cuffs with some suffix vein, also with ovarian vein. It is very useful for elongation of the right renal vein. Just like this one, it's almost 1 cm is enough, though covered by this vein cuff. And sometimes we can find the double ureter. I made two separate ureter neocystostomy at the time. And unusual spleen with the polycystic kidney. No space for it to put the new kidneys in. So I removed the right side only. If I remove, I can remove both kidney, polycystic kidneys, but very difficult to manage after the operation because of some kind of hypertension. I think the total removal of the adrenal tissue at the polycystic kidney removal, that makes some difficulty to maintain the blood pressure. So after that, I only use one unilateral nephrectomy for the space making. And this is a third kidney transplantation. For the third kidney transplantation, you have to be prepared for a long segment of the ureter. If the too much lesion on the both sides of the iliac fossa is going just below the river or something. So it needs this much length of the ureter, so be careful. And sometimes with the living donor transplantation for the third time, you can use the old ureterostomy. And sometimes the recipient is going to be older and older for these days, and much trouble with the iliac pathology and some kind of vasculopathy, atherosclerotic change of the aorta and iliac artery, and so many troubles. So this is my cases. When you see the right common iliac artery aneurysm in the recipient, I remove the aneurysm first and replace with the graft, and then make a transplantation from the internal iliac artery. That is my brief illustration. And you can find left internal iliac artery aneurysm, almost the same as a surgeon. Maybe is one of the surgeon from far away from this whole area. I did some kind of iliac artery reconstruction. Then on the graft, I made a renal artery anastomosis. This was one of the pictures of that one. And in case of right external iliac artery stenosis, make a pad angioplasty first, and make a good flow, and then anastomosis at the same time. And for the left iliac artery occlusion, just like this one. Correct left iliac artery first, then make the transplantation. That's my idea. And I use the Y graft for one to femoral artery and one to renal artery. This is. Sometimes we can find total distal aorta occlusion patient. Sometimes we can find, especially for 50-year-old long-time diabetic patient with the ESRD, this kind of angiography you can find it. So make a iliac bypass first, and then make a transplantation. And this is kidney transplantation in autoneuralgic aneurysm patient. First, AAA excision first, and then 3 months later, I did the transplantation from the histone. So, no trouble. Good result. So far, he is good. And this is a non-heart-beating donor kidney transplantation. You know, this is whole kidneys out and left and right is almost done by myself because another university hospital never take that kind of kidney. So I have only 2 cases in one time. Okay. The problem is one scanning time, total scanning time is 7 hours. So as I mentioned before, the urine out for the first 3 or 4 days is limited in the volume. And sometimes it's another one. Patient who was ESRD with a bladder condition, a Greek operation before. So at that time, kidney transplantation. And you can find the donor renal artery aneurysm pick up the diseased renal artery aneurysm side as a donor and ex vivo correction of the aneurysm death transplant. And sometimes after transplantation of both kidney and liver, we have the kind of cases. We have about 12 cases so far. After removal of the diseased liver and kidney, make a partial liver transplantation from his son and collaborate the kidney transplantation at the same time, and the instrument is just like this one. And after the operation, some sad story. Liver seal is one of these trouble cases after the surgery. So make it open, sometimes draining, external draining, and sometimes make it open and transperitoneal draining. And for these days, with the laparoscopic penetration surgery, and this is take-home message. Try our best for reducing surgical complication, and vascular procedure should be secure and detailed, and all iliac lymphatics should be dilated, and accessory renal artery and many renal arteries, you should preserve it, and urologic complications, that is the most common complications after the kidney transplantation. Selective use of WJ ureteral catheter, and especially low floor injury avoid is very important for escape from the digital ureter ischemic condition. So technique should be very fine and secure, and prevention is much stronger than treatment. If I go back to the future in the year of 2045, 25 years later, everybody finish kidney transplantation, everybody doing every good job, kidney repair set or something like that. Some new physicians will develop that kind of new therapy that my surgical surgeon needs some job. Okay, thank you.
So we can now proceed to the next presentations. If there is any question and answer, we will reveal later on. Thank you.
keep on going, sir? Sure. Okay. My second title is Organ Recovery from Disease Donor. 2019 new coronavirus for these days. If I go back to Korea, I may be isolated for 2 weeks. How about my patient operation schedule next month? Delayed to the next month. Anyway, very good to see you here. This is my third time in Dhaka, Bangladesh. And who say Bangladesh? 7 brave officials in the year of 1971, right? Yes. I know. Sacrificing himself for Bangladesh. I take a picture under some memorial statue that was the first time here in Dhaka. I visited there with the time also. And who you saved your ESR patient? You. And your donors. Just like this one. Candle burn himself for others' life or something. Just like that one. When this donor give his organ or his life to others. So we have to respect the donor. Number one priority is respect donor. You have many colleagues in Bangladesh in transplantation to you, such like socio-economic program, money program, governmental support, laboratory benefit program, public awareness program, medical drug equipment, surgical skill, too many programs, I know. But it is impossible? No, it is, I am making it possible. Overcome the difficulties. In the year of 2017, I can find no colors in the Bangladesh area. So in the near future, in the year of 2013, make it red in the Bangladesh. You can do it. What is the most number one priority for the treatment for the ESRD? Is a kidney transplantation from living and deceased donor, brain death donor, and also cardiac death donor. Even for these years in the Western countries, and even in America and well-developed countries, the trend for the cardiac separately death donor is increasing in the number for these days. So we have to be prepared that kind of disease donor, especially for cardiac death donor. The problem is one is getting time. This is a very new status. In the last year of 2019, we had 2,300 kidney transplantations. Among them, 793 were brain death donor. That means around 400 brain death donor a year last year. And 1,500 cases of living donor kidney transplantation last year in Korea. And when we look at the deceased donor organ transplantation, around 800 cases kidney and 400 cases liver. That means 400 brain death donor a year. This student is my college university student. She gives her organ about 5-10 years ago. And also you can find a high school boy here as a donor. And also in the middle school boy, baseball player, give his organ to the others. So we respect donors, number one priority. During the past 10 years, for the organ procurement, there was no practical guidelines, no manual so far. So doctors from the liver team and kidney team and intestine teams come together and doing their own job. No specialized guidelines so far, as far as I know. And lack of the full discussion between teams. They do their own organ procurement. That's it. And impolite manner in the operation room, and poor technique for the young surgeons. And in case of this liver was designated to a hospital, but some reason I will give up. And then the liver should be going somewhere, another place, another hospital. Who decided, who controlled this kind of everything? Nobody. It's a chaos state at the time. So health control tower should be organized everything. If you don't use the right kidney, and who will take care of the right kidney next time? We have 82 organ transplantation centers in Korea with division of 3 division, some cluster divisions. So we have to do the kind of first choice A, and second B, and third at least 4 times. So my talk today is minimize organ waste and full respectation in the operation teams and respect other team. That is my purpose of my talk. And how many? I take a picture in some hospital operation room. How many shoes are there? One brainless donor, hearty, at least 3 guys, lunging 2 or maybe kidney, liver, pancreas, small bowel, sometimes after the IT, tissue, too many things joined together. So very busy. So manner, etiquette is very important. You have to salute. When the surgeon arrives at the donor hospital, present your kit to the operation the persons, and collaboration is very important. And post-transplant coordinator should be stay there throughout the whole procedure. No lunch, no coffee break. Stay there in the operation room and control. Not control, so collaboration, each team. Organ procurement starting. Organs, lung, heart, liver, kidney, pancreas, intestine, and then tissue, cornea, the meniscus, even the rectus muscle, fascia. Open it and examine, and then take it out, provision, and to the recipient hospital as soon as possible. So this is total ischemic time that was for the kidney and for the heart and the lung. It should be 4 to 6 hours, and liver 12 hours, and kidney 24 hours, and for the pancreas, it's 18 hours, as is, I don't know. So the operation room, communication is very important. Introduce yourself and communicate with the other procure team, scrum nurses, anesthesiologists all together. And every equipment you used to familiar with that one, bring the instrument to you, with you. If another hospital, no medical, just like, for example, no specialized for me. If not, it is very difficult to proceed everything. So equipment is very important. Bring your own equipment. And sometimes first thing is to check out the malignancy and trauma and liver biopsy, anatomic variation, size nets. So decision net, yes, use or not use, decision is very important for the first thing. So thoracic organ procurement, I will skip it. Abdominal organ procurement, I will do it. Outer cross-cramping, then heart rapidly arrested, stop ventilation, and perfusion. Perfusion before the perfusion appreciation, and outer cramping, venting, and cold dissection. The systemic appreciation should be around 30,000 units, I believe, and biliary irrigation should be done with the warm saline, not cold saline. And you can see here, outer cannulation and portal cannulation, pulsate, cold pulsate, and the outside renal cava, evacuation of the venous blood, and between the liver and below the kidney, the cross-cramping of the aorta. So rapid technique, very cold in the dissection, and preparing for the cannulation. COCO is #1 procedure, and identify the distal aorta and IVC, and then IMV, just like this one, IMV for the cannulation. You can see here, from the distal aorta to the clamp, the aorta whole, the liver, pancreas, small valve was offset with the cold saline or cold HTK solution. This is the cannula here, you can see, and perfusion at least 20 liters of HTK solution. Before the era of HTK solution, we used to use the Hartmann solution with the cold, with some adding for some heparin, and sometimes we use around 30 years ago, we adding some kind of antibiotics. And then thoracic aorta and abdominal aorta clamp, and the perfusion and drainage under the cold saline flush, and liver procurement here, and pancreas procure with the spleen with the handle, and you use the stapler 1 or 2, just like this one. And kidney procure from the left, the caudal portion to the cephalad, right and left with the cutting the ureter all together, and divide it to left and right, and aorta too, and never touch the hilum area. If you're denuding renal hilum, you may have some big trouble. This is one of my cases. It's inappropriate for the kidney transplantation. It's not so well perfusion. It's the color is not so good. And sometimes you can find some fat patchy infiltration of the whole kidney for the give up the transplantation. This case and package. And going back to the respiratory hospital. So this is my conclusion. Respect donor is the most important, and present your team to another and communicate each other, and collaboration is the most very important, and you have to do some kind of skills and many inter-staff communication is essential. This is my reference, Atlas of Organ Transplantation and Surgical Technique for Trachea. You were trained kidney surgeon, especially for heart and lung surgeon, very tough guys. You are very kidney number one, and you also heart number one. Respect each other. That is very important. Sharing your organ is one of the very beginning of new life of someone else. You're always thinking about the donor. Thank you, donor. That's it.
Professor Mohan, would you like to have a cup of tea?
It's not for you, sir.
Sure. It's okay. It should be. So we are going to observe the movie now?
Yeah, moving on. I have a 5 minutes video.
Yeah.
You can enjoy it.
Sure, it's my pleasure. Ladies and gentlemen, please do watch the movie, and I request person should we offer a chair? Should we take a chair? Yes. Thank you.
Oi, Shogun. Raised in the Asabazan.
In my university hospital ICU, you can find the brain gas donor and ready to go to the operation theater. On the operation room, we have to be preparation, then pray for, some ceremony for the praying. And another hospital bring the bags to get maybe from liver preparation. this case, we have only liver and kidney transplantation, no heart and no lung. Theater personnel should pray for that one for 1 or 2 minutes. Then starting. Usually the junior staff's job is doing procedure and prepare the of state. This is another hospital have a very good quality of procedure. This is corporization. You can find the duodenum and place this on oil. You can find the color here. An ultra. Right common artery. What is that? It's another ring. You throw in and out the isolation and then ready to pay. Penacard. Colon modelization for identification of the both side regulator. Right side regulator. For this portal vein and the hepatic artery dissection here, followed by the isolation. And along the upper margin of the pancreas, you can find the hepatic artery dissection here. With some irrigation media water sampling. And the generation of the outer where they were flushing out the O2. I am the candidate for the portal confusion. Then ready to procure procedure for fusion after cramping of water, hot blood, liver, and dissection will be the diaphragm muscle, and for the bacterial procedure, at least 1 hour should be necessary for bleeding, having bleeding controls on the liver side. Very important. Using the gastroduodenal artery, we make some cuff to make hepatic artery anastomosis more securely. And don't fight it with the kidney team and liver team, with the which way cut, it's the SMA and renal artery sometimes cut the renal artery by the liver team. So communication is very important. From cephala toward the cephala position with the 2 ureters and right kidney and it's a blunt dissection. For the left kidney, right. Figuring the outputs in that routine procedure. After the surgery, and before going back to the movie room, we have to respect the donor with a white flower. This is China picture, not Korean. And everybody going back, recipient to hospital as soon as possible. So in your life, I can check, take a picture. It's a new life in this very cold winter day, just like that one. Beautiful life for the new and help each other. That is the most important things. Thank you, Doctor.
So after these excellent emotional presentations, thanks Professor Moon, thanks a lot to introduce a lot of enthusiasm for us. So should I invite you for the fourth one? Sure. So ladies and gentlemen, we have the last presentation of these sessions, the introduction of the article on spiritual management and personal experience. Thank you.
This time I will talk about the gas glasses surgery for hemodialysis. So, as you know, in the year of 1950, we had a very big war in Korean Peninsula, north and south. For these days, we take a picture from the high above the sky in the midnight, you can find it. No light on the northern side and very highlighted southern part. So this is my country's situation now. I will talk about the Korean ear stabilization and basic visual access theory and case pictures and summary. Korea. In the year of 2019, the population is in the year of 2019, the population is 51 million, southern part only. And GDP is 30. And life expectancy of old lady is 85, and old gentleman is 80 last year. When you look at the birth rate, 1 woman to baby ratio is less than 1. That means birth rate is down every year. So, and then old people number will increase in the number and number. In the year of 10 years later, the old people over 65 years old may be composing almost 20% of our population. So, opportunities for these days in the metro, we can find C4 elderly only 2 or 3, and maybe 5 years later, 10 years later, C4 elderly only changed from that one to this is some new data in the year of 2018. Total number of annual hemodialysis case is 14,000. And kidney transplantation, 2,000 cases around, and 700 cases for peritonitis a year. And the mean age of dialysis patient is growing older and older every year. So in the year of 2018, average age of 62, some are younger than me. And what is the meaning of gas glasses for the hemodialysis patient? What is terror gas glasses? It's a lifeline. If it is not for working, no chance but die. So it's a lifeline. What is the best glasses for hemodialysis? Function well, position well, comfortable, and easy to use. Everybody knows what is the DOKI guideline in the year of 2006. About 14 years ago, next year or the next year may revise for KDOKI guideline in the future. And kidney disease outcome and quality initiative, which was first described in 1997. What is the good functional AVF? According to the KDOKI guideline, rule of 6. Flow should be more than 600 milliliters per minute, and caliber should be over 6 milliliters, And stick segment should be longer than 10 centimeter, and depth should be less than 6 millimeter or something. That is the good function in AVF. Always linus problem, number 1, stick, obstructions, stenosis. And number 2, rupture, ringing, just like a dam is exploding. And you have the pipeline, non-maturing and failing, and injection, aneurysm formation, venous hypertension, dialysis associated stable syndrome, and so many others. So we have to go by save money, HD. So what is the general principle for the hemodialysis? Lifeline functional. And what is the nephrologist's role? Number 1, early diagnosis of ESRD and the stage renal disease. And please never put the needles on the left side or on non-dominant arm, please. And please make a good hydration. And please consult vascular surgeon, not on the Friday. Please, early in the next week. And careful monitor access during your HD procedure. I'm sorry. What the hell is you see almost my whole slide. This one, okay, and next one is for surgeons, and radiology intervention. There was the rule is planned surgery, and AVF, AVG, you have the expert at that kind of surgery, and other surgical catheter skill, you have to do lung and aggressive salvage procedure. So only referral to the vascular surgeon when the creatinine over 4 and GFR less than 20, sometimes 15, and prepare the non-dominant arm and doing the access surgery as distal as possible and the fistula first. You know, everybody knows well about the fistula first principle, and pre-op vein mapping is an essential part, and careful surveillance and monitoring. So, according to the KDOK guideline in the year of 2006, AVF abortion at least 6 months before the HD starting, and AVG for 1 or 2 months, and pre-op vein mapping is the essential part. So AVF killed AVG since the year of 2006. AVF on the right side is okay, AVF left side is okay, but PTFE as a first choice is not so. And surveillance, you have to keep eyes on. In use such a surgery, swim and blue, you have to hear the blue. Baritone sound is okay. Soprano sound, it means some kind of stenosis and fistula malfunction. Okay? When you feel the difficult cannulation, you have to consult each other and free communication. And when you have some high venous resistance, some proximal vein outflow, stenosis, you have to be careful for the access monitoring. When the flow, the graft flow less than 600, AVF flow 500, less than that one, you have to be
discussion with the surgeon or nephrologist, intervention nephrologist or intervention radiologist. What is the non-measuring AVF? Almost 15 to 30 cases of AVF has in danger of maturation failure. Requirement for the AVF maturation, you have to good cardiac output. AVF size is good for inflow, outflow, and superficial location, smooth transition. And if not, we call it failing access, stenosis, occlusion. Early thrombosis is a technical failure, and late thrombosis, many times of repeated puncture and some kind of intimal hyperplasia. So vascular access problem, you have to salvage it, number one, and you have to choose another new access, and you have to change it from hemodialysis to peritoneal dialysis or kidney transplantation. You can choose it. So salvage procedure for this surgical revision, we have to do surgical patch angioplasty, revision, resection, interposition, and many kind of vascular procedure. Here is my experience of clinical pictures of the hemodialysis access procedure. You can see here is a thrombus on the brachial antecubital vein here, cephalic vein. Make a transverse incision and a thrombectomy, and then it's going to be okay. And sometimes make a big hematoma after puncture, remove it. Sometimes brachiocephalic AVF, you can find this much sized hematoma and remove, and sometimes you can find the AVF aneurysm and thrombosis, excision. And for a couple of years using the AVF aneurysm, you can see here with, in this case, we can use the bridge interposition from the brachial artery to axillary vein. And sometimes brachial artery aneurysm we can make with a small caliber with a patch angioplasty. So radiocephalic aneurysm, we used to use the excision of that one. And AVF aneurysm in young lady after transplantation, make it very beautiful arm. AVF aneurysm, excision, just like this one. And radiocephalic AVF stenosis, make a bridge interposition. Outflow stenosis with venous hypertension, bridge interposition for the outside resistance problem solving. And when in the venous hypertension, ligation with brachiocephalic AVF, you can see here, and the radiocephalic AVF ligation, then brachiocephalic AVF. Smallpox fistula aneurysm, excision, and sometimes exposure, graft exposure, you can do VY expansion. And sometimes you can see here, poor radial artery with good cephalic vein transposition is very good option for the kind of situation. And this is my, I can remember this case, PTF infection with bleeding, as massive bleeding. So put the compression on the axillary artery and do new radiocephalic AVF to the opposite side. This is another case of PTF infection, jump graft interposition. Okay. And PTF abscess is a very big problem. So after remove, we can have the vascular vein transposition with the same arm.
brachiocephalic AVF formation with central vein stenosis, no choice but AVF ligation. Both sides of radiocephalic AVF neuroaneurysm transplantation, after the transplantation, the operation on this ligation. Sometimes for the leg arteriovenous graft. I think this is the last one, but never try that one. Every time she need take off her trousers and skirt in the HD room, so very not so good, but very prone to infection. This is my summary one. HD access for ESRD patient is a lifeline. We have to do saving our vascular access. Can you read this Chinese character? Yes. In Chinese, 江港忽然绝绝郎 is one of the fake Korean side. That means new wave erase the old way. So young surgeon will take over elder's job. That means Jianggang, Dangjiang is a long river, Furang is a backside wave, take it out the front side wave. So, but for elder surgeon, all surgeons never die, just they fade away, coming back. This is my summary 3. Young and new surgeons should be familiar with the knife, scalpel, and also with the balloon and scope and instrument. This is summary 4. KT is number 1. If you go back to the future, 25 years later, I make this one, this one. Thank you.
Thanks, Professor Moon, for the elaborate lectures on 4 topics, one by one. Thank you very much.
Okay.
If anybody has got any question from one by one topic.
That's it.
So thank you, sir. Sir, I have a question to Professor Dr. Moon. Donor has already been declared by the brain death committee, so I think he doesn't need any anesthesia during the procurement surgery. So my point of view is I just want to know what is the role of anesthesiologist during the organ procurement surgery.
You are talking about their death sentence. The death point is declaration of the brain death committee. Declare you are brain death. That is the death point. So usually, after finishing the death committee, going to the operation room for the organ procure, at that time, usually, before cross-cramping of the aorta, usually anesthesiologist doing almost the same process. And then after cramping, they put the ventilator off. This is our usual procedure for the anesthesiologist.
But I think he's not giving any anesthetic drugs during the procedure. I don't think so.
Okay. Uh-huh. Blood pressure.
You need some anatropes going on there, and while procuring the lungs and ET tube out, there's some role for anesthetist to do during the procedure.
Okay.
Not literally for anesthetic drugs, but to maintain hemodynamics and ventilation.
So
You need
actually, I'm
anesthetists.
talking about the anesthetic drugs, not the anatropes. So
No, you have told that role of the anesthesiologist.
yeah. So, but the thing is that during ICU, when the patient has already been brain dead, so already the ICU experts, they are just maintaining the physiological process on the other activities of the organs. So I don't think that the anesthetist needs to be stay there. So that's why I'm asking the question: is there any other role of the anesthesiologist during the organ procurement procedure?
I 100% agree with the anesthesiologist role there.
I'm an anesthesiologist. I want to share here. Anesthetist's role is not to give anesthesia only. That must be clear.
Okay.
They look after the total operation procedure, and they can help the total team. And you know, the organ preservation is important. In deceased, what is the main problem in the deceased? How can you preserve the functioning of the organ? And that needs a minimum pressure, oxygenation ensured. And in that procedure, the intensivist and anesthetist is involved. We'll discuss, and when we'll do, you will see how it can be done. Thank you very much.
Okay.
So next one, you have observed movie, beautiful movie with lot of emotions and others. If anybody has got any question. If anybody has got any query or you want to learn anything. And the last one is AB fistula management and his experience.
What is the time span,
Mhm.
of the incision that one makes
Mhm.
until the retrieval of the organ?
It's according.
Time span.
Usually it's on the organ-oriented one. So especially for heart and lung team, try to the number one, priority number one, and then liver and pancreas. Kidney, sorry, is the last one for the organ. So it will take about, without any hesitation or something, it will take about 3 or 4 hours from the skin to, yeah. And in the year of 2000, the first brain death law in Korea, every organ should go to A, B, C hospital. Liver for A, kidney left side to B is a governmental-based one. So at that time, donor hospital has no organs, no receiving the organs from the patient, brain death donor. You know, some heart surgeon, lung surgeon, kidney, and all liver surgeon hurry going back to the recipient operation. So who will close the abdomen? Left alone. That is true story. In the year of 2000, the first case of brain death law, and the donor hospital has no chance to get a donor from an organ from the same donor. So open it and going outside for ischemic time reduce, everybody going outside. So that is one of the big trouble. So we decide in the society, transplantation society decide, organ donor hospital surgeon should be in charge of that matter, even though no organs used from the same donor. So we make a consensus. Surgeons are surgeons. You have to do it. So we have some kind of, ethical, some good relationship with the surgeons society. You close. Thank you. We are very busy to be hurried to back home, back my hospital to operations, respiratory operation. That is the rule. Yes. almost 3 or 4, according to the situation. So big fatty donor, it will take some more time, and it's according to this situation.
So thank you very much, Professor Moon, for taking trouble to deliver 4 lectures. Now another question is to Professor Curie.
Hello, Professor Curie Ahan. Would you mind if I ask you one question, or Professor Harun Rashid sir also answered these questions, although this is not directly related to these presentations. There was one presentation, what is the optimal dose of tacrolimus after kidney transplantation? I had a live related kidney transplantation 1 month back, live related transplantation. In spite of giving 7.5 milligram twice daily tacrolimus, the patient's level of tacrolimus is 5.6 after 1 month of kidney transplantation. So what is your opinion, please?
You know, you usually use the higher dose just immediately after the transplantation. But if you keep it low, then you will have a higher chance of chronic rejection and chronic allograft graft dysfunction, as well as acute antibody-mediated rejection. So in that point, after 1 month, I keep the TAC level around 7 or 8. That's my goal. If you keep the patient to more than 3 years, then you can come down to 6 to 7, but not less than 5. That's my recommendation. Especially when you try to keep the dose high, patient get not adherent to the medication because they start to think, hairy and some side effects. So you have to monitor them very close to prevent antibody-mediated rejection. So 5.6 sounds pretty low for me. I usually keep at least more than 7, but usually, they keep more than 8 at 1 month to 3 months. But lots of people are keeping more than 7 up to 1 year.
So should I still increase the dose of tacrolimus to raise the tacrolimus level?
That's safe because if you would like to keep them free of antibody-mediated rejection, but more important is you should monitor the compliance to the drug. And if not, the higher dose means nothing.
So thank you very much, all the speakers. Thanks a lot for presenting the excellent presentations. Is there any questions to Dr. Shakibuzzaman Arifin regarding the current management of acute rejection in kidney transplantation?
No question? Is there any question for Dr. Shakibuzzaman? Sir, I have at last one question. So we are also running out short of time, but I have a question to Professor Dr. Moon, because we know during the ABO incompatible transplantation, our patient may need to undergo plasmapheresis for several times. So maybe there's some clotting factors removed from the blood. So is there any possibility for huge bleeding during the organ procurement surgery in that case? And do we have any precaution for in point of the nephrologist for that? So, sir, for the ABO incompatibility patient. Yeah, so.
For the ABO incompatible transplantation, from the beginning, terrible things is bleeding complication. You nephrologist and immunologist to try to remove the anti-A antibody and anti-B antibody according to the titer. So on the operation room, for the beginning of 10 cases, almost half, 50% have suffering from the bleeding complication. Terrible. Cannot correct the bleeding complication. It's on the antibody removal procedure. Be careful. from the starting for the some 10 or in the early beginning period for the ABO incompatible transplantation, I don't recommend. After that, how plasmapheresis is doing good? How about some bleeding complication? How about the platelet and something like that, coagulopathy or something? You have to prepare. And we have changed our plasmapheresis protocol about 3 or 4 times. How do we treat the bleeding complication on the operation field? Last thing I remember, so far we have 150 cases of ABO incompatible transplantation in my university hospital. But for these days, we changed the last plasmapheresis with no albumin. Well, fresh plasma or something like that. So it's on the nephrologist way. How about your ABO incompatible transplantation? How about the plasmapheresis protocol? You change also.
In Korea, for ABO incompatible, the titer of anti-ABO typing is very important. So when you see the titer more than 1 to 132, then you will gonna start, not only plasmapheresis, but sometimes you would like to use IVIG together. If it's very high, you are very cautious. You will add rituximab to the patient to be prepared for possible anti-ABO rejection. The problem is you will not see the titer as an indicator because sometimes even though the titer is very high, you don't see any rejection in your patient. So it's quite difficult to monitor the patient because the incidence of rejection does not correlate very well with the antibody titer, the previous or post-transplantation titer. So, but the lucky thing is the survival of the graft is wonderful with the rituximab. So monitor closely, and if the titer is high, try rituximab at the beginning so that you can control it for next 6 months. Then it will work fine with you. So we were going to provide any protocol you need if you would like to do the ABO incompatible.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you very much. So, ladies and gentlemen,
we have done 7 ABO incompatible kidney transplant recently for the last 6 months. The titer was very strong, 160 to 128. We did first rituximab, low dose. Then we do the tacrolimus, mycophenolate mofetil and prednisolone for 2 weeks. We started the plasma exchange with O donor plasma exchange or donor blood group exchange, and we do 3 plasma exchange with fresh frozen plasma. And the bleeding, there is no bleeding with the recipient. And all the patients are doing very okay. The only problem in our cases was the infection. So other protocol was same. Thank you.
Dr. Haran, I have experience of graft rupture case in ABO incompatible transplantation from the maybe 10 years ago, from the beginning period. We used rituximab, plasmapheresis many times. I operated on the bleeding complication 3 times to keep the graft function, try to keep it, but finally I removed it and she passed away. So be careful. That is what the surgeon's view of transplantation operation as a ABO incompatible from the beginning learning period, such like coagulopathy study and antibody washing process, you have to prepare. So that's my idea. Be careful. Doing good, but be careful. Surgeon will cry about that one. Thank you.
So, ladies and gentlemen, we have observed a very fruitful and a very knowledgeable sessions by Professor Moon and Professor Saqib. So, thanks a lot for the patience hearing to the sessions. I request Dr. Tarim to continue for the next session. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. So now we are going to shift to our third session. And as we are running out of time, we are actually 30 minutes behind from our scheduled time. So I would like to request our speakers to just complete their lectures in short time. So now we are going to start our third session. This session, there will be 4 lectures in this session, and this session will be chaired by Professor Dr. Farooq Ahmed, sir, Dr. Brigadier General Muhammad Shahidul Islam, sir, Professor Julfikur Rahman, Professor A.K.M. Akhtaruzzaman, and Professor Dr. Sarwar Iqbal, sir. So I would like to request our chairpersons to please come to the dais and to take their seats and conduct the session. So Professor Farooq Ahmed sir and Professor Sarwar Iqbal sir are present within us today. So I would like to request the chairpersons to conduct the session from right now.
Thank you very much. The first presentation will be done by Professor A.T.M. Khalilur Rahman sir. And his subject is circulatory death. Is it barrier for transplantation in Bangladesh?
Assalamu alaikum. I'm an anesthesiologist. I never worked in transplant team in life or deceased, not yet in the country. But I am experienced in stoppage of the heart, and I am also experienced when there is no circulation in the brain. How to save the organs, vital organs of the body. So for last about 35 years, I am doing this job. I am happy to know that our Korean counterpart is very active here. I visited Seoul twice, COEX Convention Center, once in the World Congress of Intensive Care, and at that time, the Asian Congress of Cardiothoracic Anesthesiologists. So they are very friendly and very cooperative. And I started my life with Japanese team to establish the cardiology and cardiac surgery in Bangladesh. I joined this team in 1983. I was in Japan in 1985-86 to learn the techniques how to do all this, the cardiovascular surgery and anesthesia system. Today, there is the difficult part, but I took this information because we must overcome the problems we are having for disease transplantation. Because, you know, the India, they are doing, we are not doing. So there are a lot of patients in our country, and we should learn how we can overcome this. I congratulate the Korean team because they are sharing their experience. Definitely we will be benefited in future. So, facts, what is the facts? You know, prior to the acceptance of the brain death, criteria in the mid-1970s, all organ donation were performed after cessation of cardiopulmonary function. The imbalance between supply of organs or transplantation and demand for them is widening all over the world. The number of heartbeat donors are declining, and this is likely to continue for two major reasons. Fewer young people are dying as a result of severe injury or catastrophic cerebrovascular events, and improvement in diagnosis and management of severe brain injuries mean that fewer fulfill the brain stem testing criteria. In Dhaka, you know, also the intervention neurology is functioning. If you have any stroke, if you go to the NIMS or some center where the neurosurgeon is working or neurologist is experienced in intervention, they can rush to the center and within 6 hours they can coiling, embolizing the area of in problem in the brain. And this is the huge waiting list of the transplant patients. And we know there are two types of patient, living, what we are doing now, and cadaveric. Why we are today here? To address this cadaveric. And there are brain dead patient and there are circulatory collapse patient. All patients die of circulatory collapse whenever they die. And different type of transplant we are using, we are accustomed. You know, we are doing the leg vein in the coronary arteries. We are using blood regularly, lot of donations, and we are using the animal valves in our human beings, the biological valve. So living donor, there are a lot of advantages of using a living donor. The donor remains alive and donates renewable tissue, cell or fluid, or donates an organ or part of an organ which the remaining organ can regenerate or take off the workload of the rest of the organ. Primarily single kidney donation, partial donation of the liver, lung lobe, and the small bowel. In disease donor, I already told there are two types, the brain death and the circulatory death. And you all know one donor can save 8 lives, or if he gives tissue, 50 people can be useful. What is the main difference between the life and death? This is the longevity of the transplant as well as the other easy in transplant. In living donor, transplant happen within 1 hour if a matching donor is found. Kidney patients spend less than a time on dialysis, which means fewer health problems. But in case of death, kidney patient usually wait many years to get a transplant. Kidney patient spend more than on dialysis, which can lead to more health problems. So these are the basic difference. And it is different terms in different angle. And what happens when there is a problem in the heart or anything happen in the body? For hypoxia, acidosis, cancer, that leads, sometimes will stop your heart. How? If there is a monitor, then you can see in the intensive care like this. Then you have to think about if he is a donor, then think about the transplant team. So I am showing that. If any arrhythmia, any irregularities in the heart, then you keep in mind, that patient may be useful to you. Or like this VF, and after all, after there is total stoppage of the rhythm, you cannot say anything. But it is the time, only the time, but you should predict it early. So still VF, one form of cardiac asystole, now it is asystole. This time the patient is dead. And what is the criteria for cardiac death? Deep coma, absence of pulse, ECG evidence of asystole. Cardiac death in the context of patient organ donation is defined as occurring after 30 minutes of unsuccessful cardiopulmonary resuscitation under hospital condition. Resuscitation must include external cardiac masses, intubation, ventilation, defibrillation, if indicated, and appropriate intravenous medication. Unsuccessful means that these measures did not achieve spontaneous contractile cardiac activity or peripheral circulation. So this should be keep in mind. So these are the difference between brain death and cardiac death patient. The basic difference in brain death patient, heart and circulation is there. But when there is a circulatory collapse, there is no circulation. And the circulatory collapse patient is categorized in Maastricht convention like this, uncontrolled and controlled. These are the 5 group of people. The circulatory death patient which we can come across, dead or on arrival, when they brought the patient in the emergency department, he was dead. And unsuccessful resuscitation, the patient attended the emergency department. The emergency department tried to resuscitate the patient but failed. And anticipated cardiac arrest, that is, I am showing the ECG on the monitor, that there are malignant other condition existing in the patient and everybody expecting that this patient will not survive. And cardiac patient in brain dead patient, sometimes when you can wait with the brain dead patient, in future or sometimes the patient will collapse and there will be circulatory death. And unexpected arrest in ICU patient. Lot of unexpected, sometimes we do not, we thought, we are assuming the patient is good, but sometimes what happened, if the heart stops suddenly, maybe due to some ischemic changes or some toxic or electrolyte imbalance, anything can happen, can do this in the intensive care. Or not in our country, in other countries as well, there are wrong drug, wrong medicine, wrong dose, wrong people, when they give, the patient die. So there are some definite protocol, approval by the local medical ethical committee, diagnosis of death by doctors who can independent on the transplant team. The doctor should not be a part of the transplant team. The 10-minute rule of cardiac death, the body is left untouched for a period of 10 minutes prior to intervention. Rapid in situ cooling using a cardiac catheter inserted into the aorta and again retrieval using standard surgical technique. Declaration of cardiac death implies irreversible cessation of heart function, and the 10-minute hands-off period ensures the process of irreversible brain death has begun. The dead donor rule is pivotal in non-heart beating donor organ donation and states that the donor should not be killed by the act of donation. A bad patient came, then some of you without any treatment or resuscitation think he is a good case for donation. Don't think that. And donor must be dead by cardiac criteria at the time of retrieval. This became relevant when decision of taken to discontinue life support measures in a patient who does not meet the criteria for brain stem death and raises the question of when death should be pronounced after cardiac arrest apply and dead donor rule only after a 10 minutes period of asystole. So these are the monitors. Even with dead patient, this is evident. This is okay. Then this is the confusion of that brain death patient and the circulatory. When there is a circulatory death, there will be nothing like this on the monitor. But when there is a brain death patient, this may be continue even a month if you maintain other circulatory measures. So this is really a challenge. Because even the doctors fail to accept it. The patient is dead. It's not easy. And the challenge of the practice of this DCD includes how to identify patients as suitable potential DCD donor, how to support and maintain the trust of bereaved families, how to manage the consequences of warm ischemia in a fashion that is professionally, ethically, and legally acceptable. Many of the concern about the practice of both controlled and uncontrolled DCD are being addressed by increasing professional consensus on the ethical and legal justification for many of the intervention necessary to facilitate DCD. Criteria? The patient has a non-recoverable illness or injury that has suffered neurological devastation. The family, in conjunction with the medical staff, has decided to withdraw the life support. Death will likely occur within 1 hour of withdrawal of the support. The family should make the decision to withdraw life support independent of and prior to any discussion regarding organ donation. So this is potential DCD donor, they must have all these criteria. In which patient we should not go for non-heart beating criteria? I'm not going in details because we are not practicing it till now. No diseased patient we have not, but we must know the procedure how to do it. So this is the process. They refer to the patient to the organ procurement group, and then they will do the right patient management is important. When you decided to he is a donor, then there are a lot of things must be done for a circulatory death patient that is vital to keep the organ function. That is the challenge for circulatory death patient. This is not challenge for a live donor. This is not a challenge for a brain death patient because there is circulation. In circulatory death patient, it's a challenge. And now people who are involved in the transplant system is taking this challenge. Every center, where the busy transplant center, they are taking all this challenge, otherwise it cannot be done. Even all transplant patients, except the living one, you should go through all these organ preservation or function preservation system, otherwise you cannot do it. Because it is now evolving. The preservation system improved so much. You can start when the decision, the party gives the decision, you can start then and there. And then the result is, if you should not implant a dead or putrefacting organ. So you must keep its function. So withdrawal of support like this, pronouncement of death should be through the process of the hospital and ethical committee. Key process, you know the one is, what is the time? Each organ has its own time of safety. You cannot, ischemic time is variable. It is highest in kidney, but in all other organ, it is very minimum. Even kidney, if it do not function properly, it is risky. So fundamental problem is warm ischemia for this circulatory death patient. And preservation, there are a lot of preservation system. Usually to the ice, you put in ice or dynamics preservation. That is more important. If you can put in, it is true for kidney, but for other organ, you have to preserve in more sophisticated way. Organ preservation is the vital. There are tubes, and when decision is given, femoral artery and femoral vein should be punctured, or you have a scope, you go open the abdomen, put some cannulas and start the machine for reperfusion and circulation, keep the organ functioning. Otherwise, total failure. So these are the organ preservation system. These are the arterial cannulas you have to put. These are important for circulatory patient. But why so many problems? Why do that? Because this patient is much more abundant. If you can have all this system, because every day the patient is dying. Not all are having the brain death, but every day there are some dead patients. So when someone decides, I will donate, then there are systems to keep the organ, like the left ventricular assist system. You even know that Dick Cheney, the president of America, he has with the LVAD system for a long time, before he get the heart transplant. So these are the IABP, Impella, downward heart and ECMO. These are the procedures that can keep your organ viable till you get a dead donor for your transplant. So these are the system, even the recipient should get all this facility. So these are the ECMO, different ECMO system. ECMO is now, it is very easy to have it. These are the ECMO, these are the machines, blood. You should start when the patient is in the operation theater or in the intensive care. And in the ECMO, 1 month they can preserve your organ. So why you will not use it? Like it is better than the brain death even. The patient is decided to donate, put an ECMO, keep him there, because you do not know when you will get the all other system to ready for you. So you can keep the patient like this. I'm going in a hurry because the shortage of time. So these are the time is the main issue in all the system, transplant. But in the cardiac transplant system, when the patient die of circulatory death, it is much more important, the time factor. So time is more valuable than money. You can get more money, but you cannot get more time. So time is here is the more than money. So these are other professional also utilizing the time factor for the treatment. PCI, when there is a cardiac patient coming to us, we are doing. The other system is not working. Then we take the patient to the cath lab, we put immediate angiogram and stenting. So we are doing. So in the primary PCI, the cardiologist is doing the time-tested method to save their life. Neurologist, they are now doing in stroke. Within 6 hours, they are embolizing and embolizing the affected area. So they are doing. Other professional time-tested services giving. Key point is more kidney, more non-beating donor has the potential to markedly decrease the transplantation waiting time. So we should look after this, all these things. These are the system how you have to give. Warm ischemia is the challenge. In Bangladesh, so you know, I collected from your information, the only 120 transplant we do in a year, where 50,000 people are waiting for transplant. So we are far behind our expected service. So in Bangladesh, the government have recently give a law that is easier for us to practice. And this is why organ donation in India, not even 10% is from Bangladesh, you know. And cadaver transplant in India is much more common now. So we should think about all this thing because our patient is going to India. So why I am telling that? 10% of the total transplant of India is Bangladeshi people, even more than that. Not kidney transplantation in UK, they are gradually increasing the deceased and donor. These are the country, India, if you consider the donation, India people is the second position is donating the deceased organ. So everywhere the deceased transplant is popular now because they are available. Just I am showing one video how quickly they are doing all. When in the emergency department, there is the transplant team should take the decision. Yes, we will work here. I am not showing all the system because the time shortage. So in Bangladesh, about 500,000 blood donation is occurring. People are good. And if you look after the donation program, it is encouraged by the Prime Minister even. He is going to the donation program. And on 10% only is the on payment. Rest is by relatives and by the voluntary organization. And important things, some of our organization is looking after all this, Sandhani. They have got contribution in blood donation and eye transplant as well. So they like this, we have to overcome all these things. We have to overcome. There are some barriers, there are problems, but we should find out how we can solve these issues. Yes, these are the stepwise decision we have to take. This is a good news. The Professor Harun sir and the different organization this time make it more other people confidence that yes, this time this will start. So I hope that this will continue. This is another source. You know, Anjuman Mufidul Islam, they carried about 2,500 patients. That is, they don't have any the bewarish lash like this. So in conclusion, the organ recovery surgery must be performed properly and uniformly to assure that each organ recovered has the maximum likelihood and functioning of immediately upon transplant. Care must be taken to not damage the organ and to preserve the properly before they are transported to their respective transplant area. The transplant surgery themselves, regular dedicated team of surgeon, anesthetist, nurses and support staff, and everybody must get together and coordinate the total service. The expert in everything was not in it, one day was the beginner. We are now beginner in disease. I hope that will make it possible. Stay positive, work hard and make it happen. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you very much, Professor Khalilur Rahman, for nicely describing how to retrieve organ from circulatory dead patient, which is more challenging than non-circulatory dead patients. Okay, we have the next talk about barrier of liver transplantation in Bangladesh. And the talk will be given by Professor Muhammad Ali. He is the pioneer in starting the liver transplantation in Bangladesh. I think it is at least 10 to 15 times more difficult than kidney transplantation to do a liver transplantation. And we must be thankful to him for starting this great job in this country. Muhammad Ali, sir, please.
Sir, we are really in shortage of time. So after this session, we will have the lunch. So I would like to request all the speakers to just complete their session within 15 minutes, please.
Assalamu alaikum and good afternoon to everybody, and particularly the guests from abroad. And I am thankful to the organizers, particularly respected Professor Harun, for inviting me for this presentation. And you know, the liver transplants is a problem in Bangladesh, and of course, it is much problematic than kidney transplants. And today I have prepared this presentation of my working here, that is from my initiation of hepatobiliary surgery, starting of liver transplants in Bangladesh, and also the founder of the National Liver Foundation of Bangladesh related to the prevention of liver diseases since 1999. And I am also a part of this kidney transplants because I remember I was one of the team member of first kidney transplant done in Bangladesh in October 1981. I helped Professor Ghulam Rasul, legendary professor. And first we say the liver disease burden in Bangladesh, according to WHO, that about 4 to 5% having B and Hep C around 1%. So if you see the about 163 million people, and if you calculate, you will see about 1 million have end-stage liver disease, and out of which at least 10%, minimum 10% will need liver transplants. And other diseases, particularly non-alcoholic liver disease, NASH, and is the day of, see the obesity epidemic, and alcohol and other viral, non-viral diseases are expecting. And if you, particularly NASH is coming up, and in the world now, third cause of liver transplants in the NASH, and I will say in Bangladesh, second cause of liver transplant is the NASH, just next to hepatitis B. And the first successful liver transplant of a Bangladeshi patient was done, my patient, in Singapore in 2005. And after that, I am deeply engaged with the initiation of liver transplants in this Bangladesh. And first successful liver transplant were done at Bardem General Hospital in June 2010, followed by second one in the same institute in 2011, and it is published in the journal. And then, so far, total 5 liver transplants has been done in different institutes of Bangladesh. And what is the barrier? Come to the actual point. Multiple barriers are there. Common people unaware about the liver transplant and its success. And there are misconceptions, and superstitions are working. And there are, most important, the medical professionals also reluctant to transmit the actual message to the people. So ESLD patients actually suffer, and silently and endlessly and until death. And another thing, most important thing, is the that is the deficient infrastructure of manpower is there. And financial problem is there, is a multidisciplinary problem, costly, one of the costliest surgical procedures in the world. And our people, you see, those end-stage liver disease patients are mostly the middle income group and poor. And they cannot offer them. So they have got no money, so they are dying. And there is no financial support system available in this country for helping in this ESLD patients. Come to the living blood donation. Living donation is a strong fear, that is hesitancy for donating part of the liver, and familial reluctancy. Family members, suppose why husband like to give, wife is not agreeing, particularly in these conditions. Recently happened, one of my patients, the last moment, wife was very much strong that he will never allow her husband to donate liver to his father. And then the recipients concerned about long painful donors also prefer minimums, that is they want, is it possible to retrieve part of the liver laparoscopically? And majority of the recipients donor desire that we need some financial assistance. So, and another thing, most important, the strong desire they have to get unrelated donors. Come to the disease donations. When I think and when I tell them, though they have got a very negative attitude, about the brain death concept. People don't know about this, what is brain death and why he will take my organ and these things. And religious misconception, I would say, about the donation and retrieval. Our religion allows this kind of donation, brain death concept and other things. But in my country, in Bangladesh, misconception and retrieval is working. And so definitely, and another thing, suppose if somebody is like to arrange a disease donation, I must have to put the patient according to MEL score, according to fitness recipient. And second thing, my blood grouping matching is needed. Particularly, you know, bioincompatibility, we made bioincompatibility, but it has got a lot of problems, particularly in the biliary problems, vascular problems, and kidney problem. People will say, I have heart, a lot of problems after bioincompatibility and other things. We have got much more problems in giving bioincompatible bloods. And so these things must be prepared. So, one organ is found, but where is the recipient? What is the fitting? And what is the blood group matching? And another thing, if the donor has got the 30% fat, macrosteatosis, that donor will be rejected. Come to the our organ transplant, there is the Act. Yes, it is 1999, and then it has been revised in January 28, 2018. And recently, this is the organ is already printed in the brochure I saw. And recently on, what is this, I think December 5, 2019, there was a High Court judgment for this voluntary donation and asked the Ministry of Health to report this within 6 months. I don't know what will happen finally. I think it will be a door for ours, that is to getting the voluntary donors who come forwards, and definitely without any financial relationship. So in my opinion, should have scope, because the people are dying for this organ donors. Should have scope for organ donation in humanitarian attitude and as a life-saving gesture without any financial involvement. That is my voice, and this is strong voice I like to raise everywhere. How to overcome the barriers? So overcome, you see this liver transplant of ESLD, at least chance of survival. This message should be ventilated to the common people. Medical professionals should come forward first, and advocacy related to donors should come forward, donate part of his heart liver. And how to overcome these barriers of disease donors. That is the main problem, and I think all things are going on in here related to this disease donations. Infrastructure, as I told you, particularly if you like to make disease donor liver transplants, your infrastructure should be ready. You found a patient in Dhaka Medical College, then donated organ, and okay, you can retrieve the liver, okay, everything good. Your center must have the same blood group recipient. That recipient must be fit to undergo 18 hours anesthesia and other things. So that should have your infrastructure should be ready. Otherwise, that organ will be it will go to the dustbin. And well coordinated between the donor organ and retrieval, a massive coordinated awareness. And I wrote an article in the journal which was published, I think it is 2012, I think. Regarding this organ transplants in Bangladesh challenges, and it is available in the Googles. And of course, this initiation of disease donation should be from the ICU. Everybody knows brain death declaration, counseling, and communication with the transplant coordinator. And ICU chief and the team should play the role. Role of media is most important. You see, so many times you will see fabricated and other things, a misinterpreted message passed very easily to the media, and it creates Many times we have witnessed a negative attitude about the transplantation, whole transplantation. And I don't like to mention about specifically what happened. So media definitely has got the role, and those working in the media, they should be cautious, and their knowledge also should have about this propagating the message, what message they are transmitting, because might have a serious negative impact in the, if real message is not transmitted. Come to the scope of financial assistance. You know, as I told you, everyone needs the financial assistance. So actually I proposed to the BADA's president for initiation of fund for offering financial support to the patients. And I initiated and donated first for this fund in the name of Ibrahim Liver Transplant Fund in the honor of National Professor Muhammad Ibrahim, founder of Diabetes Foundation. And it was opened on 6 September 2019 on the 30th death anniversary of National Professor Ibrahim. And this is that fund, and the aim of this fund is that advantaged ESLD patients will get financial support from this fund. Support, the cost is, total cost is this, and he cannot or she cannot afford, will provide financial assistance from this fund so that his or her transplant can be done in Bangladesh. Our people will get the liver transplant in their own soil, and first important is the manpower will develop. Transplant is done in Bangladesh, so the manpower will develop. Now transplant is done in India or Singapore. Nothing is developing here. So if I can keep the transplant here in our own soil, manpower will develop. Finally, definitely, we will be able to be self-sufficient in the field of liver transplant. And it will be possible in both case of disease donor liver transplant as well as for the living donor liver transplant. That is the main aim which I am working. And I have here also informal appeal is there. আপনার দানকৃত লিভারের একটি অংশ আর একটি মূল্যবান জীবন বাঁচাতে সহায়তা donation of part of your liver, either right or left, can keep surviving another person. And this is the all links, and there is QR code about the video link of some surviving liver transplant recipient. And this is my interview with the newspaper. All are a television program for awareness for liver transplant. And this is the last video which will be released soon about the liver transplant we made on 6th August. And this video is taken on January 2020. It will be available in YouTube and everywhere very soon, just to inform the common people about the success of liver transplants in Bangladesh. In summary, mass awareness for organ donation is the key. It has got nothing parallel, that is awareness. Government and non-government organizations, media, public representative, political leaders, religious preachers, imams should come forward for advocacy for the honor. You see, when there is any disease epidemic, chikungunya or there is coronavirus or other diseases, we make a lot of advocacy. Even the imams I have seen telling this has happened, this has happened, this has happened. Why not to tell about this organ donation and other things? I think that is the main thing. If they pass something, what we are doing, I can tell you, this Liver Foundation is going to the imams, to that is the preachers in the Begura, and giving them leaflet and telling them to tell about viral hepatitis. Why not to give them leaflets or brochures to tell about the organ donation and other things, so that the public will get the message that yes, something is there, I must have to donate. And if the religious persons tell that there is no problem in donation, rather it is much, much beneficial to donate, and you have got the benefit in the day after, in the day of judgment. If these things come, our people will be much, I think, aware and come forward. And of course, I will tell there will be government may constitute a national organ donation and committee, national organ donation and coordination committee. I think government should be engaged. Until and unless you see, whatever you see, if the government does not come forward, if the government, head of the government or somebody like this does not tell anything about this organ donation and other things, I think it will be very tough to come forward. Thank you, everybody. My slogan is donate organs, save life. Yes.
Thank you, Professor Muhammad Ali, for taking novel steps in establishing and doing liver transplantation as a regular basis in Bangladesh. Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Professor Ziaur Rahman. He will be talking about perspective of
we are still sleeping. As you know, heart transplant is not possible from the living donor. As you started the disease donor organ program, so we woke up and want to start with you. So the cardiac transplantation offers patients with end-stage heart failure a chance to live a better quality and length of life, with a 1-year survival approaching 90% and a 5-year survival rate approximately 70%. If I go back with the history of heart transplant, Christian Barnard did it in 1967 in South Africa, followed by Norman Schumacher, 1968 in USA. Endomyocardial biopsy started in 1973 and immunosuppressive therapy in 1980s, which gives the heart transplant a real shape. So about the numbers, North America is doing the highest, followed by Europe and other countries. But what about Bangladesh? As I told you, we are still sleeping and dreaming. So with the dream, I passed last 1 year in St. Vincent's Hospital, Sydney, Australia, to learn about transplants and all other things. So who are the transplant candidate? Patients with cardiogenic shock requiring mechanical assistance, refractory congestive heart failure on continuous inotropic infusion, NYHA class 3 or 4 with poor 12 months prognosis, progressive symptoms on maximum therapy, severe symptomatic hypertrophic or restrictive cardiomyopathy, medically refractory angina with unsustainable anatomy for revascularization, life-threatening ventricular arrhythmias despite aggressive medical and device intervention, cardiac tumor with low likelihood of metastasis, and hypoplastic left heart or complex congenital heart disease. So all these patients should receive maximum medical therapy before being considered for transplantation. They should also be considered for alternative surgical or device therapies. Thus, 30 to 50% of patients referred for transplant can be stabilized by an aggressive multidisciplinary approach such that transplantation can be avoided or delayed. Now, where we cannot do the transplant, the irreversible severe pulmonary artery hypertension, advanced age more than 70 years, active systemic infection, active malignancy or recent malignancy with high risk of recurrence, diabetes mellitus with end organ damage or poor glycemic control, and marked obesity BMI more than 30. Severe peripheral artery disease not amenable to revascularization, severe systemic process like amyloidosis, sarcoidosis or hemochromatosis, irreversible severe renal, hepatic or pulmonary disease, recent or unresolved pulmonary infarction, psychosocial factors like history of poor medical compliance, lack of adequate support system, uncontrolled psychiatric illness, active or recent substance abuse. So when we select this patient as a cardiac recipient, we need to evaluate them by doing some labs, as you know, ABO and RH blood compatibility, PRA, VDRL and all these tests with cardiopulmonary testing, right and left heart catheterization. And among this, role of exercise testing give assessment regarding prognosis and optimal timing of listing. If VO2 is less than 10, then greatest survival benefit and should be listed for transplantation. If it is more than 14, not shown to be improved survival over conventional medical therapy. We should also look for the mental health evaluation, financial support, and with this listing, we need to prioritize them according to their status, like the urgent, emergent, or elective basis, according to the availability of the donor. So cardiac donor, we can get it from two sources. One is after the brain death, and another is after the circulatory death. So, as already know, brain death is defined as absent cerebral function and brainstem, reflexes with apnea during hypercapnia in absence of any CNS depression. And from the initial lecture, you already know the criteria of determining brain death. I'm not going to repeat those things, and you can confirm those by apnea test. And this is another way of getting heart, that is called DCD heart, heart after the circulatory death, which was done by one of the Nepalese surgeon, Kumud Dital, first time in 2014 in St. Vincent's Hospital. So after the circulatory death, you immediately collect the heart with some blood of the donor and put it on the OCS, the organ care system, and resuscitate it. Then you have to wait for next 4 or 5 hours, about a couple of hours, how it is going. If the lactate is downtrending, probably you can take that heart. Or if it is uptrending, probably you cannot take that heart. But I think it's not feasible for us for Bangladesh because this OCS machine is more than $40,000, and the others disposables will cost a lot of money. And after 4 or 5 hours or 6 hours, if you decide that this heart cannot be taken, and all the money will, so it's not possible for us. What is possible for us? We can collect heart from the brain dead donor. And the donor must be within 5 years and absence of any significant structural abnormalities, or the donor should have adequate physical function of donor heart. And the donor must be with minimum inotropic support with negative hepatitis C antibody, hepatitis B surface antigen, or HIV serologies, absence of active malignancy or overlapping infection. So we need to take care of these donors when we'll get a brain death patient, and we need to obtain patient's height and weight, do some labs, EKG, echocardiogram, and we should put one arterial line to see the arterial pressure, because we need to maintain hemodynamics, at least the arterial pressure more than 100, CVP around 5 to 10. And if there is diabetes insipidus, we can start vasopressin and hypotensive solution, and electrolytes should be measured and corrected. Hyperpyrexia or hypothermia should be addressed. Metabolic acidosis need to be corrected. And if there is ventricular dysfunction, probably we can start with levothyroxine, though it is an extended criteria of heart transplant. Coronary angiography should be performed on men older than 45 and women older than 50. Now comes the matching between the donor and the recipient. So because ischemic time during cardiac transplant is crucial, donor-recipient matching is based primarily not on HLA typing, but on the ABO blood type, donor weight to recipient ratio, and response to PRA, the panel reactive antibodies. So the PRA is rapid measurement of a preformed reactive anti-HLA antibodies in transplant recipient. If PRA is less than 10 to 20%, probably no cross-match is necessary except the ABO typing. And if it is more than 20, then T and B cell cross-match should be performed. And if it is more than 80%, we'll need plasmapheresis, immunoglobulin, or immunosuppressive agent to lower this PRA. About the surgical techniques, actually two gross techniques are there. One is orthotopic implantation and another is heterotopic implantation. Now the more practices are orthotopic implantation. And in orthotopic implantation, there are two ways of putting the heart inside the cavity, chest cavity. One is biatrial anastomosis and another is bicaval anastomosis. Bicaval anastomosis is now more popular among the surgeons. And there is another technique, total heart, that is in pediatric population. I'm not going on that side. So after the heart transplant, there are some physiologic concerns of transplant, like diurnal changes in BP are abolished, resting heart rate becomes faster, and there might be some diastolic dysfunction. And like all other heart surgery, there might be some complication, medical complication like right ventricular failure, left ventricular failure. So there might be some surgical complication as well, hemorrhage and this pseudoaneurysm or rupture. There is also some rhythm disturbances, respiratory failure, renal or hepatic insufficiency or coagulopathy. And treatment is directed at maintaining organ perfusion, oxygenation, acid-base balance, avoiding RV failure, and managing arrhythmias. Like the bradyarrhythmias we can manage by isopranoline or AV sequential pacing, and tachyarrhythmias by amiodarone or beta blockers. In the course of postoperative management of heart transplant patient, immunosuppression is one of the key role that need to be played by the physicians. And the goal is to prevent or treat rejection while minimizing the risk of infection or cancer. Immune reactivity and risk of rejection is highest early first 6 to 6 months and after graft implantation, and decreases with time. Therefore, the doses are higher early on, followed by low maintenance dose. Some centers use induction therapy. The rationale of induction therapy is to provide more intensive immunosuppression at the time when the alloimmune response is most intense. And the maintenance of immunosuppression is done by triple therapy using prednisolone, tacrolimus, or mycophenolate mofetil. And prednisolone is used early after the heart transplantation and usually tapered to low doses or withdrawn during the first year. Also in the first week, the pneumocystic carinae prophylaxis should be done, and if the donor is CMV positive, ganciclovir can be started. We need to do the endomyocardial biopsy in the 4th post-op day, and steroids can be tapered or adjusted according to the result. And endomyocardial biopsy is performed once a week for first month and twice for the next 2 months, and after that it is less frequently depending on the signs of rejection. Echo is also useful after an adjourn to endomyocardial biopsy, and cardiac catheterization is performed annually for early detection of allograft vasculopathy. So the basic drug regimen after a heart transplant patient is immunosuppressive therapies, antibiotic prophylaxis, antihypertensives, diuretics, potassium and magnesium replacement, lipid lowering drugs, glucose lowering agents, anticoagulation if transplant is heterotopic. And the important factor of all transplant after transplant is rejection. So 30 to 50% of patients will experience rejection within the first year. Most cases are cellular, and up to 20% are humoral. They mostly present asymptomatic, but can present with malaise, fatigue, atrial arrhythmias, pericardial effusion, low-grade fever, GI symptoms, and sometimes with heart failure, ventricular arrhythmias, or conduction delays. There are actually 3 types of rejection that can happen. One is hyperactive rejection caused by preformed antibodies against donor and recipients. It occurs within minutes, 2 hours, and uniformly fatal. And PRA screen is the best method in avoiding hyperactive rejection. The acute cellular rejection is most common form, occurs at least once in about 50% of cardiac transplant recipients. Half of all episodes occur within the first 2 to 3 months, and is rarely observed after 12 months. And the humoral one, the vascular, is not well defined, characterized by immunoglobulin complement in microvasculature within little cellular infiltrate. It is more difficult to treat, and it is treated by mostly plasmapheresis, IV immunoglobulin, and photopheresis and other drugs. And if it is cellular and with hemodynamic compromise, then there are some ways to treat this. And the last one is the chronic rejection, that is the transplant allograft vasculopathy, and is leading cause of death in patient more than after 1 year of transplant. And this significant allograft vasculopathy defined angiographically by a diameter stenosis greater than 50% is found in approximately 30 to 50% of patients at 5 years. And it differs from native coronary artery disease in that it is manifested by concentric stenosis, predominantly subendocardial, lack of calcification, and can be rapidly progressive, and lack of angina pectoris. Can be prevented by statins, diltiazem, and antioxidants. Rapamycin has shown some promise in preventing this complication. PCI and CABG has limited role in this sort of cardiac allograft vasculopathy. So other complications are infection, most common after within 30 days, and is nosocomial infection. And if it is within first month to 6 months, it's due to opportunistic immunosuppressive related infection, and after 6 months is community acquired. And malignancy is more profound in transplant patients, most likely T lymphoproliferative disorder, type of non-Hodgkin's lymphoma, believed to be related with Epstein-Barr virus. And skin cancer is also common with azathioprine use. In heart transplant patient, for using corticosteroids, the patient might face hypertensive episodes and also dyslipidemia due to immunosuppression medications. And if I tell you about the outcomes, typical cause of death in first year are due to acute rejection and infection, and after first year, the primary cause of death is vasculopathy. And poor outcome are associated with, the approach age more than 65, ventilator use at time of transplant, elevated PVR, diffuse atherosclerotic vascular disease, small BSA, need for inotropic support, diabetes mellitus, ischemic time more than 4 hours. Now, how we can do this? We can do this here in Bangladesh. You have already progressed. The Transplant Society of Bangladesh has already progressed a lot. Even after that, if we want to do the heart transplant, I think we need to develop our policy directive first. We need to sit together, and our experts should sit together. And after that, we need to work on some awareness thing, and we can develop an organization like Donate Life, or already the Korean people did this, like Vitalank. And this organization should consist of politicians, because if you need something to bring it to the higher authority, you need politicians. Police, if you want to bring this organ from one place to another, you need police help. Media personnel, and because for mass awareness, religious leaders, if there is any controversy in any religion, and social worker to give the information to the normal people, and also some law personnel, because of I don't know, we have a law in January 2018, but how it will work once we start the program. So we must include the law personnel in our this group, because of they can defend if there is something wrong. And the most important thing is transplant team consists of transplant physician, surgeon, anesthesiologist, intensivist, perfusionist, and some coordinators. And we also look for funding to run this program, and of course the training and education of the transplant team. So in conclusion, I must again tell you that heart transplant continues to offer patients with end-stage heart failure a chance for a better quality and length of life, and better understanding of the immune response, and advances in immunosuppression protocols. Maybe one day, achievement of the holy grail of transplantation, immune tolerance, will eventually open the door to normal lives and lifespans for all transplant recipients. Thank you. Thank you for patient sharing.
Thank you, Professor Ziaur Rahman, for enlightening us about possibilities and different aspects of heart transplantation, which is still a dream in our country. But I think this is the time to start on experiment on animal models, as it was done before doing the liver transplantation. Our next speaker is Professor Ashish Chaudhary. He will be talking about barriers of lab facilities in Bangladesh.
I think it's not a time to give lecture because everyone is hypoglycemic, but still I'll talk about 5 minutes or 7 minutes. Thank you all for coming to my lecture, Barriers of Laboratory Facility in Organ Transplantation in Bangladesh. As you all know, the organ transplantation starts from 1959, then subsequently to 1967, 68, 68, from kidney to liver to heart and then to bone marrow. The question is why it is difficult. Organ transplant is difficult because of the HLA antigens located on the cell surface. It is also called the major histocompatibility complex. It plays a role in intercellular recognition and discrimination between self and non-self. It is located in the 6th chromosome containing a long arrays of genes. It is 3 class. 1 encodes glycoprotein expressed on nearly all nucleated cells and major function to gene presentation in peptide antigens to cytotoxic T cells. And second one expressed by the antigen presenting cells, and it gives the processed antigens to the T helper cells, and third one for complement system. As I told you earlier, it's because of polymorphism. Class 1 has so many alleles in HLA-A, 451, HLA-V 782, HLA-C 238, and class 2, so one HLA-DR 525 and 105 in HLA-DQ. The 2 characteristics of the HLA genes that make them special for organ transplantations are, because of the so many alleles, they provide high degree of polymorphism, the strong immune reaction that their products can produce in other individuals. Requirements for transplant, it differs from different organ, from different lab to different lab. For some organs, such as liver transplant, it requires less. For bone transplant, bone marrow transplant, it requires most of the matches, 5 out of 6 matches. In some labs, the chances of miss, the last line is important, the chance to find donors may be better for more homogeneous racial groups, such as like Bangladeshis. HLA pathway acts by direct and indirect pathways. Actually, now come to the histocompatibility testing. It's of 3 types. HLA antigen typing, also called tissue typing, the screening of the recipient for anti-HLA antibodies, also called antibody screening, and lymphocyte cross-match called compatibility testing. There are 2 different methods for this, for HLA antigen typing. First one is serological and DNA sequencing. Serologic types, we separate donation blood or patient's blood according to the density gradient, and we separate T and B cells, and then we plate it to the plates where we have antigen coating is there, and then we add complement, and after incubation we give the formalin and then use in Y dye to see the percentage of dead cells, and it is cells are examined under phase controlled microscope. If 60% or more cells are dead, then these loci are positive for that particular antigen. It can be done by another method called panel reactive antibodies using the complement dependent cytotoxicitase. The details are in the picture. And serological typing using bead arrays. This is usually done by flow cytometry. Recipient anti-human antibodies are assessed by cross-matching to non-lymphocytic antigen conjugated to microparticles, and results are assessed by flow cytometry. There are also other types in different labs, follow different methods. Cytotoxic and non-cytotoxic methods by flow cytometry, ELISA with solubles, HLA antigens, MLR mixed lymphocyte culture, electrophoretic mobility, and focusing. These are the other types. DNA typing method, in short, DNA is isolated with phenylchloroform method, and then it has been increased by polymerase chain reaction, and it's seen, as you see in the picture, is gel electrophoresis is done, and then it can be seen from the gel electrophoresis. And then come from the antibody screening for anti-HLA antibodies. The purpose to detect antibodies in the recipient serums that react with the HLA antigens. We know what HLA type the person is, but we don't know what antibodies they have to other HLA types. This can be done by, these are the procedures, I'm not going in detail as you've seen from this. The conclusion is, the higher the number of different HLA antibodies, the lower the probability of finding a match. So the last line is important. And the last, this cross-match test. purpose to detect the presence of preformed antibodies in recipient that are reactive against donor tissues. And this can be done by separating T and B cells. And why do a cross-match when screening seems sufficient? Because this test usually practiced in every organ center before antibodies against low incidence antigens are likely to be missed. And it also acts as a mock transplant. So before transplant, it is must for any transplantation. Now, this is the molecular typing methods. These are they are really tough. I'm just mentioning the names. Sequence specific primer, we follow the process, and then sequence specific oligonucleotide probes, sequence based typing. These are the different methods followed by molecular lab. And this is the DNA based typing method, SSP-PCR. This is SSP-PCR, this is SSOP, and this is sequence based typing. Whatever the typing we used to do by DNA sequencing method, there are some discrepancies between DNA and serological typing. DNA sequence changes do not always affect epitopes. Serology does not recognize every allele product detectable by DNA. New antigens recognized by serology may be assigned to previously identified parent allele by SPT. Serology antibodies may be cross-reactive for multiple alleles. Due to new allele discovery, retyping results may differ from typing performed before the new allele was known. So, it is primarily the duty of the HLA personnel to decide what allele containing recipient or patient can be transplanted. And that's why the laboratory personnel should be highly efficient before doing any transplant. And this is combining of type, I am not going in detail. So, the barriers in laboratory Bangladesh perspective is laboratory setting. The cost of setting up of proper HLA typing laboratory is fairly high. Technical personnel, even though one have overcome the investment issue, the lack of trained manpower in this sector is severe. And lastly, the government level effort, GOP has to take active part to solve the above mentioned two key problems. And other hospital infrastructure and support logistics are already discussed by the eminent personnel. I am not going, some problems with Kerala organ transplant you already discussed. So take home message, the MHC is a polymorphic locus encoding the HLA genes. Antigens encoded by the HLA genes are responsible for allograft tissue and organ rejection. Identifying and matching alleles increase the chance of successful organ and tissue transplant. HLA antigens and their corresponding sequence alleles are determined by serological and DNA-based methods. Serology identifies functional antigen recognition, while sequence analysis identifies genetic alleles with high resolution, which is more important in case of bone marrow transplantation. The resolution of specific issues differ from organ to organ. Monetary insufficiency, scarcity of trained personnel is the main barrier. Government level plan and execution is needed to overcome the aforementioned problems. Awareness about organ donation after brain death and hospital capacity to identify and maintain brain dead donors should be increased. To overcome organ shortage, networking, collaborative efforts, transplant coordinator, forum setting up is needed. Use of media, participation of religious heads, appreciation of donor family are also necessary. So thank you all for your patience hearing. Thank you.
Thank you all the speakers. It was a session of barriers. First one was circulated death barrier, next the liver transplant barrier, next the heart transplant barrier, and lastly the lab facility barrier. So not wasting time, and it's already late, so I am trying to conclude the session saying that we'll be able to cross the barriers. Thank you all.
Dear audience, we would like to start our fourth session now. স্যার তো এখন নিয়ে থাকবেন, চেয়ারপারসন থাকবেন। হ্যাঁ হ্যাঁ আমার স্পিচ আছে না, স্পিচ স্যার এটাতে না, স্পিচ স্যার পরেরটাতে, এটাতে স্যার আপনি চেয়ারপারসন। ও স্পিচ স্যার পরেরটাতে
না, এই যে আমার স্পিচ এই যে ও পুলিশ আর কি, এখানে নজরুল ইসলাম থাকবে, এখানে সামাদ স্যারের নাম ছিল, সামাদ স্যারের বদলে আরেকজনকে বসাই দেন।
কাকে বসাবো স্যার?
ইয়ে কি আছে তো, ওই যে
Welcome everybody to the fourth session of today's seminar. Our first speaker is Dr. Noora Afza Salma Begum. She will talk on case study post-transplant life-threatening infection. May I now request Dr. Noora to deliver her speech. She is the assistant professor of Kidney Foundation.
Honorable Chairperson and respected audience, Assalamu alaikum and good afternoon. I'm Dr. Noora Begum, Assistant Professor at Kidney Foundation Hospital, and I'm going to present on post-transplant life-threatening infections, a case study. I'm really sorry to tell you a very sad story in this afternoon. So my story begins with a 26-year-old lady admitted at Kidney Foundation on 1st of December 2019 with the complaints of anorexia, nausea and vomiting for 20 days, fever for 20 days, loose motion for 20 days and generalized weakness. So she had a kidney transplantation on 4th of January 2019, so about a year ago, and her donor was her mother at CKDU Hospital, Shamoli. She had history of hypertension and CKD for 1 year prior to transplantation, and she was on hemodialysis for 8 months prior to transplantation. So before admission, she was on prednisolone, tacrolimus, mycophenolate, and azathioprine. On admission, her blood pressure was 110/70, pulse was 74, saturation was 98 without oxygen, and temperature was 101 degree Fahrenheit. So we did some bloods, and her hemoglobin was 8.6 gram. Total count was a bit on the lower side, 4,400. Creatinine 339 micromole per liter, sodium 128, and potassium 2.8. So a bit of hyponatremia and hypokalemia. Looking back to her creatinine chart, we can see that her creatinine was never normal after transplantation. So it was always about 180 to 230. But over the last 1 or 2 months, it's gone up. So in November, it was 327, and 2 hours in December was 339. So she was given some conservative management with IV fluids and potassium supplementation. She was started on antibiotic, ofloxacin. Her mycophenolate and azathioprine was kept hold because of low WBC count. She had a small herpes zoster infection below her lower lip, and she had cream for that, the acyclovir cream, and she had oral thrush, so she received nystatin oral suspension. And we sent some stool samples and stool for Clostridium difficile and CMV PCR, which are quite common for post-transplant diarrhea. So over the next few days, patient was doing okay, and we got some results. So her stool RE, there was few pus cells, and on the culture there was no growth. The Clostridium difficile came back as negative, and the CMV PCR viral load was quite high. It was about more than 19,000. So notably, her pre-transplant CMV status of patient and donor was unknown, and it was not known to us whether she received prophylactic valganciclovir or not. And other tests were normal. So we did advise injection Scientifice, that is the ganciclovir, but as you all know, it's very expensive and it is not so available, so the family couldn't get it. So she was started on tablet Valside, that is the valganciclovir treatment dose. 3 days later, with those treatment, her diarrhea is resolved. She is feeling much better and she wanted discharge. On that day, her blood pressure was 140/90, pulse was 100, temperature 99, and her intake output was satisfactory. So we requested some bloods. Her hemoglobin was 10.4, creatinine 226, so back to her normal, sodium 126 and potassium 4.6. So we were quite satisfied with the improvement of the patient. However, patient complained of mild dry cough. So we plan to do a chest X-ray and plan for discharge if the chest X-ray is satisfactory. So the X-ray on admission was that, and that looks quite fine. And the X-ray on the day of discharge was that. So if you can see some patchy consolidation and some cavitary lesion on the left side and the patchy consolidation on the right side. So that was concerning. So what is it? Is it CMV pneumonia? So the suspicion was CMV pneumonia. Because her cytomegalovirus load was high, we again asked the relatives to get the Scientifice injection rather than the tablet. And the other possibility in an endemic area like Bangladesh is pulmonary TB, which is quite common. So we started her on rifampicin and isoniazid, and we requested some sputum samples for AFP, gene expert, and culture study. On 14th December, so 3 days later, the chest X-ray was like that. So a bit of worsening on the left side and a bit of worsening on the right side. So right lower zone was affected, and on the left side you can see some ground glass opacities and some cavitary lesions. So the patient's relatives again counseled about Scientifice injection, and this time they managed. So she was started on injection Scientifice. However, her condition didn't improve. So she was complaining of cough, complaining of chest pain. Her blood pressure was 120/90, pulse was 141, and temperature was 103. And now she started desaturating. So her oxygen saturation was 72% without oxygen, and with 5 liters it was 97%. And she was urinating fine. So what is it? Is it bacterial pneumonia? So we started her on meropenem. Is it PCP? So we started her on cotrimoxazole treatment dose. Is it CMV that is not responding to Scientifice? So we requested the CMV PCR again, and that came back 3077. So she is responding, and we continued Scientifice. Is it not TB? Because she already had a week of rifampicin and isoniazid, and she hasn't responded. She is spiking temperature. So the sputum AFP came back negative. Sputum for gene expert was negative. So we stopped her anti-TB medication. And we requested an ECG, troponin, and a repeat chest X-ray. So her troponin came back as 798. ECG showed sinus tachycardia, and we asked for cardiology advice. And as we all know, they always advise injection enoxaparin, tablet clopidogrel, and tablet bisoprolol, suspecting of non-ST elevation MI. However, this was not given to the patient. So the X-ray on 18th December was that. So it's worsening, and it's bilaterally involving the upper jaw as well. So we added another antibiotic to cover the pseudomonas, so tazobactam and piperacillin. And we sent the sputum culture as well, which came back as candida. As I mentioned earlier, she had candida on her tongue. There was no sensitivity on the candida though. So the next day, her blood pressure 130/80, pulse was 103, temperature 99. So she had temperature gone down, but her oxygen saturation was dropping, and she was requiring more and more oxygen, about 12 liters. And her output has reduced a little bit to 1.5 liters. Did some bloods, hemoglobin 8.1, total count 6,000, her creatinine about 400, sodium 132, and potassium 4.6. So clearly the patient is deteriorating. What should we do? So we planned for amphotericin because that was the next thing left that we didn't give yet. But we requested a respiratory consultation before giving amphotericin because it's nephrotoxic. And we advised some nebulization with the gentamicin. So the respiratory consultant came and advised inhaler salbutamol and inhaler salmeterol and fluticasone. Definitely patient is not able to take those because she is on 12 liters of oxygen, and requested for a sputum for fungus. The sample we sent to a big hospital, and it came back no AFP found. So we were helpless. What is the diagnosis? She had an echo requested by the respiratory consultant, and it was ejection fraction 62% and no regional well motion abnormality. 2 days later, her X-ray was like that, and comparing with the previous X-ray, it looked like she is improving a bit. So the apex is clearing slowly from the previous X-ray. So we continued the same treatment with antibiotics, antivirals, but we haven't started the antifungal. On 23rd, patient's condition was not improving. Her blood pressure 120/90, pulse 93, temperature though settled, but she is requiring more oxygen, about 13 liters. So we added more antibiotics. We consulted to the Korean team, and we added injection azithromycin to cover the atypicals and injection amphotericin. Like bad luck that after giving the amphotericin, her urine output dropped and her blood pressure dropped to 90/60. So the next day we had to stop her amphotericin. She is still requiring 10 liters of oxygen. So on 26th, her chest X-ray looked much better than the previous ones. So now the apex and the medial lobe started clearing, looks like, and some miliary shadows on the lower lobes. However, patient is not improving. She is still short of breath, she is complaining of chest pain, still requiring 10 to 13 liters of oxygen, still very weak, and her blood pressure is hovering around 110/80. So what should we do? We repeated the chest X-ray and we restarted her amphotericin injection. So the X-ray came back like this, which looks much better. Looks like her lower lobe is started clearing as well. Unfortunately, after coming back from X-ray, patient deteriorated, started gasping, and passed away. So what could be the cause of death? If we go to the book, there are organisms according to months, so less than 1 month, 1 to 6 months, and more than 6 months. This patient had a transplant about a year ago. So after 6 months, there were community-acquired pneumonia and urinary tract infection. So we haven't diagnosed that because the sputum culture was negative. But we managed with meropenem, tazobactam, and piperacillin and azithromycin, which should cover the community-acquired pneumonia. The fungals, the aspergillus atypical, we haven't managed. So we haven't got a diagnosis. It was only candida without sensitivities, and we haven't managed to give the amphotericin full dose because of drug toxicity and uncertainty about diagnosis. CMV, that's the only thing we managed well. We did the viral load, we given Samivan, and we did the repeat viral load, which was negative. Hepatitis B and C was negative. Herpes simplex, there was no signs of encephalitis. And there is no facility to do SARS, West Nile, or JC virus. There was no signs of skin cancer or lymphoma. And the another thing left is tuberculosis or atypical mycobacterium. So her sputum samples were all negative, and she had rifampicin and isoniazid for 6 days. Looking back and thinking back, might be we could have continued the rifampicin and isoniazid for a few more days. Pneumocystis carini, we haven't managed to diagnose it. There is no facility in Bangladesh to diagnose pneumocystis, but we have given her cotrimoxazole treatment dose. So managing this patient was difficult, and we faced many challenges every day. Challenges with diagnosis, so the blood culture, no growth, sputum sample, no growth, sputum CS was candida without any sensitivities, sputum for fungus was no AFP, completely unresolvable. CT chest, that was a lacking. We couldn't do the CT chest at an early period. But when we thought about the CT chest, patient was not fit for that, and she was not able to lie down. Bronchoalveolar lavage and lung biopsy is not available everywhere, and wherever is it available, it's very expensive and unaffordable for most of our patients. What about management? In managing patient, we faced the problem of cost. So ganciclovir was expensive. It doesn't last for long. One injection can be continued only for 2 days, and it is not available. So that you need to order the drug, and it comes back a few days later. High cost of amphotericin. So one amphotericin injection costs about 15,000 taka, which is unbearable for most of our patients. And drug nephrotoxicity. All the antibiotics and the antifungals and antivirals have got nephrotoxicity concern. So we had to stop amphotericin at an early stage for the concern of drug nephrotoxicity. So in conclusion, infection is a major cause of death post-transplant, and it accounts for about 3 to 5% deaths in developed countries as well. It is rapidly progressive. It comes in a subtle presentation. You can miss it, and it can grow very rapidly and kill the patient very rapidly. It doesn't give you enough time to look after the patient, to do all the tests, and you treat the patient blindly. So need prompt diagnosis and prompt treatment, and there could be multiple organisms that can infect together. So not to hold on one organism, not to hold on CMV only, that's we treat it. So close monitoring and changing your mind every day about the diagnosis. Thanks for listening.
Thank you, Dr. Noora. This is a very interesting case. We'll give 1 minute or 2 minutes for discussion. If anybody interested to talk, yes, sir. Professor Muhibur Rahman.
I can hear.
I was wondering, instead of injection of erythromycin, why didn't you think of injection voriconazole or injection anidulafungin? But those are almost similar prices.
So injection, as far I know, injection voriconazole is not available. Voriconazole is available in suspension form.
Injection voriconazole is available, I think. And anidulafungin in the name of Iraxis is also available. And those, the price range is almost the same. But these are less nephrotoxic, much less nephrotoxic than amphotericin. So that, that came to my mind, that you could have used that. And just a feedback. I'm not complaining or I'm not making anything. So, and other thing is, the other investigative procedure which could have been done is a bronchoscopy and a bronchoalveolar lavage. So that is also possible. And that could have been done much earlier when you had seen that problem is in the lung. So she had problem in the lung. So that could give you a better diagnosis, and probably you could have started treatment much earlier than injection amphotericin. So, but it's okay. I mean, you have managed it very efficiently, and we quite often we cannot do much because where there is money constraint and also facility constraint of lab facilities as well. All right, thank you.
Just to say about the bronchoalveolar lavage, so we did think about bronchoalveolar lavage as you mentioned, and we did ask the respiratory consultant for that. But he didn't advise that. We don't have the facility of ICU in our institute to do that. And from our previous experience of similar patient, when we send the patient to a corporate hospital, they run out of money doing the test. So if we send them to a corporate hospital, rather than getting treatment, they run out of money doing the tests and getting the diagnosis, and they die while getting the diagnosis. So we did ask the patient and give them the choice that if you want to go to an ICU, you can do that, but patient was not able to afford to go to an ICU and have a bronchoalveolar
I think,
lavage.
Dr. Noura, the patient was in very bad shape. He cannot have shipped for bronchoscopy. That is an important point. Very bad shape. Yes. Brigadier General.
In fact, empirically, you have managed the patient very nicely.
Yes.
What the situation demand, you have provided and you try to provide the everything. But the problem lies with the economy. Most of our patients suffers because of that. Yes, you could have done this CT scan quite earlier before the patient deteriorates. You could have done the bronchoscopy and have a lavage. But one thing I want to share with you, possibly you should have done the vasculitis parameters update or evaluation also. I would not know what was her original disease. That has not been mentioned. So it could have been recurrence of the original disease also. So these things should have, we should consider. And one more thing, as the patient deteriorated on the way coming back to the chest department of radiology, I think this patient should have been intubated earlier, because during this transport, the patient has hypoxia and deteriorated en route. So before transferring or doing any procedures, you should have given these minds also. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, Professor Masoud, do you want to say something? Masoud. Yes.
Thank you, Dr. Noura, for your very nice presentation. But I'm just a little bit comment, not criticizing anything. Did you send any sputum for gram stain and fungal stain?
Yes, sir.
You sent
sputum for microscopy.
Gram stain and fungal stain?
So it was said sputum microscopy and sputum for fungus.
Now, I especially asked gram stain and fungal stain.
Yes, sir.
What is the result?
So that was unfortunate because the sputum for
very
gram stain.
Inexpensive test, right? This is gone, okay.
So,
Next, you put the patient first one. This is definitely a case of CMV infection from the presentation, it's more or less clear. You first put the patient on moxifloxacin, is it so?
Yes, sir, ofloxacin.
So she gave the coverage of atypical first. Second, you added zithromycin. Did you put any extra gram-positive coverage, like linezolid, teicoplanin, or vancomycin?
No. So
you need to put this patient, you
so
another
she
extra gram.
had tazobactam and piperacillin.
Tazobactam doesn't get extra gram-positive coverage. It is Pseudomonas coverage, best coverage. But immunosuppressed, they need to put another extra coverage. So far, I know. Stop MRSA. Right, MRSA. MRSA should have been given coverage. There are 3 drugs you have got recommended. Okay, this is nice management. You have got financial constraint, other difficulties. This is not a criticism. Just we can either check back it or not.
About the sputum sample, as I said, so we did send it. And it was reported, I don't know why, but it was reported sample endometrial tissue. Investigation requested AFB and comment AFB not found. So that was, and you know the sputum CS, that comes back about 2 to 3 days later.
Thank you, Dr. Masum
Finally. And instead of amphotericin, I should have gone for
discuss later on. Shortage of time, let us go to
Voriconazole, better choice.
Next speaker. Now I will invite our respected teacher, Professor Harun Rashid, who does not require any introduction. I can say 3 lines for him. He is the founder, president of Kidney Foundation. He is the founder, director, National Institute of Kidney Disease Urology, and he was the chairman of the Bangabandhu Sheikh Mujibur. He does not need any introduction. I will request to deliver his management of post-transplant bacterial infection in transplant. Now I may request Professor Harun Rashid sir to present his lecture.
Mr. Chairpersons, respectable guests, ladies and gentlemen, after this clinical presentation of an infection, I thought that it is better to speak more about infection and what actually happens to that girl of transplantation. There is no true diagnosis except CMV infection. The others we only give without knowing what really is happening inside the patient. So that is the problem in Bangladesh. Because always we give multiple antibiotics, always we give covering most of the antibiotics and sometimes anti-tubercular drugs. But truly this patient has true infection of CMV. So there is a question arises, should you continue CMV? And if it is resistant by the vancomycin, should we give another one or not? All of you know that the infection remains the 3rd largest cause of death in renal transplant patient, even in developed world. More than 40% of the patient death in our country is infection, either bacterial, viral, fungus, or parasite. Allograft and patient survival reduced to 1 and 3 years after transplantation simply with infection. We do not have any disease donor kidney transplant recipient, but they are more prone to infection. This global organ transplant activities in 2015 has shown that the largest number of transplant is kidney, more than 84,000, liver, 27,000, heart, 7,000, lung, 5,000, pancreas, more than 2,000, and small intestine is less than 200. If you do M-tip transplantation, that's a good news. The survival is prolonged. If we do dialysis 3 to 6 months and then transplanted survival also increased. But if we do long-term dialysis, the survival decrease. Possibly because also related to infection and other complications. In developed countries, the cardiovascular is the main cause of death, followed by infection, then cancer. But in developing countries, infection in our survey is more than 40%. And the sepsis is the commonest cause, followed by bacterial pneumonia. Most of our patients I have seen in Kidney Foundation die of pneumonia in the lungs. I don't know what is the cause, because the sputum does not give clues here. Abdominal infection, invasive viral infection, invasive fungal infection may be common, but again, the culture does not give clue information. So what are the enemies? Yes, gram-positive bacteria, gram-negative bacteria, tuberculosis, vancomycin resistance, enterobacter, fungus, hepatitis B, C, CMV, and MRSA. Methicillin resistant Staphylo aureus, very dangerous pathogen. So MRSA and VRE, we must remember, because every patient in Kidney Foundation get an antibiotic as soon as dialysis started. I don't know the other hospital, but we routinely use ceftazidime to every patient because we do the catheter. All dialysis patient, 90% dialysis patient, first dialysis given with jugular venous catheter. We don't do femoral catheter because that is much more injurious. And if you do right-sided catheter, you cannot do kidney transplant. So after the ceftazidime, if the infection does not go, if there is a fever, we use meropenem. So already hundreds and thousands of patients of kidney failure started with ceftazidime and meropenem. So what the next? The most important antibiotic got resistant. So we have to remember this. That is the main scenario in Bangladesh. We know the source of infection is either de novo infection, and it is because of nosocomial. In origin, the other problem that every hospital, even in Kidney Foundation, one attendance is compulsory after the side of the patient. Without attendance, the patient will not go. In our 4th floor, we do not allow any attendance, and there is a less and less infection. In the 5th floor, there is always 100% attendance will be there along with the patient. So why nosocomial infection will not occur? Another is reactivation of latent infection, or it can be transmitted from the donor grafts. And contamination of allograft during the procurement preservation process, that is not important here. Donor-derived infection is less common because we do all live-related transplant. The donor is screened very thoroughly. Even we screen for tonsillitis, XHS, sore throat, everything, the possibility is less. Yes, during surgery it is possible, but we try to make it a very clean environment in kidney transplant. We have 2 OT, one for donor, one for recipient, and we are very cautious about the sterilization. So that is also not the main cause. Yes, they are susceptible because they are already impaired host immune. They have transplant-related factors because of using long-term immunosuppressive drugs, and virulence of microorganisms, as I said, because every hospital, more than 80% people receives antibiotic. Every general practitioner, if there is a fever, be it a viral infection, even then he started with antibiotic. And where and when it will end, I do not know. So the causes of impaired host immunity in renal transplant patient is the main immunosuppressive drugs because of use of tacrolimus, prednisolone, and also mycophenolate. There is acquired immune deficiency, direct and indirect toxicity of host tissues, and if the dialysis is prolonged, they harbor more and more infection and reduced humoral and cellular immunity. The nosocomial infection is the commonest because, and it is usually consists of E. coli, Klebsiella, Acinetobacter, Staphylococcus, and MRSA. Community-acquired pathogen is Haemophilus influenzae, Staphylococcus, Legionella, Nocardia. Multiple antibacterial resistant bacteria is E. coli and Klebsiella, Pseudomonas, Acinetobacter, again repeatedly MRSA. And the commonest infection we all know is the urinary tract infection. We use the catheter for 7 to 14 days in some cases. We use the drainage bag even for 5 to 10 days. This long-term keeping the catheter invite infection. And that is the commonest infection in our transplant patient. Second is respiratory tract infection. Bloodstream infection is also possible because we give saline for several days because of polyuria, and GI tract infection might be rare. Therefore, in transplant patient in our setting is urinary tract infection, and it can occur in 1 to 3 months. It can be asymptomatic. It can be symptomatic like bacteremia, allograft dysfunction, and acute pyelonephritis. And there is a high rate of relapse. So if we suspect infection, we started with meropenem because we are blind. Patient has already catheter in situ. The culture does not any effect. If there is no catheter, then you can send it for the culture. And sometimes if there is a catheter, antibiotic does not work. So either we have to remove the catheter before giving in antibiotic or do something else. Catheter and antibiotic does not work together. It is E. coli commonest, Pseudomonas dex commonest, coagulase negative Staphylococcus is dangerous, Enterobacter is also dangerous. Yes, gram stain is very important in unspun urine to see the bacteria. And urine culture is mandatory if there is no catheter in situ. And cotrimoxazole is the best antibiotic for any urinary tract infection. And that should continue for 6 months so that it can control with PCP. We usually use this, and this is a mandatory for all patients to give cotrimoxazole for at least 6 months. So this factor is pre-transplant UTI, you must see. We must look prolonged period of hemodialysis. Is it a patient of polycystic kidney disease? Is that diabetes mellitus still uncontrolled? And we must care for the post-operative bladder catheterization, how soon we can take it out. But we cannot control with immunosuppression, which must be adequate. allograft trauma we must care for. We do not transplant in a patient with basic ureteric reflux. So, should we treat asymmetric bacteriuria? Yes, in transplant patient, yes. It should be at least for 1 month. If there is a symptomatic UTI, it should be 6 months. If there is a complicated UTI, it's for indefinite period. So the commonest drug is cotrimoxazole. Then considers ciprofloxacin group, but not ciprofloxacin. Moxifloxacin is less nephrotoxic. Gatifloxacin is nephrotoxic. But ciprofloxacin in our country is dangerous. Yes, if it is not responsive, that you can use carbinipenum. The dose should be reduced in compromised liver kidney function. Amikacin, linezolid, piperacillin, tazobactam, colistin, all can be used, but be careful with renal function test. Next important is pneumonia. All patients in pre-transplant, we give vaccination for pneumonia, but it always does not work. Pneumonia can be given at least 6 weeks before transplantation. We know the kidney transplant, pneumonia is less in developed country, but not in our country. So we must evaluate with clinical, physical, chest radiograph, laboratory finding. And this is a typical picture of pneumonia patient, very typical. Yes, we talk about bronchovascular with BAL, which is very sensitive. Protected specimen, transbronchial biopsy, but difficult to do, not always available. Percutaneous needle biopsy, all is theoretical. Transbronchoscope and transbronchial biopsy, if negative, surgical lung biopsy. Organism is again like nosocomial pathogen, E. coli, Klebsiella, Staphylococcus. So we do not able to isolate organism. Why, I don't know. That is why we give blind antibiotic. Next important part is tuberculosis. It is endemic. In renal transplant patient in more than 8.5-fold increase as per general population. Immunosuppressive effect is the main cause. In South Asia, it is 10 to 15%. In Bangladesh, we calculated about 15% in our center. Time of onset is usually 10 to 15 months. Median onset 16 months, patient receiving azaprednisolone. But when they receive cyclosporine or tacrolimus, it is about 1 year. So diagnosis is easy, but difficult sometimes. Identification of patient at risk before transplant, careful history is needed, radiological evaluation with calcification, and TST and interferon gamma detection is very good for advanced countries of the world. If TST is more than 5 millimeter and gamma interferon is positive, almost always they give anti-TB drugs. Isolation of microorganism is not always positive, but we know the gene expert is very, very important, and you can get the result in less than 12 hours. Sputum, gastric lavage, BAL for A, B, acid fast staining for lymph node, bone marrow, liver, kidney, pleura, peritoneal sample, all is necessary. And fortunately in Bangladesh, gene expert MTV is available, and that can also detect the resistance of rifampicin. So do not forget of the histology and cultural sensitivity. We do not do high-resolution computer tomography, chest tomography, position emission tomography here. LTTBI is most important before transplantation. It can be latent tuberculosis, which is the commonest. It could be donor-transmitted tuberculosis. And the treatment initial phase is the RIPE therapy, rifampicin, isoniazid, pyrazinamide, ethambutol for 2 months. And continuation phase is rifampicin, isoniazid for 4 months. For severe and disseminated TB, extended for 7 more months. And if there is CNS involvement, it should be more expanded for 7 to 10 months. But be careful when the patient receives cyclosporin and tacrolimus, where the dose should be increased to 3- and 4-fold. And if you have got the monitor, tacrolimus or cyclosporin monitoring, then please give the rifampicin. If you do not have the monitor effect of drugs, then don't give rifampicin. So rifampicin-free regimen is common: isoniazid, pyrazinamide, ethambutol for 2 months, isoniazid, ethambutol for 16 months. That has increased. Fluoroquinolone can be used, that is gefloxacin or moxifloxacin, alternate to if there is a sensitive to isoniazid. MDR TB, we don't know the real incidence, but certainly it is increasing in Bangladesh, while levofloxacin and moxifloxacin plus linaloxone and beta-quinolone is effective. Duration is 9 to 12 months, and treatment success is only 61%. But beta-quinolone is needed for fluoroquinolone resistance only, and it is rarely available. Diagnosis and treatment of LTBI, latent tuberculosis, is very important, and it is easy. TST and X-ray chest. If TST is positive, I mean more than 5 millimeter of mercury, and X-ray chest shows the calcification, and there is a history of tuberculosis in the family, you can make it a latent tuberculosis. And if TST and IGRA both are positive, it should be confirmed that it is latent tuberculosis. For tuberculosis, TST, you don't need 10 millimeter of mercury. Where you can give INS prophylaxis for 9 months, rifampicin, if you add with INS, it's 4 months, INS rifampicin you can weekly give for 3 months, and rifampicin alone can be given 4 months. Prognosis of MTB, 19 to 40%, there is increased mortality, and allograft loss is 30% if you use rifampicin without caring or monitoring the tacrolimus or cyclosporin level. So in summary, ladies and gentlemen, infection is one of the commonest cause of morbidity and mortality in non-transplant patient, and we need more to do how to isolate the organism, more improvement of the laboratory facilities in Bangladesh, where at least doing transplantation. Close supervision is needed for initial few months in order to prevent infection. Patient and graft can be lost if infection cannot be promptly treated, as have been exemplified in the case report. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Harunur Rashid sir, for his very excellent presentation. We'll just move to the next speaker. Our last speaker is Dr. Qazi Shahnur Alam. He will talk on post-transplant fungal infection.
Good afternoon, honorable chairpersons, respected teachers, my colleagues. Welcome you all to my presentation. I have been assigned to talk fungal infections in renal transplantation patients. You have seen that how much is difficult to manage a post-transplant patient if the exact diagnosis is not made. And thanks to Dr. Noura for his excellent presentation. two major factors for successful organ transplantation are better control of rejection, better prevention and treatment of infection. More than 80% of the renal transplant recipients suffer at least one episode of infection with 1 year transplantation. Fungal infection after solid organ transplantation remain a major cause of morbidity and mortality. Fungal infection account for around 5% of all infections in renal transplant recipients. The incidence varies according to a geographical area because environmental exposure and the effects of immunosuppressive regimens. In an Indian study, 6.1% of renal transplant recipients were affected by systemic fungal infection and resulted 63% mortality rate. Currently, overall mortality rate due to invasive fungal infections in solid organ transplant recipients ranges between 25% and 80%. This slide shows the comparative data in different studies involving the fungal infection. You can see candidiasis is the most common fungal infection in post-transplant period. Here is the timeline of post-transplant infections, and if you see that 1 month after transplantation, candida is the most common infection, and between 1 to 6 months, other fungal infections occur, mostly aspergillus, cryptococcus, and mucormycosis. And if we divide see the fungal infections, we can there are two types, that is localized mucocutaneous fungal infections and systemic fungal infections. Mucocutaneous fungal infections are documented in 60 to 72% of all renal allograft recipients in tropical countries. The common organisms are Tinea corporis, Tinea cutis, Tinea versicolor, followed by Candida and Cryptococcus. The hot and humid climate, poor hygiene, frequent use of broad-spectrum antibiotics increase the risk of colonization and local spread of these fungi. Systemic fungal infections can be divided in two categories. One is disseminated primary or reactivation of geographically restricted mycosis, and other is classic opportunistic infections. Classic opportunistic infections are usually caused by Aspergillus, Candida, Cryptococcus, and zygomycosis. The sites of fungal infections mostly are gastrointestinal tract, lungs, urinary tract, and other sites like central nervous system, and even the grafted kidney. The risk factors, we know that the use of immunosuppressives, multiple rejection episodes, hyperglycemia, poor transplant function, leukopenia, and old age. And the risk of invasive aspergillosis are of two types. It is early onset and late onset. These publications published in Indian Journal of Medicine by Sriniva Prasad and et al. They looked into the types of systemic fungal infections in renal transplant patients, and they found that the factors predisposing to the occurrence of fungal infections are graft dysfunction, surgical problems, new onset diabetes after transplant, hepatitis V virus infection, co-infection with other organisms like hepatitis C, CMV virus infection, bacterial infections, anti-rejection therapy, leukopenia, anemia, and thrombocytopenia. Candidiasis is the most common systemic fungal infection encountered among the renal transplant recipients. Urinary tract is the common site of origin over 80% cases. The risk is increased by prolonged indwelling catheterization, urinary tract obstruction, broad-spectrum antibiotics, and is also higher in diabetics. Candida can also infect lungs, usually as a secondary invader, those with a pre-existing infective or non-infective pulmonary lesion. And gastroesophageal candidiasis can be diagnosed by upper GI endoscopy, and diagnosis of pulmonary infection is made by demonstrating the organism on bronchoalveolar lavage using a sheath catheter. Here is the endoscopic view of esophageal candidiasis. Pulmonary aspergillosis is reported as a significant proportion of renal transplant recipients in tropical countries. Aspergillus fumigatus is a hyphal saprophytic fungus in which the infection is by inhalation of spores, and the lungs are the site of primary infection, although important complications such as hematogenous spread to the brain can ensue. In the immunocompromised, aspergillus manifests as invasive aspergillosis producing pneumonia with the risk of hematogenous spread. And here are some pictures of lung infection and also CT scan of lung and the biopsy samples. And this is an unusual site of infection that is caused by aspergillosis. This is a paraspinal abscess after aspergillus infection. Treatment is with amphotericin B. Large areas of infection are produced because of angio-invasive nature of the fungus and significantly reduces the penetration to the drug. If the lesion is localized, surgical resection of the infected areas can help by reducing the load of organism. Mortality is around 50%, increasing up to over 90% in disseminated disease. This is a case report. This is an invasive aspergillosis in renal transplant recipient. It was successfully treated with interferon gamma. And this is the CT scan view. You can see the halo sign surrounding the right lower lobe lesion. And this is the different pictures involving the brain and other tissues as well as the kidneys. Pneumocystis xerovici pneumonia. You know, it was previously known as protozoa, but after identification of as a human pathogen, it is renamed as Pneumocystis xerovici, previously known as Pneumocystis carini. But historically, it is an important cause of severe pulmonary infections during the first 3 to 6 months after transplantation. Currently, because of universal prophylaxis during the first 6 to 12 months after transplantation, the infection is now rare. And in recent prospective study, 10% of the patients not on cotrimoxazole prophylaxis develop pneumocystis pneumonia in the first 6 months following transplant, and the mortality is around 20%. It produces characteristically a diffuse pneumonia with breathlessness, hypoxemia, fever, and diffuse radiographic changes. Rapid diagnosis is essential because if untreated, it is uniformly fatal, and, but if treated, 80% response rate is found. Chemoprophylaxis, again, these infections now become an integral part of the management schedule. Diagnosis relies on identification of the organisms in induced sputum, bronchoalveolar levels, transbronchial biopsy samples. Optimal treatment includes high dose of trimethoprim sulfamethoxazole in divided doses or intravenous pentamidine for 14 to 21 days. Now, cryptococcosis. It is a common fungal infection among renal transplant recipients. The presenting symptoms are related to the central nervous system involvement, that is meningoencephalitis, and include a non-specific febrile illness along with chronic headache. Examination of the cerebrospinal fluid, including the well-known India ink staining and the cryptococcal capsular polysaccharide antigen testing, should be included in the workup of all transplant recipients with fever of unexplained origin, especially if headache is the prominent symptom. This is the India ink staining. You can see the background is stained, but the capsule there's a halo around the cells. This allows for quick and easy identification of the Cryptococcus neoformans. And cryptococcal infection can occur in the grafted kidney as well. Some cases, cryptococci can disseminate and involve other organs, including skin and eye. Cutaneous nodules are the initial presentation in 30% of cases and can be diagnosed easily by biopsy. Oral fluconazole is an effective in all except most acutely ill patients who should receive amphotericin B. This is a case report which is published in the case report renal transplantation. Cryptococcal infection in transplant kidney manifesting as a chronic allograft dysfunction. And here are the histopathological examination findings. And this is a publication by K.S. Chu, is the pioneer in the field of fungal infection identification in Southeast Asia. It's a high mortality in systemic fungal infections following renal transplantation in the third world countries. And this study shows that the mortality rate is around 50% in this case series. Now, the diagnosis of fungal infection is confounded by the various diverse presentation and limitation of the diagnosis testing. With the exception of the Candida species, it is difficult to isolate other organisms from blood cultures. The isolation of organisms from urine and respiratory cultures may reflect colonization rather than infection in certain circumstances. Specimens for fungal isolation are plated on inhibitory mold media, brain-heart infusion agar, mycobiotic agar, but some fungi are very slow growing. These delays the diagnosis. Potassium hydroxide wet mount smear is the most effective sensitive screening test for rapid identification of the fungal elements. And there are some other fungal special stains like acridine orange, pyritic acid skiff, grocott, gromori, methanamine silver staining, and two biochemical tests like serum galactomannan and beta-D-glucan assay may provide clues to the presence of fungal infection, but they have not been extensively validated in transplant recipients. And obviously the chest radiography, especially CT scan, may provide important clue to the diagnosis. But the invasive procedures, that is including the tissue biopsy in conjunction with culture, remain the gold standard for confirmation of the diagnosis of fungal infection. Now the antifungal treatment regimens, drugs, there are the groups like azole, choline, candins, interferon gamma, and granulocyte colony-stimulating factor. Commonly prescribed azoles are voriconazole, fluconazole, itraconazole, and posaconazole, and choline derivatives, as you know, the amphotericin B. As you know, the amphotericin B is very much nephrotoxic, so the liposomal preparation of amphotericin B is used, which is less nephrotoxic and than the amphotericin B, but it is very much expensive. And candins are micafungin, capsofungin, and enidulafungin. And the next one is the human interferon gamma therapy. It is used as an adjunct therapy with other antifungals, not as a monotherapy. And GM-CSF, that is granulocyte colony-stimulating factor, it is not the directly antifungal drug. It helps to manage the neutropenia. And the choice of antifungal drug should reflect the expected pathogen and site of infection. If azoles are used for treatment like fluconazole, voriconazole, the calcineurin inhibitor dose should be preemptively reduced at the time of azole initiation, typically by at least 50%, although greater reduction will be required for voriconazole. Voriconazole and sirolimus should not be administered concurrently because of marked increase in sirolimus levels with the addition of voriconazole. The drugs commonly used for renal mycosis like fluconazole, voriconazole, and liposomal amphotericin B. This is the dosage schedule and the duration of treatment. Regarding prophylaxis, there is some debate or controversy, and some studies shows that the controversy could not reduce the the prophylaxis could not reduce the mortality. And antifungal prophylaxis should include those subjected to anti-rejection therapy, known fungal colonization pre-transplantation, prior antimycobacterial use, CMV infection, large blood transfusion requirements, prolonged intensive care unit stay, and renal and hepatic dysfunction. And the KDIGO guidelines recommend oral and esophageal candida prophylaxis with oral cotrimazole lozenges, nystatin or fluconazole at least 1 to 3 months after transplantation or a month after anti-lymphocyte antibody therapy. So in conclusion, fungal infection is an uncommon complication following renal transplantation. Invasive fungal infection is associated with increased morbidity and mortality. Triple immunosuppression, broad spectrum antibiotics for 2 weeks, anti-rejection therapy, diabetes, and superadded infection are added risk for invasive fungal infection. Prevention, early diagnosis, and appropriate management are necessary to improve the prognosis. Thanks to all for patient hearing.
Do you want to ask any 1 or 2 questions? Can be accepted or comment? I think no question, no comment. So thanks. Oh yes, sir. Sir. Yes.
infection is a problem in our country. When I started my career, long before, when I was in army, we had a lot of problem infection. So our teacher, my professor, Rob used to say, when the patient's temperature is to rise, the prestige of the professor is going to go down. Because he used to say, bhai bolo, kya hua, kya hua. So what we used to do, what we cannot find anything in army especially, because malaria is very common. We have done everything, we could not find malaria, give antimalarial. So pressure, temperature goes down, so we think we are successful. So we do not know actually the cause. Then sometimes we give so many antibiotics, and then what happens? We stop antibiotics. Then again, I remember Professor Rob, he used to say, you give antibiotic 4 days, you stop all antibiotics, and you remain masterly inactive, so patient is cured. So it is a drug fever. That is our way. But unfortunately, I had the opportunity to work in Singapore General Hospital. I have hardly, for during my 1 year stay, I could not find any infection which was not diagnosed by the laboratory. I don't know why. They used to find, Dr. Ahmed, I got the bug, this is the MIC, you give the dose. Fine. MRSA, anything, any fungal infection, anything. But unfortunately, we had a very good pathology in armed forces. Even then, we could not find so many. Even the typhoid, enteric fever, we could not, culture negative. We find sputum negative, no culture. But we have to give, what to do? We have to give some antibiotics, something to do. The patient will say, sir, I want to pay, জ্বর আসছে, কি করেন? So এই জিনিসটার জন্য I have a question, I have a request to my friends, colleague, pathologist and clinician. Is it our fault? We cannot send the specimen to the laboratory correctly? Or they have some problems with diagnosis. We have to sit together and we have to find out the cause. Because, you know, and another area is, because it is all, not only in nephrology, it's all internal medicine and everything. Another histopathology. I have got a very bad experience here. So when I was working in Singapore, I used to see the, you know, you take the bite, you take the histopathology, you see it for himself. You write the, you know, report. In the next morning, boss will come and see, what did you see, right? Then you used to go every day to pathology. They used to have a meeting, and we used to tally our finding on that fund. That we used to learn. And in histopathology also, I don't know, it's my experience, we have to learn so many things in Phoenician and also. I had met the B.D. Kahan of Cambridge University. He used to come to Singapore. He used to say, I don't send my histopathology to pathology. I see it for myself because I know how to see it. I have learned it. So this is a time, I think, because our time is gone. Now I am 77, so my time is gone. So those who are young, so you have to see these two areas we need to improve in our country. Otherwise, we are doing fine. Clinicians are good. So we have to find, we have to put our brain together to find out the bug. Where is the bug? You find the bug, and you treat it and get rid of it. So thank you very much. Now.
Thank you, General Sir. We are running short of time. Now, thanks to every speaker for excellent deliberation. Now, we conclude our session here.
Thank you very much, Professor Dr. Shami Ahmed sir and Professor Dr. Nazrul Islam sir. Now we are going to start our last session for today's scientific seminar, and hopefully we are getting some good lectures from our renowned professors. So dear audience, thank you very much for your patience sharing and keep staying the whole day. So now our last session, in our last session, this session will be chaired by Major General retired Professor Dr. Ziauddin Ahmed sir and Professor Dr. Nazrul Islam sir from Dhaka Medical College. So I would like to request the chairpersons to please come over the stage.
Last picture. Yes, sir. এদিকে দেন, পুরোটা লাগতে হবে।
So I welcome you all to the last session. I think all are sleepy now. I would like to go home. So before wasting time, I like to. We are having 1 to 5 lectures here. So first one is it's a symposium on infection. Again, it's infection. So first one is pre- and post-transplant management of hepatitis B and C by Professor Dilip Kumar Roy. So Professor Dilip Kumar Roy, I request him to come to the dais and present his case.
So, respected chairpersons and respected audience, good afternoon. The management of post-transplant hepatitis B and C. We know that kidney transplantation is the treatment of choice for hepatitis B and C positive in infected dialysis patients. But the morbidity and mortality are worse compared to seronegative patients. And major causes of death includes liver cirrhosis, hepatocellular carcinoma, etc. The use of immunosuppressive drugs enhances the viral replication, leading to acceleration of liver injury and progression to hepatocellular failure. Moreover, hepatitis B and C virus associated glomerulonephritis may recur or develop de novo in the graft, reducing the graft function and ultimately inducing graft failure. Hemodialysis patients represents the high-risk group for hepatitis B and C virus transmission, and possibly due to direct or indirect exposure to contaminated blood. And although hepatitis B and C virus infection may be transmitted through the transplantation itself, but it usually starts during dialysis therapy. So, prevention of hepatitis B and C virus infection during dialysis is very important. And standard precautionary measures and immunization of all hepatitis B of all CKD patients for hepatitis B virus and intensified vaccination protocol should be used in dialysis patients. Seronegative hepatitis B virus positive patients in dialysis and segregation of hepatitis B virus positive patients in dialysis and avoiding reuse of the dialyzers for hepatitis B virus positive patients. And treatment of all hepatitis B virus and THCV positive infected hemodialysis patient. What is this? Huh? Huh? Oui. And all CKD patients should be screened for hepatitis B and C virus at the time of initial evaluation of CKD, upon initiation of in-center hemodialysis, upon transfer from another dialysis facility or modality, upon initiation of peritoneal dialysis, and at the time of evaluation for kidney transplantation. Hepatitis B virus related after kidney disease transplant includes liver cirrhosis, hepatocellular carcinoma, and hepatitis B related glomerulonephritis. Hepatitis C virus infections may be in the form of de novo hepatitis B virus infection, hepatitis B virus reactivation, and hepatitis B virus flare. Reactivation means if the recipient is hepatitis B virus positive, HBsAg positive, with undetectable hepatitis B virus DNA, appearance of hepatitis B virus DNA means reactivation. And if the patient is HBsAg negative, then reappearance of HBsAg or appearance of hepatitis B virus DNA means reactivation. At least 3 to 5 times rise of aminotransferases means flare of hepatitis B virus infection. And patients experiencing a flare may or may not experience clinical signs and symptoms of hepatitis. We must evaluate all recipients before transplantation. So recipients with prior exposure, that is whose hepatitis with no prior exposure, that is HBsAg negative, anti-HBC negative, anti-HBs negative, they should be vaccinated as early as possible before transplantation. And recipients, if already HBsAg positive, should undergo further testing regarding hepatitis B E antigen status, hepatitis B DNA level and the presence or absence of cirrhosis. Because if the patient is already hepatitis B surface antigen positive, patients with compensated cirrhosis is not a contraindication to kidney transplantation. But patients with decompensated cirrhosis and portal hypertension may be considered for a combined liver and kidney transplantation. If the donor is hepatitis B surface antigen positive and the recipient is negative for hepatitis B surface antibody with or without hepatitis B core antibody, then it is better to avoid the transplant. But in some life-saving reasons, for some life-saving reasons, HBs AZ positive donors may have to donate kidneys to a HB anti-HBs AB positive negative patients. And in that case, a short course of hepatitis B immunoglobulin should be used along with antiviral therapy. If a recipient is hepatitis B surface antigen positive, how to prevent hepatitis B virus reactivation and flare? If the patient is hepatitis B surface antigen positive, that is recipient is hepatitis B surface antigen positive, he should receive antiviral therapy concomitantly with the immunosuppressive therapy regardless of the donor status. And if the patient is HBs AZ positive recipients who are already taking antiviral therapy prior to transplant, they should continue the antiviral therapy after transplantation. Medications available for treatment of hepatitis B virus infections includes interferon and the nucleoside and nucleotide analogs like lamivudine, tenofovir, entecavir, adafovir, telmivudine. So which drug should be chosen? Entecavir requires a dose adjustment for those with reduced kidney function. It is not associated with renal toxicity and lower rates of hepatitis B virus reactivation and flare compared to lamivudine. Tenofovir is the preferred drug for kidney transplant recipients because of its relatively higher potency, low rate of resistance, and better safety profiles. So choice of agents depends on if the patient has no treatment in the past, it is the first choice is entecavir. If the patient who already on treatment and is virologically suppressed on entecavir or tenofovir, continue with the treatment that is going on. And if the patient who are at the time of transplant is not on therapy, but he received some therapy in the past, then use tenofovir rather than entecavir. Interferon should not be used in the kidney transplant patient because it may precipitate acute allograft rejection. What is the duration of antiviral therapy? If the donor is HBsAg positive, recipient with immunity, then continue the antiviral therapy for a minimum of 1 year. If the donor is HBsAg positive, recipient has no immunity, start with hepatitis B virus immunoglobulin and lifelong antiviral therapy. If the donor is HBsAg negative and the recipient is HBsAg positive, lifelong antiviral therapy. Immunosuppression, the use of lowest level of immunosuppression is essential, and that is necessary to prevent rejection and transplanted kidney. Some aims to reduce the dose of prednisolone to 5 mg per day or below, and some clinicians may attempt to discontinue glucocorticoids completely. Kidney transplantation versus dialysis in hepatitis C positive patients. In a study by Ingas Theta, showed that in a systematic review of 9 studies of 2,274 HCV infected renal transplant candidates and recipients, after 5 years of transplantation, anti-HCV positive patients who had undergone kidney transplantation had approximately 55% lower risk of death compared to wait-listed patients. So definitely, transplantation is a better option than dialysis in case of anti-HCV positive patient. Hepatitis C virus related complications after renal transplantation include hepatitis C virus related liver disease, hepatitis C virus related de novo glomerular disease, as well as hepatitis C virus related new onset diabetes mellitus. C virus related liver disease includes fibrosing cholestatic hepatitis, liver cirrhosis, hepatocellular carcinoma, and hepatic failure. So in another study, UTM et al., they showed that the risk of liver cirrhosis in a recipient who is hepatitis C positive is 18-fold increased than in a recipient who is hepatitis C negative. And the risk of hepatocellular carcinoma is 4-fold increase in a hepatitis C positive recipient than negative recipient. For this purpose, all these post-hepatitis C positive transplant recipients should have to be monitored by the liver function tests every 3 months, and viral load should be examined every 6 months. Long-term graft survival has been shown to be lower in hepatitis C virus positive patients compared to negative patients, which is possibly linked to the development of glomerular disease in kidney transplant recipients. The glomerular disease that may develop in a kidney transplant recipient may be membranoproliferative glomerulopathy with or without type 2 mixed cryoglobulinemia, membranous glomerulopathy, fibrillar or immunotactile glomerulopathy, and thrombotic microangiopathy. And these diseases may present with proteinuria, with or without microhematuria, or nephrotic syndrome. And because of this, all hepatitis C virus infected kidney transplant recipients should be tested for proteinuria at least every 6 months. And if proteinuria is greater than 1 gram in multiple occasions, graft biopsy may be needed. Sometimes it is very difficult to differentiate hepatitis B-related membranoproliferative glomerulonephritis from transplant glomerulopathy. And for this purpose, electron microscopy is essential. Why we should differentiate this? Because HCV-related glomerular disease needs antiviral treatment, but transplant glomerulopathy not. So, hepatitis C virus-related new onset diabetes mellitus after kidney transplant may be due to increased insulin resistance, direct cytopathic action of the virus on pancreatic beta cells, adverse effect from immunosuppressive drugs. Both deceased and living donors should be screened for anti-HCV virus. Presence of antibodies against hepatitis C virus in the donor may indicate a previous cleared infection and non-transmissibility. So if a patient is anti-HCV positive, he should be tested by PCR for HCV RNA in the next step. And all HCV positive donors should be treated with direct-acting antivirals before transplantation. In the setting of cadaveric kidney transplantation, the result of HCV RNA will be available after transplantation. So, KDIGO guidelines advise against transplantation from HCV positive deceased donor to HCV negative recipients. This is another study by Morales, Jam et al. They showed that if a hepatitis C positive recipient is transplanted from hepatitis C positive donor and another group hepatitis C negative donor, then in terms of decompensated liver disease, there is no difference between two groups. In terms of patient survival, 5 years and 10 years is also similar in two groups. But the graft survival is decreased in the anti-HCV positive donors group. So to accept, present status is to accept kidneys from HCV positive deceased donors only for HCV positive transplant candidates. And living donors with HCV infections and viremia should preferably receive appropriate treatment prior to donation, because the treatment duration is now short and it leads to sustained viral response. The antiviral treatment of HCV infection includes the standard interferon-based therapy and new direct-acting antiviral agents. The development of direct-acting antiviral agents has changed the natural history of HCV infection in renal allograft recipients. New direct-acting antiviral regimens can be used safely in patients with kidney disease, including those on dialysis, and thus the decision to treat HCV infection is now becoming less challenging. The goal is to develop sustained viral response. There I am showing 4 studies, all of which is published in 2017, that the use of direct-acting antiviral agents, there is sustained virological response in almost 100% of patients in all the studies. Interferon is better avoided. So direct-acting antiviral agents, since 2014, several direct-acting antiviral agents have been approved for interferon-free antiviral treatment. There are 3 classes of direct-acting antiviral agents: protease inhibitors whose names ended with previr, polymerase inhibitor whose names ended with buvir, and NS5A inhibitors whose names ended with SB. Sofosbuvir is the drug which is contraindicated if the GFR is less than 30 milliliter per minute. Other drugs, no dose adjustment is needed. But a combination of drugs, Elbasvir and Grazoprevir, is safe and effective, and no dose adjustment is needed in ESRD. So recommendations about HCV infection. All kidney transplant patients with HCV infection should be evaluated to receive antiviral treatment regimen with direct-acting antivirals. Treatment with interferon should not be considered. The choice of treatment should be based on the HCV genotype, viral load, GFR, degree of liver fibrosis and comorbidities, etc. All conventional current maintenance immunosuppressive regimens can be considered for use in anti-HCV infected transplant recipients. The use of induction therapy is also not contraindicated in HCV positive kidney transplant recipients. Corticosteroid withdrawal might be an acceptable option. So in conclusion, hepatitis B virus and C virus infection should not be considered an absolute contraindication for kidney transplantation. Well-compensated cirrhosis of recipient is not a contraindication to kidney transplantation. In the current era of antivirals, outcomes after transplantations are improving and long-term patients with graft survival rates are approaching those of anti-HCV positive, anti-HCV negative and HBsAg negative patients. Thank you all for the patient hearing.
Thank you very much, sir. Our next speaker, Professor M. Mohibur Rahman. At present, he is working in Popular Medical College Hospital, and he is Secretary General of Kidney Foundation Bangladesh and also ISN counselor. And his topic is CMV infection, post-transplantation diagnosis and management. Professor M. Mohibur Rahman, please.
Honorable chairpersons, respected teachers, ladies and gentlemen. I know everyone is feeling sleepy, so you are most welcome to sleep during my talk. And these days everyone is concerned about coronavirus, not this Hep B, C or CMV. But I think coronavirus doesn't have a chance in Bangladesh, because since childhood we are listening, eta corona, ota corona, so we are being immune to coronavirus. Jondgol corona, jhagda corona. Anyway, so organ transplantation has become a standard treatment following end-stage disease of liver, kidney, heart and lung. Quality of life and survival rate has improved remarkably due to advancement in surgical technique and effective immunosuppressive treatment. Immunosuppression is a two-edged sword. It cuts both ways. And the art of post-transplant medication is balancing the amount of immunosuppression. So if you give less immunosuppression, you have got risk of rejection, and if you give more immunosuppression, you have got risk of infection. And infection remains an important cause of death in transplant recipients, and it accounts for about 1/5 of the post-transplant death in the transplant recipients. So infection is a major concern following solid organ transplantation, and this is particularly related to immunosuppressive therapy. And the source of infection agents post-transplant include endogenous organisms, allographic cell, and the environment. And viruses are major pathogens. This is the timeline of post-transplant infection. You have seen this slide several times today. So in fact, it divides the post-transplant infections into 3 overlapping periods. The first period is perioperative period of approximately 4 weeks after transplantation, when there is usually donor-derived infections or nosocomial infections. And then 1 month to 6 months when there is intensive immunosuppression. And this is a period when you get opportunistic infections and reactivations of latent infections. And during this period, herpes simplex virus, CMV, hepatitis B, C, listeria, pneumocystis, and toxoplasmosis are the main culprits. And after 1 year, after transplantation, usually you get community-acquired infections from common to rare organisms. Cytomegalovirus is the most common viral pathogen after solid organ transplantation. It is a beta herpes virus. One important fact about cytomegalovirus, it knows its entry, but it doesn't know its exit. So once it enters in anybody, in any person, it remains there for the rest of the life of that person. So once infected, you are always infected. and it becomes latent after initial infections. And most of the people in this room are in fact CMV IgG positive because we had that infection, though we did not manifest any CMV disease. So, and CMV is ubiquitous, that means it's present everywhere, and prevalence ranges from 40 to 97% of the populations. And as it becomes latent following primary infections, there is reactivates frequently in immunocompromised individuals, especially transplant patients. And evidence of replication is around 50 to 75% of transplant recipients, most commonly during the first 3 months after transplant. So, say in transplant, CMV infection may occur as a primary infection when a CMV positive organ is transplanted into a CMV seronegative recipient, so then there is primary infection, or as a reactivation of long latency period. In all transplant recipients and donors, CMV status should be determined by doing an IgG antibody, CMV antibody. There's a study using US RDS data in more than 25,000 deceased donor kidney transplantations, and their CMV status was assessed by CMV IgG, and they found that 47.7% had donor positive recipient negative CMV, and 24% were donor negative recipient positive, 18% had donor positive and recipient negative, and 10%, around 10% had both donor and recipient negative CMV. And what they found that, this is data from the same study, what they found that the CMV status has an influence on the patient and graft survival. Though the recipient did not develop CMV disease, still the CMV status has a influence on the patient and graft survival. And the best graft survival, patient graft survival, was in those patients who had, where both the donor recipient had CMV negative. And the worst survival was in those group of patients who had donor was positive and recipient was negative. So the CMV disease in post-transplant period depends on two factors: serological status of the donor recipients. Highest risk is in the CMV donor positive recipient negative group, but still all the recipients who are CMV positive, IgG positive, are at risk of CMV reactivations. And nature of the immunosuppressive therapy, especially lymphocyte depleting drugs. If you use lymphocyte depleting drugs, the OKT3-ATG or anti-CD52 antibody, alemtuzumab, so you are more at risk of CMV infection. And this study was done about 20 years back, and still in this study they showed that those transplant recipients who received ATG had increased infection of CMV. So CMV reactivation is triggered by many factors like anti-lymphocyte antibodies, other herpes virus infections, acute rejection episodes, and sepsis and surgery. And also one cytokine, TNF-alpha, is also a stimulant for active CMV infection. So we need to know some definitions about CMV. One is active CMV infection is called when there is evidence of viral replication in the absence of symptoms. CMV disease is called when viral replication is accompanied with clinical manifestations. And CMV disease can manifest in two ways: CMV syndrome and tissue invasive disease. CMV syndrome is viral replication accompanied by signs and symptoms in absence of tissue invasive disease. And in the tissue invasive disease group, you have evidence of viral inclusion in the cells or organs or tissues. One of the important information about CMV is though it causes CMV disease, but it also has some indirect effects other than causing CMV disease. And so it has got both direct and indirect effects. And CMV infection can trigger a general immunostimulatory response with concomitant antigenic stimulation, which results in altered host immune response, which can cause higher risk of acute graft rejections, opportunistic infections like bacterial, fungal, and superinfection, also PTLD, post-transplant lymphoproliferative disorder, chronic allograft dysfunction, such as extravasated atherosclerosis in heart recipients, bronchiolitis obliterans in lung recipients, and tubulointerstitial nephritis in kidney recipients. And it is associated with decreased graft and patient survival. In this study with 447 patients with transplanted kidneys with a 38% prevalence of acute rejection, which is confirmed by biopsy, author observed that CMV infection and CMV disease was increased the acute rejection episode by 1.6 to 2.5 fold. So if you have CMV infection or CMV disease, you have increased chance of acute rejection of the graft. The direct effect of CMV infection is called CMV disease, and it can either present as CMV syndrome, which is as a flu-like or infectious mononucleosis-like syndrome, often with neutropenia. And tissue-invasive disease presents as pneumonitis, gastrointestinal disease, hepatitis, retinitis, and encephalitis. So this is CMV pneumonitis. This is CMV pneumonitis again. This is pneumonitis, a macroscopic biopsy picture. And this is CMV infection in the liver as a microabscess. You can see the central CMV inclusion body. The central, I don't know what I can show. The central CMV inclusion body and surrounded by neutrophils. This CMV colitis and CMV retinitis. CMV retinitis, the appearance of CMV retinitis is described as a post-egg. It looks like a post-egg. So you see, it looks like a post-egg. So and this is sickle ulceration. So CMV infection is more common in heart and heart-lung transplant than kidney and liver transplant. So how do we diagnose CMV infections? The gold standard for diagnosis of CMV is the quantitative nucleic acid testing. So QNET CMV has been performed preferentially by real-time PCR using plasma or total blood. Another method of diagnosing CMV infection is phosphoprotein 65 or PP65 antigen, and can be identified within the cytoplasm of leukocytes by immunofluorescence, a technique called PP65 antigenemia. PP65 method has the advantage of being quick, with results given on the same day of collection, but it requires a trained team, and the sensitivity is reduced if the blood is processed after 6 hours. Contrary to antigenemia, a QNET CMV sensitivity is not altered by blood storage and can be transported to distant centers if required. Serology is not a useful test for CMV infection after organ transplantation. So how can we prevent CMV disease? So prevention of CMV is an essential component of post-transplant management, and we have two antiviral strategy. One is giving antiviral prophylaxis. An antiviral drug is administered to all patients at risk of CMV. Universal prophylaxis is given to all patients who are at risk of CMV. Or you can give preemptive treatment. So administration of antiviral drug guided by CMV, PP65 or PCR testing. So anti-CMV prophylaxis is done with valganciclovir or oral ganciclovir, and the drawbacks are that both these drugs can cause myelosuppression, especially leukopenia, and it also can cause late onset CMV disease when the drug is stopped. So, and current evidence demonstrate that use of valacyclovir is not adequate for prophylaxis. And the duration of antiviral prophylaxis is at least 3 to 6 months in kidney, liver, pancreas, and heart recipients, and at least 1 year for lung recipients. And in this double-blind randomized study of 364 high-risk seronegative recipients and donor-positive recipients, a 900 milligram once daily regimen of valganciclovir was compared with a 1 gram 3 times daily regimen of oral ganciclovir in CMV prevention. Both regimens were equally effective. And this is a study done by Humar et al., published in AJT in 2010. And they compared the prophylaxis for 200 days and with 100 days prophylaxis. And they found that the efficacy and safety of 200 days valganciclovir CMV prophylaxis is better than 100-day prophylaxis, and significantly fewer patients in the 200-day group versus 100-day group developed confirmed CMV disease after 12 months post-transplant. There's data from the same study. You can see the 200-day group had a decreased viral load compared to 100-day group. So preemptive treatment, for the preemptive treatment for CMV, patients are monitored once weekly with CMV PCR or PP65 between the 21st to 90th postoperative days. And upon CMV detection, antiviral therapy, usually intravenous ganciclovir or oral valganciclovir is administered until CMV resolution. So this is the preemptive therapy. So you keep on testing weekly after 21st day, and when you get CMV, you start antiviral therapy. What is the advantage of preemptive treatment is that besides lower cost and less exposure to the drug, the preemptive treatment should with lower risk of late onset disease. I told you that if you give prophylaxis, when you stop prophylaxis, patient develops CMV, around 20% patient develop CMV. So it has got lower risk of late onset disease. But there is one potential disadvantage because the patient is experiencing viremia because you are treating after the patient has got virus. So the indirect effects of viremia maybe is more than prophylactic treatment. So indirect effects of viremia cannot be avoided in this preemptive therapy. But still, it has got advantage that less exposure to antiviral drugs and also less incidence of resistant to common drugs. So how do you manage active infections? So when detected by screening for CMV viremia, patient has no symptoms or signs. Goal is to prevent progression to CMV syndrome and tissue invasive organ disease. So what you do is decrease immunosuppression, stop anti-metabolite, MMF or AZA, add antiviral if active viral replication persists. So if the patient develops CMV disease, you reduce immunosuppressions, give antiviral therapy, and selection of antiviral drug determined by severity of illness, initial viral load, ability to tolerate oral medications. And it is preferable to give intravenous ganciclovir in patients with gastrointestinal disease. So you give intravenous ganciclovir in life-threatening illnesses like pneumonia, meningoencephalitis, high viral loads, moderate to severe gastrointestinal disease. Dose is 5 milligram per kilo intravenous every 12 hours. Dose modified if there is renal dysfunction. It has got side effects like leukopenia, thrombocytopenia, or diarrhea. You can also treat with oral valganciclovir if the patient has mild disease who are likely to have good absorption of oral medications. It is given at a dose of 900 milligram twice daily. You should adjust oral renal function. Oral valganciclovir has good bioavailability. In a study by Asberg et al., as a randomized controlled trial in 321 transplant recipients were compared oral valganciclovir with intravenous ganciclovir, and they found equal rates of viremia eradications and equal treatment success. The duration of therapy should be treated at full doses until clinical signs and symptoms are completely resolved. And there should be no evidence of CMV viremia in 2 blood PCRs done at least 1 week apart. Typical duration is 21 days, but it can vary from 14 to 28 days. Longer duration for patients with GIT disease. After symptoms and viremia resolve, patients are continued on oral valganciclovir 900 milligram once daily for another 1 to 3 months. It is called secondary prophylaxis. And secondary prophylaxis is associated with decreased relapse rate. One emerging problem about CMV disease is CMV resistance. CMV is becoming resistant to usual drugs like valganciclovir or ganciclovir. So, and when there is rising viral load, rebounding viral load, or persistently increased viral load despite adequate doses of antiviral treatment given for 2 weeks, then you have to assume that patient is probably has become resistant to usual drugs. Then you need to do the genotypic assay for drug resistance. So drug resistance, and ganciclovir resistance seen in 1 to 2% of transplant recipients. Typically, it is seen in donor-positive, recipient-negative patients. Both CMV prophylaxis and preemptive treatment increases risk of resistance. Resistance occurs when chronic immunosuppression and inadequate exposure to ganciclovir. So how do you treat? Treatment options are for refractory CMV disease, foscarnet, or higher doses of ganciclovir. Genotyping, you need to do the genotyping testing to identify where the mutation is in the virus. Is UL97 or UL54? Most of the resistance is found in UL97 due to UL97 mutations. So you give intravenous foscarnet 60 milligram per kilo every 8 hours. You need to adjust it for renal function in patient with UL97 mutations. Monitor renal function closely. In patients with UL54 mutation, ganciclovir is continued at a dose of a higher dose, 10 milligram per kilo body weight, intravenous every 12 hours. You need to monitor blood counts and renal functions closely. So, and there are other treatment options for drug resistance or refractory CMV disease, like you can give cidofovir, used in patients resistant to ganciclovir or and foscarnet, contraindicated renal transplant patients because of its nephrotoxicity. You can also give letermovir, inhibits formation and release of infectious CMV variant by targeting UL56. There are some new antiviral agents for CMV. One is maribavir and other one is brincidofovir. So these are newer drugs. These are being approved by FDA, and these are now used in in patients refractory to ganciclovir or valganciclovir patients. So the take-home points for CMV is CMV infection is common after transplantations. Prevention of CMV infection is of utmost importance. Management of CMV infection after organ transplantation involves antiviral drug therapy and reduction in immunosuppression. Thank you all.
Thank you very much, Professor M. Mohibur Rahman, for your very elaborate discussion on CMV infection, post-transplantation diagnosis and management. Now I like to go to the next session. I like to invite Professor Muhammad Rafiqul Alam. I think he doesn't need any introduction. He is known to everybody. He was ex-chairman of Department of Nephrology, BSMMU. He is the present provincial of BSMU and our president, Renal Association of Bangladesh. So I like to invite him to talk on BK virus infection in kidney transplant.
Respected chairpersons and distinguished audience, today I will speak on a topic which is not very important for all of us, but it is important for transplant nephrologists especially, because this is a condition which is underdiagnosed in our country, and most of the centers, we don't have the tool to diagnose the condition. This is BK virus nephropathy. The BK is named after the first patient, BK. He underwent a renal transplant in 1971 and had a ureteral obstruction. And subsequently, electron microscopy revealed viral particles in the lining of the ureter, and had high antibody titers to the virus, which is subsequently found to be a polyomavirus. And other viruses are there in the polyoma family, the JC virus and SB40. These are all double-stranded circular DNA viruses, and has codes for about 6 proteins of different types. And the childhood infection is very common. By the age 20, about 80% of the people are seropositive. Until an immunosuppressed state is there, these usually do not manifest. So BK renal disease is important for the transplant physicians, the transplant nephrologists, and more than half of those affected had significant graft dysfunction, and one of the very important cause of premature graft loss in developed centers, because they could diagnose the disease and sometimes they can handle the disease properly. Biopsy manifestations include areas of mononuclear infiltration and tubulitis resembling the acute rejection. And there may be interstitial fibrosis and tubular atrophy as well. And pathogenesis of BK virus nephropathy is the virus, it attaches with the host uroepithelial cell, and these cells, they are vulnerable to damage by some host factors, the transplant-related injury, some viral factors, and finally there is replication of the virus and shedding of the virus in the bloodstream and invasion of the virus at the tissue level. So diagnosis requires finding on kidney biopsy with more than 4 log copies of virus per ml and the PCR in the serum. The possible findings are the intranuclear inclusions, which are SB40 positive, and there is interstitial WBC infiltration with focal areas of tubular damage, and I have already mentioned about the tubulitis. This is the slide showing the transitional epithelium with the scatter cell showing polyumaviral cytopathic effect. This is the grading system. This Barn working proposal includes the viral infection detection and minimal tubular epithelial cell lysis is stage that is stage A or class A, no acute tubular necrosis, and chronicity score less than CI3 and CT3. And the stage B, viral replication in cortex or medulla, tubular epithelial cell lysis, viral acute tubular necrosis, and the chronicity score of different grades. And class C, that is stage C, that is the viral replication in cortex and medulla, and chronicity score CI3 and CT3. This is the hematoxylin and eosin stain showing the tissue level changes as per Barn class A, class B, and class C. What are the risk factors for Zika virus infection? And this is important because if you know the risk factors, if you suspect the condition, you can diagnose easily and you can manage the cases. So donor risk factors include BK seropositive donor, and HLA mismatching, and HLA-C7. And recipient risk factors include older age group of the recipient, male recipient of African American ethnicity, and the diabetic status of the recipient. Transplant risk factors include acute rejection, cold ischemia time, delayed graft function, ureteral stent placement, anti-thymocyte globulin induction, tacrolimus and or MMF-based immune therapy. So you have to screen the patient for Zika virus. Zika virus PCR can be used as a tool for screening due to high sensitivity, but the specificity is not so high. Up to 30% of transplant patients have BK shedding with no significance. Decoy cells, that is the tubular epithelial cell with large basophilic nuclei with viral inclusions can be detected in urine, and mRNA, that is the BK-BP1 studies are underway, which is the novel investigation. And serum BK virus PCR has high sensitivity and specificity. Tissue level renal biopsy is a gold standard for diagnosis, but not a good screening test unless there is a system set up for protocol biopsies. Monitoring algorithm for BK viremia and BK virus nephropathy. Screening for plasma BK virus PCR monthly for 12 months, 3 monthly during 12 to 24 months post-transplant for investigations of transplant dysfunction after treatment of acute rejections. So there are two groups of patients having plasma BK virus PCR less than 4 log, and having, we have to continue monthly monitoring, and we have to reduce immunosuppression. In another group, having plasma BK PCR more than 4 log, we should do the allograft biopsy. Treatment. The mainstay of treatment is reduction of immunosuppression. And at the first place, you have to stop anti-metabolite, and you have to reduce the dose of CNI. And you have to readjust the target trough level of those drugs, which is a little bit lower than the usual or the standard target level. Dose reduction of CNI should be by at least 25 to 50%, and one can switch from tacrolimus to cyclosporine, and use of leflunomide, cidofovir, quinolones, rapamycin, and IVIG is in practice. Conversion to belatacept is another option. Leflunomide dose, which is mostly used drug, 3 days loading dose of 100 milligram per day followed by 20 milligram per day orally, but you have to monitor the serum creatinine level, BK viral load, and CNI trough level. Treatment algorithm of BK viremia and BK virus nephropathy. Plasma BKV PCR more than 4 log, no BK virus nephropathy on biopsy. So consider that is, there is a presumptive BK virus nephropathy. You reduce immunosuppression, switch from tacrolimus to cyclosporine, or reduce dose of tacrolimus to achieve trough levels of 3 to 5 nanogram per ml. You have to reduce the MPA dose by 50%, and you taper prednisolone by less than 10 milligram per day. BK virus nephropathy on biopsy, switch on cyclosporine from tacrolimus and switch from MPA to leflunomide, or you stop TAC and MPA, start on mTOR, low dose cyclosporine for 4 to 6 weeks. If no improvement, then IVIG. After 4 to 6 weeks, if there is no improvement in BK viremia, IV cidofovir can be given. Question of retransplantation. Earlier it was believed that in a BKV nephropathy, retransplantation will be always a risky option, but nowadays it is found that pre-transplant clearance of BK viral load is important, and you can go for retransplant if you can achieve the transplant clearance of BK viral load. And 1 year graft survival is good, 98%, and 3 year graft survival is about 93%. Transplant nephrectomy is not protective in case of retransplantation. Immunosuppression after resolution of BK virus nephropathy, this is very important because sometimes we feel very uneasy to restart the immunosuppression and find sometimes in a difficult position to adjust the doses of immunosuppressive drug. In case of low-risk recipient, the low-risk recipient age more than 76 years, fast transplant or unsensitized patient, do not restart antimetabolite, keep on CNI and prednisolone. CNI target dose should be less than standard transplant trough level, and high-risk patient like sensitized patient in case of second or third transplantation, and DSA positive patient, antimetabolite can be used. In case of recurrent viremia, you have to stop the antimetabolite permanently. So what we can conclude from this talk, BK nephropathy, although uncommon, represent a threat to allograft survival. Lack of effective viral therapy remains a key limitation. And immunosuppression reduction with awareness of the accompanying risk remains the best therapeutic option. Careful screening can prevent allograft loss and should be done. Serum BK PCR is the preferred screening method, but alternatives also exist. Translational laboratory-based assays are being developed that may provide additional information regarding the patient clinical course in the future. So thank you very much for your kind attention.
Thank you very much, Professor Mohammad Rafiqul Alam sir. Our next speaker is Professor Curie. Already people knows regarding her, and she will talk on building an organ transplantation registry in Korea, Kotri experience.
Thank you very much. I would like to present how we built the organ transplantation registry in Korea. The transplantation registry is very important to understand the current situation of transplantation, and also we can identify available resources and identify obstacles to overcome and improve clinical transplantation and transplantation science, thus to improve the quality of organ transplantation. So in 2014, Korean Society of Transplant built Kotri system. And then probably two years ago, we made a Kotri Foundation for its sustainable activity. It took almost 10 years to develop the Kotri system. In 2010, we thought we really needed to make a database for strategy building and science. And we have developed another cohort about chronic kidney disease in 2011 March. So in their sector, we had a kidney transplantation cohort we call NO-KT. With the experience of generating database and cohort database, we were able to make a retrospective database set in 2012, like you see here. So before we set up the Kotri system, we had 2 sets of retrospective test sets, and then we made a temporary prospective cohorts in those CKD cohorts, and eventually we can get our whole cohort system. So the infrastructure, we asked to participate those transplantation centers who do more than 10 kidney transplantation per year, and most of them joined, except with a very few number. And every study protocol and CRF has been developed by the members, and we generate a very stable web-based data system using iCreate-T. This is one of the Korean largest hospital database system. And then we developed elements, and for kidney transplantation, we are putting about 575 items and liver 440 items. We also has developed biobank for this cohort Cotri database. So one company called Lab Genomics collecting the same the blood sample and DNA and urine at the same day of their collection. Each data is collected by fixed interval with, like you see in this plane. And also sometimes you can face irregular accidents and patient events that also can be covered by this system. So we have all fixed and irregular interval database collection system. So in summary, the Cotri data collection system has been designed for prospective way, covering about 85% of all Korean transplantation data. That means we would like to include which hospitals that really can follow up the data. And it covers recipient and donors, and also cover fixed and intermittent interval data, and it's web-based and also have a biobank. To monitor this system, we have another Cotri office, and until last year, we can collect about 5,000 kidney cases and also 3,500 cases of liver, and also 500 of heart and lung and pancreas. This is a prospective data, so adding up the retrospective data is a huge number already in 5 years. So when we monitor the dropout rate, in 4-year retention rate was 99% for kidney and liver, and about 97% of heart, lung, and pancreas. And most of the follow-up loss has been occurred by patient mortality or graft failure, and they go back to the dialysis, or they moved to another places. So lots of data has been generated, including the demographics and cause of ESRDs, and also diabetes, ABO incompatibility, and other things. And the survival curve can be generated prospectively. That's more accurate than retrospective way. Huge number of liver data has been piled, and this is so valuable to see the prognosis of living liver transplantation, which is very popular in Korea. And also this data showed a large number of deceased patients get the liver transplantation when they reach the MELD score of 39. That's very, very challenging for us to promote more disease organ transplantation. So all the data collected are managed by our data management system. It's Biostatistical Institute called MRCC, located at Seoul National University Medical Center. And also with their MRCC, we double-check the quality of data by auditing and cleansing and analysis. So our Cotri Foundation is working to provide the annual data. Also, we are making a network to share the data with the government and other transplantation-related data system. And we open a Cotri seminar so that we can promote data analysis strategies and research. Also, we would like to do our role as social contributors. So this data has been provided not only for the government or science society, but we also provide a patient-familiar format so that the patient can understand their prognosis when they decide to receive the transplantation. And all of this data is on the website, so people can come in and retry the data. And not only the annual data, the current data can be visualized by on-site data visualization system. This needs a password. In collaboration with CODA and other database systems are actively on progress. And we are holding lots of seminars, and when you come to ATW, you will always see the registry session. And during that time, you will see the international leaders of transplantation data system. And last year, we invited Doris Segep for a presentation. And also to promote the science, on the other hand, reduce the competition, we have a review board. And after we get the review board, then they can get our data. This data is analytical data, so this is pretty much protected for individual identification. So we just provided this analytical data, and lots of Korean young people start to engage in research. So all of this has been roadmapped and make progress. So now we have 14,000 or more transplantation data at the Kutri Foundation. After we see the possibility to build up the data, we decide to do our social contribution to the Asian society. As you know, there are very important data sets in everywhere, but not in Asian area. So even though the GODT has the data, it's quite preliminary. But the Asian society has very diverse transplantation activities and lack of disease organ donors, and also there are lots of discrepancies and diversities in activities. Also, the Asian people has different clinical features after kidney transplantation, and we are facing lots of ethical issues in Asia. So with the joint work with the Asian Society of Transplant, we decided to develop the Asian Society of Transplantation database, and we decided to call it AST-REC, so it's a registry REC, so we made it. Because to fill up the needs of Asian society, Kutri system hosted this registry. So we are just providing the platform to the Asian Society Registry. And this has many other sectors, and we have more room for other development. And all of this has been covered by Professor Myung-Soo Kim and Jong-Chul Jong, and these people can help you if you need any help. Because to cover the diversity, we generate the 3 different forms of registry that you might be interested in. The first one is the very simple one, and guided by Shunil Shroff of India. It's a very simple database. Also, you can submit it in a paper form, but we would like to see just a draft. So this is very simple. So every country counselors are supposed to submit very simple data so that we can just see how many transplantation in Asian area. Second form is *H. It's hospital-based or country-based or institution-based. We have 227 items across the 5 domains. So recipient and the donor and the immunologic parameters and the post-transplantation event and surveillance. So it's already in English form, so you just put the data in, and you can see on-site data visualization like this. Some doctor want to take advantage of this system for for his or her own patient, some want to use it for the hospital basis. So now, Myanmar, Mongolia, Philippines, India, Pakistan team is now start to use this. In every meeting, we introduce and do the troubleshooting, and we send our team to visit the institute to make corrections for their convenience. And within 1 year, we've got about 500 patients enrolled, and this pattern already you see a lot of difference between Western countries. Some countries had a national database already, so this database also needs to be incorporated. So ASTRAC has been generated to incorporate national database system. So India, Philippines, and Japan decide to put their data after clearing personal identification into the Asian ASTRAC system. So this is another way to put the data in. And the other one is we had developed a platform for meta-analysis. So if you have any retrospective data already, then we have a platform to compare between countries and we can publish it. Another very hot issue that Dr. Harun is interested in is generating allocation system for disease organ transplantation. Because the doctors from Mongolia and Myanmar also wanted to develop allocation system, so we made an algorithm according to their wish. So this system that I'm showing you is generated by Myanmar transplantation team. And like Korea, Myanmar doctors decide to use HLA match and recipient age, waiting time, and history of cross-match positivity, and history of kidney transplantation, and donation families. So all of these variables has been already set. So if you have any waiting patient through this web, then you can just register from everywhere from Bangladesh. The form is like this, but it's in English. So if you push the register, then the automatically waiting list will be generated and you can see it in an Excel form. On the other hand, if you have a deceased donor in whatever where, then the donor management system can be connected by this web base. So then the donor management hospital can put a patient information, and then you will have the best match and who is going to be the choice. And sometimes you have patient who doesn't have some cross-match recently within some period, then they will ask you to perform the test as needed. So all of this system, we hope that the registry can provide evidence-based information platform for medical information and to generate our own guideline and making academic progress as a group. And many of you are talking about infection, probably some of you can use infection data in not only in Bangladesh, but with other friends everywhere. Also, this data will fill the social needs of how to increase disease organ transplantation, and we can submit it as a team to the government to get more support, and also we will have better professionalism with transparency in our practice. Thank you very much for your listening.
Thank you very much, Professor Ahn Khuri. I think this is an inspiration for us. We will like to have same registry in future, I think, as a central registry. I think Renal Association, the President, Evaluation, all the members put our head together. I think in near future we are going to have the same registry. Thank you very much for it's a very inspiring lecture for us, for Bangladesh.
Thank you. We also have a kidney platform. So, if you need that platform, we can provide that to you. Kidney platform we call NO-CKD. And this is a pre-transplantation platform. And so we have run it more than 10 years. So we can provide the platform if you need. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. So we have the last speaker, but not the least. And though we have 10 attendance now, but still we have a lot of audiences. I like to invite Professor Shamim. You all know that he is a professor of nephrology and treasurer in Kidney Foundation. He is an ex-director of NICDU, and he is a very charming personality in renal medicine. Everybody likes him. And he is famous for photography. Everybody likes him. With further delay, I'd like to invite Professor Shami for your presentation.
Respected Chairperson, ladies and gentlemen, I must congratulate the audience. Still they are sitting here. What was the number? And the last, after the infection of renal transplant, this is also important, that post-transplant malignancy is the third most common causes of patient death with graft function. The first cause of death is cardiovascular disease, and second cause is infection. Since management of outcome of cardiovascular disease and infection is improving, but malignancy become most important. Why this is important? Because solid organ transplant recipients are increased risk of developing cancer compared to general population. Secondly, this tumor may arise from de novo or pre-existing malignancy. Immunosuppression plays a very important role of this oncogenicity. The first year survival graft is rising over 90%. However, the past 20 years, long-term graft survival rate has changed a little. Why? Because of chronic rejection and complication of immunosuppression, in which nephrotoxicity, cardiovascular disease, infection, and malignancy is very important. Now you should know the standard incidence ratio. Standard incidence ratio is the ratio of number of cancer seen in study population compared with age-sex match general population. Is the best measure of increased risk of malignancy in case of population. Now, community evidence of skin cancer in case of post-transplant malignancy is 7.5%, whereas skin cancer itself is 7.5%. Compared to general population, Kaposi's sarcoma, non-Hodgkin lymphoma, melanoma, melanoma skin cancer are more than 20 folds, and kidney cancer is 15 folds compared to general population. Now, breast cancer, lung cancer, colonic cancers, only 2-fold increase with compared general population. Cancer appear more common in the hemodialysis patient because of uremic and abnormal immune system or immune environment. The malignancy following renal transplant versus general population as measured by SIR is a Kaposi's sarcoma, non-Hodgkin's lymphoma as more than 20, whereas renal cell carcinoma 15. Others are melanoma, leukemia, hepatobiliary cyst tumors more than 5. Others are bearing as Sunos, testicular cancer is 3. Tumors of the lungs, colon, pancreas is 2. There's a less causing the tumor malignancy chance. Now, what is the mechanism in the transplant of 6 multi-step biology hallmarks? These are sustained proliferation signaling, evidence of growth suppressors, resistance of cell death, induced agenesis, and activated invasion and metastasis. Now, what are the virus with oncogenic potentiality? Human papillovirus causes cervical carcinoma, polyomavirus And then Epstein virus, this is very important. It causes post-transplant lymphoproliferative disorder. I think this is the second cause, most important cause. And more important, human herpes virus causes Kaposi sarcoma. Hepatitis B virus, C virus may cause hepatocellular carcinoma, and Helicobacter pylori may cause gastric carcinoma. Now, role of recurrence after renal transplant in patients with pre-existing malignancy. In the left hand side, you can see low rate of recurrence, 0 to 10% incidence. Is a renal cell carcinoma is a 0% except symptomatic renal cell carcinoma. Lymphoma is 10%. Intermediate group 10 to 25%. Colorectal cancer, prostate cancer, breast cancer, carcinoma uterine body, Wilms tumor. And the high incidence of recurrence. You can see non-melanoma skin cancer up to 60%. Melanoma skin cancer 29%. In fact, skin cancer is the first and most important post-transplant malignancy. Symptomatic renal cell carcinoma 30%, but without an extension, it doesn't cause bladder carcinoma. Now, coming something about skin cancer. The most common cancer following renal transplantation occur more than 50%, particularly in Australia, after 20 years of transplantation. Common in younger age group, it occurs at multiple sites, more aggressive, and like to recur after resection. More serious morbidity, incidence increases with number of immunosuppression and dose of immunosuppression therapy. And other risk factors of skin cancers are sun exposure, duration and intensity of immunosuppression. As you know, in the heart transplant, the more immunosuppression and the more chance of post-transplant malignancy. Azathioprine and cyclosporine are associated with greater risk of skin cancer. Now, the two types of cancer, as you know, squamous cell carcinoma and basal cell carcinoma. The squamous cell carcinoma is 60 to 100 times greater than general population compared to general population. And these factors are sun exposure, fair skin, age, level of immunosuppression agent, and the pre-transplant dialysis. Treatment, local excretion, lymphadenopathy, microsurgery, and adjunct radiotherapy and systemic chemotherapy wherever needed. Now, basal cell carcinoma occurs in the exposed area of the skin, particularly in the face and the hands. Common site, eyelid, nose fold, skins around the ear. Incidence increases up to 16 times in renal transplant. 3 types is a nodular type, superficial, and morphiform types. Malignant melanoma is a potentially fatal malignancy. Prognostic factor is tumor thickness below the depth, and thickness is less than 1 millimeter, good prognosis. Thickness is more than 2 millimeter, is a bad prognosis. Kaposi sarcoma is a is a vascular neoplasia, occurs in the waterous and mucous surface of the skin, lung, gastrointestinal tract, and lymphoid tissue. As you know, is a reactivation of latent herpes virus or donor to recipient transfer of the virus. This occurs early after transplant, in 1 to 2 years, common in the male. Treatment is the reduction or discontinuation of immunosuppressive drugs or conversion to mTOR inhibitors, immunosuppressive agent. Prevention of cutaneous malignancy, avoidance of sun exposure, protective clothing, effective sunscreen, early detection, annual skin examination, liquid nitrogen cryotherapy, excretion, and tropical therapy. Now, this is most important. Post-transplant lymphoproliferative disorder is a heterogeneous group of disease characterized by abnormal lymphoid proliferation developed in patients of solid organ transplantation and bone marrow transplant. It's the second most frequent cancer after transplant. After skin is the first and this second. Incidence varies 1 to 2%. After kidney transplant, 30 to 50 times higher than the general population. Frequently, it arises from B lymphocyte, common in the first year of transplantation, activation Epstein-Barr virus, increase the viral load in the peripheral blood. These early form clinical features like infectious mononucleosis like disease, preserves architecture or atypical cells is infrequent, polyclonal treatment, reduce the immune suppression, you can use acyclovir. Prognosis, this group is good. Then intermediate variety, disease like infection mononucleosis, pathology signs of early malignant transformation, it is a polyclonal, reduce the immunosuppression, you can use acyclovir or rituximab. Prognosis, as I said, is intermediate. The worst prognosis is type is a monomorphic. This is kidney fracture, more gradual, fever, weight loss, localizes symptoms, high-grade lymphoma, monoclonal type, treatment reduce the immunosuppression, low dose, combination of surgery, chemotherapy, radiotherapy, and prognosis worst this group. Now this slide I have shown that immunosuppression, initially when you transplant this dendritic antigen processing cell, primary organ, then activated and they could go to the site of transplant and that causing that host graft reaction. If you don't give immunosuppression, this host graft reaction will cause damage of the graft. But if you give them immunosuppression, there is adaptation and the graft will survive more. This slide will show this upper part is antigen processing cell, this lower end is a T lymphocyte. Because in case of the T cell activation is very important. And what we do with immunosuppression, we suppress the immunosuppression with different immunosuppression. And the different site, in the next picture, you will see the different site of immunosuppression action. In the left-hand side, you can see this cyclosporine trachomas, which inhibit the transmission of single 1, single 2, single 2, so stimulation of the T lymphocyte. On the right-hand side, you can see the azothioprine that will inhibit the proliferation of the cell. And on the upper hand side, monoclonal antibody that or mTOR inhibitor that block this proliferation. So we are using this immunosuppression for not to active and causing the damage of the graft. Now immunosuppression drugs and the risk of meningitis after transplantation, high dose of cyclosporine in combination with azothioprine associated secondary malignant disorder. This explains why incident post-transplant malignancy is much more frequent in heart recipients compared with other transplant because more than double dose is given in the immunosuppression in case of heart transplant. Azothioprine is associated increased dose of skin cancer, calcineurin inhibitor, cyclosporine, and tacrolimus promotes cancer progenesis. Inhibitor, mTOR inhibitor reduce these malignancies. Now there are some slides. You can see squamous cell carcinoma, you can see papillosis, you can see Kaposi sarcoma, you can see this, this is also a skin cancer, you can also see Kaposi sarcoma, T cell lymphoma, Kaposi sarcoma, the squamous cell carcinoma, and this non-melanoma skin cancer, the nodular basal cell cancer, then skin melanoma, non-melanoma skin cancer, the carcinoma of the tongue, cutaneous neoplasm, cutaneous squamous cell carcinoma, then it is a post-transplant malignancy, then it is Kaposi sarcoma, and other skin cancer you can see a lot of this post-transplant, but it requires years to have developed these things. Now, what is the general recommendation for screening this renal cell transplantation? Avoiding excessive immunosuppression, especially this depleting anti-lymphoid antibody, screening of the donor and recipient, avoidance of carcinogenic factor, early detection of cancer in the transplant recipient. Now, guideline for practice of this, the two guidelines, KDUCO and others guideline, they said the skin and lips should be annually or yearly, should be examined. Abdomen every 3 years by ultrasonogram. Colorectal cancer, colonoscopy every 5 years after 50 years. Breast examination by mammography every year after 50 years of age. Cervical pap smear, then you have to do PSA, rectal examination for prostate cancer, and for the hepatocellular carcinoma, you can do ultrasonogram and alpha-fetoprotein yearly or 6 monthly. Now in conclusion, Chairman Sir, long-term complication renal transplant become more important. Malignancy is the third most common cause of patient death after renal transplantation. Longer graft survival, older donor with more potent immunosuppression induction, malignancy become more common. Clinicians should be aware of the skin cancer and the screening plan for cancer. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Samin, for your excellent presentation. You all agree with me that we have very much benefited by the presentation, symposium on infection. As you know, the infection is a common problem, and we transplant patients to give a quality of life and prolonging life. But at the same time, we are exposing the recipient to more infection. As you have seen, all sorts of infection, hepatitis B and C, then CMV virus infection, BK virus infection, and finally, the long-term complication is cancer. So we have to be very aware of that, because where we are going to benefit, but at the same time we have to pick up infection early, treat it promptly and efficiently, and we will try to avoid malignancy, as he has already explained. And another thing, I'd like to thank Professor Ahn Khoury to give us very good insight to us, to Bangladesh. So we need your help, and we will be doing it very soon by our all efforts. And thank you very much for your gracious presence. I'd like to thank all the audience for the gracious presence and very patient hearing. At the last 10, you have all remained present. I'd like to say, finish my work, একটা কথা বলে একবার একটা গান হচ্ছিল, সুন্দর সঙ্গীত, তো সবাই চলে গান গেতে গেতে ও সবাই চলে গেছে, দিয়ে এখন বসে আছে যে কে রে ভাই, তুমি তো সমঝদার, তুমি তো ভালো উচ্চাঙ্গ সঙ্গীত বুঝো, তুমিই সমঝদার। পুরো না স্যার, আমার আপনি যেখানে বসেন সত্যি নিজে আমার নিতে হবে, এই জন্য আমি বসে আছি। তো আমরা সবাই সত্যি নিব না, উই হ্যাভ বিন বেনিফিটেড অ্যান্ড ইটস ভেরি নাইস। আই লাইক টু থ্যাংক Professor Harun and kidney and transplant coordinator from home and abroad for arranging such seminar so that we can update ourselves. And our update is to what? To benefit our patient, so that patient will get good treatment, good management. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you very much, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, we have come to an end to our today's seminar on deceased donor organ transplantation. So we are very happy that we could complete our scientific seminar today successfully. And we have got an announcement for tomorrow. Tomorrow will be the last day of our conference. And from 10 a.m. we'll have a training program for the transplant coordinators. So I would like to invite all the doctors, nurses and social workers to attend that program from 10 a.m. at E Block, Bangabandhu Sheikh Mujib Medical University. So thank you very much once again. We are now closing our session for today. Thank you very much.